Chapter 1249. The martial source of the indestructible martial body was too powerful. Even Gu Fei's emperor martial body was unable to withstand it. The instant the martial source of the indestructible martial body entered his body, his flesh exploded into a bloody mist. Even the sovereign bone body on Gu Fei's body began to crack like a spider web. This horrified Gu Fei. He never imagined that the martial Dao source of the indestructible martial body would be so powerful. It was too frightening. If it weren't for the vague Dao marks that he had condensed and branded on his bones, even his sovereign bone body would have collapsed. Gu Fei's mind wandered as he comprehended heaven and earth. He successfully used the great Dao fragments contained in the martial Dao source of the indestructible martial body to gain enlightenment and condense his own Dao marks. However, these weren't Dao marks because they were too vague. They were branded on his bones and were almost indistinct. They were difficult to grasp, but there were still Dao charms circulating around them. It was this indistinct mark of the great Dao that prevented Gu Fei's body from shattering. Roar! Gu Fei's divine sense was like the sea. He used all his strength to guide this vast martial Dao source power to flow through his bones. The vague Dao marks that were branded on his bones gradually began to emit a faint light. The great Dao marks condensed the martial Dao source power. Gu Fei's cracked bones began to gradually repair, and the cracks on his bones slowly disappeared. Dao charms began to circulate on Gu Fei's bones. Imprinting the great Dao into his body, Gu Fei's bones were transforming into saint bones. Only a saint could imprint the great Dao that they had comprehended into their flesh, bones, and blood, allowing them to coexist with the great Dao, becoming immortal and indestructible. Endless divine light bloomed from between Gu Fei's eyebrows. A tiny figure sat cross-legged on his forehead, exuding a vast and mighty immortal Dao aura. This was Gu Fei's primordial spirit. The current Gu Fei was no longer an ordinary cultivator. He was more powerful and frightening than the average cultivator since he had mastered the divine arts of the immortal path. Since ancient times, there had never been a precedent of a martial artist cultivating a primordial spirit. This was because there was no need to cultivate a primordial spirit on the path of martial arts. A martial artist who had succeeded in cultivating a primordial spirit would have their life imprint spread throughout their entire body. Every strand of hair, every drop of blood, would have life. It didn't matter if such an existence had a primordial spirit or not. The martial Dao source that he had seized from the indestructible martial body was constantly being refined by Gu Fei into his bones. His entire body was blooming with a dull golden light, as if he were cast from pure gold. An extremely powerful aura was emitted from the bone and spread in all directions, filling the entire land of Hidden Dragon. Boss succeeded? In the depths of the land of Hidden Dragon, He Tian suddenly turned his head, his face filled with shock. He hadn't entered the 9 Dragons congregation grounds yet because it was simply too heaven-defying. The entire land of Hidden Dragon was suppressed by the mountain and river cauldron. This caused He Tian to be wild with joy. Who knew how many years of divine herbs had been growing in the land of Hidden Dragon for him to pluck? Especially the divine herbs that grew in the depths of the land of Hidden Dragon. Each stalk was a king herb, and the medicinal power of several king herbs was comparable to a small portion of the immortal divine herbs. He Tian's harvest was undoubtedly bountiful. This fellow didn't stop and directly walked forward. After a series of twists and turns, the front suddenly widened. Then, He Tian saw an incomparably shocking scene. 9 giant dragon heads appeared in front of He Tian. Each dragon head was like an unscalable mountain, giving off a strong sense of oppression. This was the origin of the land of Hidden Dragon in the 9 heavens. The 9 earth dragon veins originated from here and spread outwards, with the dragon heads inside and the dragon tails outside. This arrangement was very similar to the 49 earth ancestor veins in the Great Peerless Tomb. However, there were only 9 earth dragon veins here, while the Great Peerless Tomb had 49 earth ancestor veins. The earth dragon veins and the earth ancestor veins couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. At this time, outside the land of Hidden Dragon, the Yuan Gu Emperor Xian also sensed the powerful aura from Gu Fei. His expression changed because he recognized that it was Gu Fei's aura. That kid. The Yuan Gu Emperor Xian was bewildered. Gu Fei seemed to have obtained a great opportunity in the land of Hidden Dragon. He could feel that Gu Fei's aura was rapidly increasing. He broke through. The aura coming from the land of Hidden Dragon made his heart palpitate. There was an extremely powerful force condensing, and this force made his expression change. At this time, a vague figure suddenly appeared near the Yuan-Gu Emperor Xian. It stood quietly in the void like a gust of wind, not causing any fluctuations. Who is it? Celestial Emperor Yuan-Gu's expression suddenly changed. Then, he waved his hand at the blurry figure. The flying celestial sword that was flying around him immediately emitted a dazzling divine light. It turned into a divine rainbow and slashed towards the figure. Who was the Eastern Land Emperor Xian? Someone had appeared near him, where he wouldn't be able to discover him. Swish! The divine rainbow-like sword light was not blocked at all. It directly chopped down on that figure. There was no point of force. It was as if it was chopping down on the air. The Yuan-Gu Emperor Xian was shocked. The illusory figure was slashed in half by the sword light of the flying immortal sword, but then it reformed. Bam! The person didn't say anything and directly slapped at the Yuan-Gu Emperor Xian. Whoosh! Astral winds rose as that silhouette blasted out with a palm strike, bringing forth endless astral winds. Each and every gust of astral wind was like a transparent divine weapon, slicing apart the void, causing pitch-black spatial cracks to appear in the air. Bas! The flying immortal sword let out a deafening sound that resounded through the 9 heavens. The sword light soared thousands of feet, and an unparalleled sword chi suddenly erupted. The sword chi soared to the 9 heavens, displaying the great power of the flying immortal sword. It reversed in the air and slashed at the figure. The Yuan-Gu Emperor Xian cultivated the supreme way of the sword. The speed and power of the sword light instantly soared 10 times. Wherever the sword light passed, the world seemed to be split in half. At the same time, the Yuan-Gu Emperor Xian opened his mouth and spat out a sword light that looked like the Milky Way. This was the natal sword energy that he had cultivated for countless years. The sword chi was mighty in the sky and on the ground. The Yuan-Gu Emperor Xian attacked the mysterious figure from both the front and the back. Anyone who could come here was definitely not weak. This person was like the wind. Although he could be seen with the naked eye, he didn't leave any traces. There were no fluctuations coming from his body. The sword light spat out by the Yuan-Gu Emperor Xian dispersed the terrifying astral winds and broke the palm of the mysterious figure. However, the mysterious figure walked in the endless sword light. His body was like a gentle breeze, and it was difficult for the sword light to hit him. It was as if no technique could touch him. What? Chapter 1250. Volume II page 1256. The mysterious strong man. Page 11. The indestructible martial body's martial source energy was far too powerful. Even Gu Fei's emperor martial body found it hard to withstand it. His flesh and blood exploded the moment the martial source energy entered his body, turning into a bloody mist. Even the sovereign skeletal body on Gu Fei's body began to crack like a spider web. This caused Gu Fei to be incomparably shocked. He had never imagined that the martial Tao source of the indestructible martial body would be this powerful. It was too frightening. If he hadn't condensed a vague Tao mark on his bone body, even his emperor bone body would have collapsed. Gu Fei's mind wandered as he comprehended heaven and earth. He successfully drew upon the great Tao fragments contained within the indestructible martial body's martial arts source. He gained some comprehension and condensed his own Tao marks. However, this still couldn't be considered a Tao imprint, because it was too indistinct. It was engraved on the bone body, almost impossible to see clearly, difficult to grasp. However, there were Tao auras swirling about. It was precisely this indistinct brand of the Grand Tao that prevented Gu Fei's body from collapsing. Roar! Gu Fei's divine sense was as vast as the ocean. He used all his strength to guide this extremely vast martial origin energy to flow through his bones. The blurry marks branded on his bones gradually began to glow. The Tao marks of the great Tao were condensing the power of the martial Tao source. Gu Fei's cracked bones began to gradually repair, and the cracks on his bones slowly disappeared. Tao runes began to circulate on Gu Fei's bone body. Imprinting the great path on his own body, Gu Fei's bone body was transforming into a saint bone. Only a saint could imprint the great path that he had comprehended into his own flesh, bones and blood, so that his flesh, bones, and blood could coexist with the great path and become immortal. Boundless divine light shone from the center of Gu Fei's brows. A small figure sat on his forehead. The aura of the immortal Tao was vast and mighty. That was Gu Fei's primordial spirit. The current Gu Fei was no longer an ordinary cultivator. He was more powerful and frightening than the average cultivator since he had mastered the divine arts of the immortal path. Since ancient times, There had never been a precedent of a martial artist cultivating a primordial spirit. This was because there was no need to cultivate a primordial spirit on the path of martial arts. A martial artist who had succeeded in cultivating a primordial spirit would have their life imprint spread throughout their entire body. Every strand of hair, every drop of blood, would have life. It didn't matter if such an existence had a primordial spirit or not. The martial Tao source that he had seized from the indestructible martial body was constantly being refined by Gu Fei into his bones. His entire body was blooming with a dull golden light, as if he were cast from pure gold. An extremely powerful aura was emitted from the bone and spread in all directions, filling the entire land of Hidden Dragon. Boss succeeded? In the depths of the land of Hidden Dragon, He Tian suddenly turned his head. His face was filled with shock. He hadn't entered the 9 Dragons congregation grounds yet. This was because the 9 Dragons congregation grounds was simply too heaven-defying. The entire land of Hidden Dragon was suppressed by the mountain and river cauldron. This made He Tian wild with joy. Who knew how many years of divine herbs had been growing in the land of Hidden Dragon for him to pluck? Especially the divine herbs that grew in the depths of the land of Hidden Dragon. Each stalk was a king herb. The medicinal power of several king herbs was enough to match a small portion of an immortal divine herb's efficacy. He Tian's harvest was undoubtedly bountiful. This fellow didn't stop and directly walked forward. After a series of twists and turns, the front suddenly widened. Then, He Tian saw an incomparably shocking scene. 9 giant dragon heads appeared in front of He Tian. Each dragon head was like an unscalable mountain, giving off a strong sense of oppression. This was the origin of the land of Hidden Dragon in the 9 heavens. The 9 earth dragon veins originated from here and spread outwards. The dragon heads were inside and the dragon tails were outside. This arrangement was very similar to the 49 earth ancestor veins in the Great Tomb. However, there were only 9 earth dragon veins here, while the Great Tomb had 49 earth ancestor veins. The earth dragon veins and the earth ancestor veins couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. At this time, outside the land of Hidden Dragon, the Yuan Gu Emperor Xian also sensed the powerful aura coming from Gu Fei. His expression changed because he recognized that it was Gu Fei's aura. That kid. The Yuan Gu Emperor Xian was bewildered. Gu Fei seemed to have obtained a great opportunity in the land of Hidden Dragon. He could feel that Gu Fei's aura was rapidly increasing. He broke through. The aura coming from the land of Hidden Dragon made his heart palpitate. There was an extremely powerful force condensing, and this force made his expression change. At this time, a vague figure suddenly appeared near the Yuan Gu Emperor Xian. It stood quietly in the void like a gust of wind, not causing any fluctuations. Who is it? Celestial Emperor Yuan Gu's expression suddenly changed. Then, he waved his hand at the blurry figure. The flying celestial sword that was flying around him immediately emitted a dazzling divine light. It turned into a divine rainbow and slashed towards the figure. Who was the Eastern Land's Emperor Xian? Someone had appeared near him, where he wouldn't be able to discover him. Swish! The divine rainbow-like sword light was not blocked at all. It directly chopped down on that figure. There was no point of force. It was as if it was chopping down on the air. The Yuan Gu Emperor Xian was shocked. The illusory figure was slashed in half by the sword light of the flying immortal sword, but then it reformed. Bam! The figure didn't say anything and directly slapped at the Yuan Gu Emperor Xian. Whoosh! Astral winds rose as that silhouette blasted out with a palm strike, bringing forth endless astral winds. Each and every gust of astral wind was like a transparent divine weapon, slicing apart the void, causing pitch-black spatial cracks to appear in the air. Bas! The flying immortal sword let out a deafening sound that resounded through the 9 heavens. The sword light soared for thousands of feet, and an unparalleled sword chi suddenly erupted. The sword chi rushed up to the 9 heavens, displaying the great power of the flying immortal sword. It reversed in the air and slashed at the figure. The Yuan Gu Emperor Xian cultivated the supreme way of the sword. The speed and power of the sword light instantly soared 10 times. Wherever the sword light passed, the world seemed to be split in half. At the same time, the Yuan Gu Emperor Xian opened his mouth and spat out a sword light that looked like the Milky Way. This was the natal sword energy that he had cultivated for countless years. The sword chi was mighty in the sky and on the ground. The Yuan Gu Emperor Xian attacked the mysterious figure from the front and the back. Anyone who could come here was definitely not weak. This person was like the wind. Although he could be seen with the naked eye, he didn't leave any traces, and there were no fluctuations coming from his body. The sword light spat out by the Yuan-Gu Emperor Xian dispersed the terrifying astral winds and broke the palm of the mysterious figure. However, the mysterious figure walked in the endless sword light. His body was like a gentle breeze, and it was difficult for the sword light to hit him. It was as if no technique could touch him. What? Chapter 1251. Chapter 1257. Wind Mystic Arts page 11. The mysterious expert's figure was faint and illusory as if he didn't have a physical body. Tao runes would appear under his feet with every step he took, as if he was walking on the Grand Tao. In just a few steps, the figure had already rushed out of the endless sword light. He then stretched out his right hand and slashed at the ancient Emperor Xian. The ancient Emperor Xian instantly felt a dangerous aura, and his hair stood on end. He didn't even think about it before disappearing without a trace. The moment the ancient Emperor Xian disappeared, a pitch-black spatial crack silently appeared in the void where he was. The spatial crack was thousands of meters long, and the void had actually been torn apart. The next moment, the ancient Emperor Xian's figure appeared several miles away. He couldn't help but turn pale with fright when he saw this scene. This person could casually tear apart the void with a single slash. He was truly abnormally powerful. Who the hell are you? The ancient Emperor Xian was shaken. Such a character and such a method made him feel threatened. The opponent's attack was simply untraceable. This seemed to be a counter to the chaotic secret art, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. It was invisible and traceless, making it very difficult to reverse. Even though the ancient Emperor Xian possessed an unbeatable immortal Tao killing art, he couldn't help but be shocked. This mysterious person couldn't be a legendary character, right? In ancient times, there were brilliant people who wanted to create a great art that could restrain the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, but no one succeeded. No one claimed to have created a supreme art that could restrain the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. However, there were many talented people in the immemorial era, and no one knew if there were any who could create a supreme art that could counter the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. This mysterious expert gave the ancient Emperor Xian a feeling that he didn't know how to deal with him. That person strode through the void and approached the ancient Emperor Xian. He was like a gentle breeze that didn't emit any aura, just like air. It was too terrifying. Flying immortal sword. Yuan-Gu Emperor Xian pointed his sword finger and the flying celestial sword immediately issued a deafening roar. The dazzling sword light turned into a supreme immortal light that fell from the sky and strangled the figure. Under the sword light, the void was annihilated. The primordial Emperor Xian was going all out. However, that person remained calm under the peerless sword light. He merely took one step forward and dodged the terrifying sword light that was descending from the sky. Swoosh! This part of the void was destroyed by this sword light. Nothing existed anymore. This was the might of a Saint Tier sword light. A trace of Saint Tier might lingered in the world. That person took strange steps, and Tao patterns appeared under his feet. He gave off the feeling that he was stepping on the great Tao and looking down on the world. Even the primordial Emperor Xian felt his heart palpitate. The mysterious powerhouse's movement technique was extremely fast. After avoiding the peerless sword light that fell from the sky, he instantly arrived in front of Emperor Xian and pressed his palm against Emperor Xian's chest. The primordial Emperor Xian was shocked. The opponent's speed was absolutely rare and seemed to be even better than Gu Fei's 8 desolation steps. Chaotic reversal. The primordial Emperor Xian roared, and a wave of celestial force rushed out of his body. The void around him rippled like transparent water. The void around him was reversed by the celestial force. However, a scene that left the primordial Emperor Xian dumbfounded appeared. The mysterious powerhouse's palm actually penetrated the layer of transparent ripples around him and pressed against his chest. How is this possible? Bam! The primordial Emperor Xian was blasted thousands of feet away. His shirt was shattered by an extremely powerful palm force, revealing his jade-white skin. There was a bloody palm print in the middle of his chest. His sternum was broken, and a trace of scarlet blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. The body of a half-step sage was very strong, so the primordial Emperor Xian's body was not destroyed by the mysterious powerhouse. However, the palm of the mysterious powerhouse still caused a great impact on the primordial Emperor Xian. The person did not say a word from beginning to end, nor did he emit any murderous aura. He was calm and indifferent, as if he did not exist in this world. The celestial force in the primordial Emperor Xian's body was vast and mighty. 9 rays of celestial light surrounded his body, and the flying immortal sword was hovering above his head. He stared coldly at the figure in front of him. How is this possible? How could you break this supreme killing technique? The primordial Emperor Xian's face revealed a look of disbelief. It should be known that the 9 secrets of the immortal path was a supreme killing technique created by the supreme Tao ancestor. The chaotic reversal secret technique was known as an invincible supreme technique, but now it had been easily broken by someone. This shocked the primordial Emperor Xian to the extreme. The mysterious person still did not speak. Instead, he pointed with his finger. The primordial Emperor Xian felt the airflow around his body move. Then, without any warning, a speck of divine light appeared in front of him and shot toward the space between his eyebrows. This speck of divine light appeared very suddenly, and was very close to the primordial Emperor Xian. The primordial Emperor Xian only had time to tilt his head. The speck of divine light brushed past the primordial Emperor Xian's face and left a bloody mark on it. This is the power of wind? The primordial Emperor Xian quickly retreated. He finally understood how the mysterious person had attacked him. The mysterious person was actually using the power of wind. The mysterious person was able to control the airflow in this part of the world without leaving a trace. He had used the power of wind to its peak, and even a half-step saint had been injured by him. The nature of heaven and earth, as well as all kinds of living things, all contained the truth of heaven and earth that could help people comprehend the Tao. Earth, water, wind, and fire were the 4 powers that had appeared when the primordial chaos created the world. Didn't the primordial wind divine sect perish long ago? How could there be someone who knows about the primordial wind divine sect? The primordial Emperor Xian was shocked to the extreme. No wonder the mysterious person's speed was so terrifying. No wonder he could control the power of wind. It seemed that this person cultivated the primordial wind divine sect, one of the great sects of the human race. The first sect master of the primordial wind divine sect was the primordial wind divine. This primordial wind divine was the fastest in the world and could come and go without a trace. He was an extraordinary figure even in ancient times. At this time, the primordial Emperor Xian's injuries had completely healed. His aura had risen to its peak state as if he hadn't suffered any serious injuries. Legend had it that the primordial wind divine sect was an affectionate person. He had offended many people because of his love affairs, which had led to a lot of trouble for the primordial wind divine sect. Chapter 1252. Chapter 1258. Demonic Manifestation Page 11. The blurry Tao pattern was only in its embryonic form. There were only vague traces and it had yet to take shape. But even so, Gu Fei's bones still had Tao rhymes circulating around them. Blurry traces were branded on his bones, containing endless origin energy. This was the purest energy in the world. At this moment, Gu Fei had refined it into his own origin energy and fused it with his own origin energy. Around Gu Fei's body, the flesh and blood that had exploded also bloomed with dazzling divine light. Every drop of blood flickered with a powerful aura. The origin energy of martial arts that had been seized from the indestructible martial body continued to be refined into his bones. The blurry marks on his bones gradually became clearer. These were the Tao marks that Gu Fei had comprehended and belonged to himself. It was not the Tao of the indestructible martial body, nor was it the Tao of the supreme martial ancestor who had created the path of martial arts. It was the Tao that belonged to Gu Fei alone. The reason why Tao severing experts were so powerful was because they had walked their own Tao, severed the Tao of others, and condensed their own Tao energy. Roar! The primordial spirit sitting between Gu Fei's eyebrows roared to the sky. A terrifying divine sense spread out in all directions, and a circle of ripples that could be seen with the naked eye appeared in the void. The immortal Tao aura on the primordial spirit grew stronger. 9 divine lights circled around the small figure, like a supreme immortal emperor sitting above the 9 heavens. Strands of origin energy of martial arts gathered between his eyebrows and entered the primordial spirit. It refined the origin energy and made the primordial spirit even more powerful. The light ball formed by the origin energy of martial arts bloomed in Gu Fei's Mud Pill Palace, almost illuminating the entire Mud Pill Palace. Endless origin energy spread out from Gu Fei's Mud Pill Palace again and again, flowing into Gu Fei's bones. The Tao rhymes were condensing, and vague Tao marks were constantly branded into Gu Fei's bones. Then they appeared on his bones. The origin energy of martial arts that had spread out from Gu Fei's Mud Pill Palace was mostly absorbed by his bones. Gu Fei's entire bones were like a sacred weapon branded with Dao marks, giving off an extremely powerful feeling. His martial body had once again transformed. The origin energy of martial arts that had sunk into Gu Fei's Naiwen Palace gradually dimmed, while Gu Fei's Naiwen Palace became as bright as a mortal jade, surrounded by divine light. Finally, veins reappeared on Gu Fei's body. Then, veins appeared on his bones. Then, the origin energy of Gu Fei's Gu blood is. The Dao marks were condensing, and his flesh and blood were reborn. In an instant, Gu Fei was no longer a set of bones. This time, the origin energy of martial arts had completely refined his martial body from the inside out. At this time, Gu Fei still did not stop. Although his flesh and blood had been reborn, the origin energy of martial arts that had spread out from his body once again caused Gu Fei's newly reborn flesh and blood to collapse. Gu Fei's flesh and blood still could not withstand the extremely powerful origin energy of martial arts that had seeped out from his body, which made him secretly surprised. This body of martial arts was definitely advancing towards the sacred bone. Only the flesh and blood that had been tempered could withstand such power. Gu Fei began to refine his flesh and blood. The vague Dao marks on his body of martial arts also gradually began to be branded into his flesh and blood. Branding Dao marks on one's flesh and blood, tendons and bones was a unique method of refining one's body on the martial path. Almighties at the severing path could condense their own Dao marks and draw on the power of the Dao to strengthen their body. Only those at the severing path could use this method and truly embark on the path of an expert. At this time, outside the land of hidden dragons, the Emperor Xian of the primordial era encountered the earth that he had rarely seen in his life. The vague figure seemed to have merged with the great Dao of heaven and earth, completely untraceable. What shocked Celestial Emperor Yuan Gu even more was that this mysterious person was able to break his chaotic secret art. One should know that the 9 esoteric arts of immortal Dao were the ultimate arts created by the supreme Dao ancestor. From the ancient Divine Wind sect? As the Emperor of the Eastern Land, the Emperor Xian of the primordial era naturally knew many ancient secrets. Moreover, the Divine Wind sect had not been a small sect in ancient times. The founder of the Divine Wind sect, the Divine Wind sect, had also been a powerhouse in ancient times. However, the Divine Wind sect had not existed for a long time. It seemed that the people of the Divine Wind sect had disappeared overnight. Even the sect master of the Divine Wind sect, who possessed the fastest speed in the world, had disappeared. This matter had caused a huge uproar in the primordial era. A great sect of the human race had actually disappeared, almost causing a great war between the human race, the demons, and the demon race. The mysterious person had not said a word since he had appeared. Could it be a clone? The Emperor Xian of the primordial era was even more shocked. If a clone was already so powerful, wouldn't the main body be able to kill him with a single finger? Swoosh! After a brief confrontation, the Emperor Xian of the primordial era chose to retreat. He and his sword became one, turning into a divine rainbow that soared into the sky and flew directly into the abyss above the earth. The vague figure did not chase after the Emperor Xian of the primordial era and allowed the Emperor Xian of the primordial era to leave. Divine Wind. Just as the sword light of the Emperor Xian of the primordial era disappeared into the dusky sky and earth, a wave of divine consciousness came from nearby. Then, a figure silently floated out of the darkness. A heart-palpitating demonic aura immediately filled the void. Demonic chi curled around the figure, and a pair of blood-red eyes flickered in the demonic chi. Demon! The figure that had chased away the Emperor Xian of the primordial era spat out a single word. Then, the mysterious powerhouse directly made a move. Endless astral winds rushed out of his hands like countless invisible divine weapons that blotted out the sky and earth as they slashed towards the demonic figure. From time to time, hair-thin spatial cracks silently appeared in the void. True demon purgatory. The demonic figure shouted loudly. A black whirlpool immediately appeared in front of the demonic figure and absorbed all the invisible astral winds that were slashing towards him. Bam! The void shook and the black whirlpool suddenly enlarged several times. The vast and mighty demonic chi rushed towards the mysterious powerhouse, wanting to swallow him into the black whirlpool. Demons were the greatest enemies of the world. When cultivators encountered demons, they would immediately attack them without any hesitation. The mysterious powerhouse that had chased away the Emperor Xian of the primordial era was also the first one to attack. Boom! The mysterious powerhouse only threw a punch at the killing move of the demonic figure. Although it was just a punch, the entire void shook because of this punch. Then, the black whirlpool in front of the demonic figure dissipated. The endless demonic chi was completely obliterated by the power of the mysterious powerhouse's punch, and the demonic figure was sent flying. It's really you, old ghost. Chapter 1253. Volume II, Chapter 1259, Embodiment of Perversion, page 11. The mysterious expert had chased away the primordial Emperor Xian and displayed his unparalleled battle prowess. He had even broken through the demonic shadow's great technique with a single punch and sent him flying. Wind God, is it really this old ghost? Mo Ying was shocked and angry. He seemed to be very afraid of the mysterious expert. However, the mysterious expert didn't say anything and directly rushed towards Mo Ying. An extremely powerful aura burst forth from the mysterious expert's body, and the demonic shadow was once again forced back by this aura. The mysterious expert hadn't even attacked, but he was already so terrifying. It's just a clone, but it's already this powerful. This time, Mo Ying was truly afraid. When the mysterious powerhouse and the primordial Emperor Xian had exchanged blows, he had been hiding nearby and had witnessed the battle. But from the looks of it now, the Wind God had not displayed his true strength in that battle earlier on. This was something that sent chills down Mo Ying's spine. Rumble. The entire world trembled with the footsteps of the mysterious expert, as if it could collapse at any time. This was the aura of invincibility, looking down on the world. Swoosh. The demonic shadow didn't dare to fight and directly retreated. Its body almost collapsed, and the demonic chi on its body scattered. This demonic shadow didn't have a physical body, it was just an illusion. This was the incarnation of an incomparably powerful demon. However, the demonic clone did not manage to escape very far. The mysterious expert merely pointed with a finger and the demonic clone exploded, destroyed in the void. Such strength! In the pitch-black sky far away, a figure seemed to have fused with the surrounding world. He stood in the air and watched the scene unfold before him in extreme shock. This person was the primordial Emperor Xian. He used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the anti-emptiness secret art. His aura completely merged with the void of heaven and earth, so no one could discover his existence. Even the mysterious expert in the distance couldn't sense the existence of the Emperor Xian. No one thought that the Emperor Xian hadn't gone far. After the mysterious expert killed the incarnation of the Tao Mo, he arrived outside the land of Hidden Dragon. He seemed to hesitate for a moment, but in the end, he still walked into the land of Hidden Dragon. The cauldron of mountain and river emitted a trace of extreme saint might that suppressed the surroundings. Everything in the Hidden Dragon grounds was sealed. No living creatures could walk around, as they were all suppressed to the ground. Even the immortal godly medicine was suppressed there. However, the mysterious expert ignored the extreme power of the mountain river cauldron and walked straight into the land of Hidden Dragon. Moreover, the mysterious expert walked directly in the direction of the mountain river cauldron's aura. At this time, Gu Fei was sitting cross-legged on the ground. Terrifying cracks were constantly appearing on his body. He didn't know how many times his body had collapsed. Even now, it was still difficult for his body to withstand the formidable power of the martial Tao source of the indestructible martial body. As Gu Fei circulated his origin energy to refine his body, a figure silently appeared before Gu Fei without any warning. When Gu Fei saw this figure, he was so scared that he nearly went berserk. He nearly leaped up from the ground. To think that someone would appear right before him. How could this be possible? The mountain river cauldron suppressed the surroundings. Not to mention a supreme expert, even a half-saint would not be able to withstand the extreme power emitted by the mountain river cauldron. The person silently stood in front of Gu Fei. He didn't say anything, nor did he do anything. The faint figure was like a wisp of smoke that could dissipate at any time. Gu Fei's heart trembled. This person was too terrifying. Could it be that he was a saint? In the current world, saints were extinct. In the 3 realms and 6 Daos, there shouldn't be any saints. Whoosh! A purple divine light emerged from between Gu Fei's eyebrows. A strange fluctuation spread out from between his eyebrows. He had used the martial Tao Heavenly Eye. An incarnation? When he saw the state of the mysterious person in front of him, Gu Fei couldn't help but be dumbfounded. It was only an incarnation. An incarnation was able to withstand the extreme power emitted by the mountain river cauldron. What kind of person's incarnation was this? It was so monstrous that it was unbelievable. The person in front of him made Gu Fei feel uneasy. He was at the most crucial moment of refining the martial Dao origin. If he was affected, it would not be a joke. However, it was impossible for Gu Fei to stop now because he couldn't. His martial Dao was circulating, his flesh and bones were trembling. A vast amount of qi and blood came out from the top of Gu Fei's head. It was like a huge dragon that soared into the sky. His qi and blood were like a dragon. Gu Fei's aura was extremely powerful. Gu Fei wanted to connect with the mountain river cauldron and suppress the mysterious person in front of him. However, at this time, the mysterious person who had been standing still suddenly moved. The person's hands moved and he was performing a great technique. A divine aura of the great Dao spread out from the mysterious person's hands. Then, strands of Dao power shot towards Gu Fei and entered Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei's body trembled. He felt as if an invisible hand had reached into his body. The flow of his qi and blood was immediately out of his control. His shock was no small matter. His life was in the hands of the mysterious person. This made Gu Fei extremely shocked. The mysterious person could kill him with a single thought. All the martial Dao true force in his body broke away from Gu Fei's control. It was guided by the Dao power that the mysterious person had reached into his body, and was circulating in a mysterious way. Martial Dao, how could he? To Gu Fei's disbelief, the mysterious person had actually evolved a supreme martial Dao in his body. This was also recorded in the martial ancestors' true scripture. However, with Gu Fei's current cultivation, it was impossible for him to cultivate such a supreme technique. Rumble! A muffled sound like thunder came from Gu Fei's body. He felt as if his body was about to explode. An extremely powerful force was generated in his body. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones breaking came from Gu Fei's body. The powerful force crushed all the bones in his body into pieces. His entire body was instantly covered in blood and flesh. Even his skull was broken. His primordial spirit flew out and floated above the broken flesh. The Dao light lingered around it and it looked solemn. It was like a 9 heavens immortal descending to the mortal world. Once this supreme technique was activated, even Gu Fei's body could not withstand it. However, the mysterious person used Dao power to control everything. Chapter 1254. The mysterious man displayed a supreme technique and evolved the power of the Dao. This made Gu Fei feel great danger, but at the same time, he saw the hope of advancing. 1*1*, there was no such thing as reaping without sowing. In order to improve one's cultivation and strength, cultivators had to cultivate day and night. In the process of cultivation, they would also encounter all kinds of dangers. However, these dangers were not the most terrifying. The most terrifying thing was when a person lost his confidence. Once he lost confidence, all kinds of negative emotions would emerge. If one's Dao heart was unstable, there was no hope of proving the Dao. One could imagine that a person's state of mind had already determined how far this person could go on the road of cultivation. Gu Fei's state of mind was extremely firm. He firmly believed that man could conquer nature. Therefore, he always maintained a state of mind that was invincible. He pressed forward on the road of cultivation and went further than people of the same level. Only after experiencing wind and rain could a rainbow be seen. Hardships could train a person's will. Gu Fei's primordial spirit sat in the void and watched as his body turned into a pile of flesh. It was a shocking sight, but he still did not move. Even his bones, which were branded with vague traces of the great Dao, had shattered at this moment. However, with Gu Fei's current cultivation base, as long as he had a strand of hair or a drop of blood, he would be able to reconstruct his body. The mysterious man evolved the supreme Dao. Traces of Dao power seeped out from his hands. Like invisible silk threads, they wrapped around Gu Fei. Under the stimulation of the Dao power, the vague imprint of the Dao that Gu Fei had comprehended began to emit traces of divine light. His bones were quickly condensed, and every bone had Dao rhymes circulating above it. His flesh and bones were rapidly reconstructing, but just as the reconstruction was completed, the mysterious man mercilessly smashed Gu Fei's body into pieces. Roar! Gu Fei roared. Since ancient times, he was probably the only person who had such an unforgettable experience of such a tragic method of refining his body. The cycle of destruction and rebirth changed again and again. Every time Gu Fei's flesh, blood, tendons and bones were destroyed, his qi and blood would grow stronger, And the power he could refine into his flesh, blood, tendons, and bones would be even greater. All the impurities in Gu Fei's body were gradually refined. His body was transforming into a flawless saint body. Every piece of his flesh, even every drop of his blood, contained a tremendous amount of power. A single strand of hair might be able to kill immortals and deities. This was a divine physique that was even more powerful and terrifying than the physical body of great figures. Tao patterns were imprinted on the flesh and blood, achieving the goal of coexisting with the great Tao of heaven and earth. This mysterious person seemed to be refining Gu Fei's body as a peerless divine material, wanting to forge a human-shaped saint artifact. The power of the Tao was vast and mighty. Every ray of divine light that was emitted from the hands of the mysterious man could crush the ages. What kind of power was this? The magical power displayed by the mysterious man was too incredible. This was a supreme sacred technique that only the sages of ancient times could master. This mysterious man could actually display it so easily. Gu Fei was already convinced that the original body of this mysterious man was definitely a sage. Why did sages still exist in this world? Gu Fei was puzzled. His qi, blood, and true force were completely controlled by the other party. Gu Fei could only use his heart to comprehend the fluctuations of this great technique. Chaotic yin and yang into chaos? Gu Fei felt that the true force of yin and yang in his body, under the guidance of the mysterious man's Tao power, had actually transformed into a trace of the power of the origin of chaos. This was a sign that the martial body was about to transform. The 5 elements turned into yin and yang turned into chaos. Gu Fei's martial body was transforming towards the path of the supreme martial body. The indestructible golden body was only a martial body of the sage level. This was a martial body that was condensed by a supreme martial artist who had cultivated the great Tao of metal. The chaotic martial body. This kind of physique was probably already heaven-defying. Legend had it that the supreme martial ancestor had cultivated an invincible great Tao with a chaotic martial body. His own martial body was actually showing signs of transforming into the chaotic martial body. This made it difficult for Gu Fei to remain calm. Even the primordial spirit that was sitting cross-legged in the void opened its eyes and swept its gaze towards the original body below. The immortal Tao primordial spirit possessed the immortal Tao divine ability. After opening the heavenly eye, everything in Gu Fei's body was sensed by the immortal Tao primordial spirit. It did not miss even the slightest detail. He saw traces of Tao power passing through his flesh, blood, tendons, and bones. The true force of yin and yang seemed to be burning. The power of yin and yang was vast and mighty. Gu Fei felt as if his soul was about to shatter. He wanted to scream hysterically, but he could not make any sound. This was a terrifying torment. No one could help him. He could only endure it by himself. If he could endure it, his cultivation and strength would rise to the next level. If he could not endure it, then even if he did not die, he would completely lose the hope of becoming a paragon. The mysterious person was building the Tao foundation for Gu Fei, the foundation of the great Tao, the foundation of the Tao. For martial artists, power came from the body, and the body needed the support of the bone body. The bone body became extremely important. Tao marks were branded on the bone body to ensure that the body would not collapse. The trace of martial Tao chaotic origin that was derived from the yin and yang true force was absorbed by the bone body. The Tao marks on the bone body gradually became clear. The Tao marks condensed Tao power and were branded on the bone body, allowing the bone body to achieve eternity. After an unknown amount of time, just when Gu Fei felt that he was about to go crazy, he suddenly felt his body relax. Then, he felt endless spiritual qi of heaven and earth gathering from all directions and entering his body. It made all the pores on his body relax, and it was extremely comfortable. The Tao power that the mysterious person had injected into his body disappeared. Looking inside, Gu Fei found that the blurry Tao marks that he had comprehended had been completely consolidated. On the bone body, there was a trace of chaotic power circulating densely. It was covered with blurry marks. This was the embryonic state of the great Tao divine pattern. It was impossible to condense the great Tao divine pattern in one go. As Gu Fei's understanding of the great Tao became deeper and deeper, the Tao marks would gradually take shape and finally transform into a true flawless Tao pattern. I'm going to cut my way? Gu Fei felt the Tao power growing in his body, but his cultivation did not seem to have broken through to the almighty realm. Now, he was already standing on the 9th step of the celestial being realm. He was only one step away from ascending to the heavens. At this time, Only then did Gu Fei realize that the mysterious person had disappeared. He did not know when the mountain and river cauldron had flown back and was floating above his head. Boom! At this time, an earth-shattering sound came from the depths of the hidden dragon grounds. Then, a dragon's roar resounded through the 9 heavens. Dragon chi filled the 9 heavens, and the entire hidden dragon grounds shook violently. Shocking cracks appeared on the ground, and the 9 huge mountain ridges looked like they were about to collapse. What happened? Chapter 1255. The mysterious cultivator helped Gu Fei reach the foundation building realm, allowing Gu Fei to completely consolidate his realm. Gu Fei received great benefits. The yin and yang qi in his body evolved and actually gave birth to a sliver of chaotic qi. On his bones, a blurry mark of the Great Path was imprinted. His entire body was transforming into the legendary chaotic martial body. This was a supreme physique of the human race. According to the legends, the physique of the supreme martial ancestor who created the path of martial arts was the chaotic martial body. Since the martial ancestor, no one had cultivated such a heaven-defying martial physique. After Gu Fei woke up, he realized that there was a huge change in the depths of the hidden dragon ground. A dragon's roar resounded from the depths of the hidden dragon ground. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The 9 huge mountain ridges were shaking. The entire world seemed like it was about to collapse. The ground was cracking, as if the end of the world had suddenly arrived. It was extremely terrifying. Gu Fei realized that the hidden dragon ground seemed to have been broken by someone. All the killing formations were on the verge of collapsing. This extremely dangerous place seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Is that him? Gu Fei thought of the mysterious cultivator who helped him reach the foundation building realm. It seemed like only someone like him could break through the hidden dragon ground. That freak! He's really despicable. Just then, a figure stumbled out from the front. This person's clothes were tattered, and his face was covered in dirt. He looked extremely pathetic. Hey Tian! Gu Fei was overjoyed when he saw this person. This guy had taken advantage of the mountain and river cauldron suppressing the hidden dragon ground to enter the depths of the hidden dragon ground. He had definitely obtained great benefits. Boss! At this time, He Tian also saw Gu Fei. Ha! Boss you! He Tian felt the aura on Gu Fei's body and couldn't help but be shocked. Gu Fei's body emitted a formless aura that made his heart tremble. Half-step almighty? He Tian was shocked to discover that Gu Fei had already taken one step into the realm of mighty beings. Moreover, Gu Fei seemed to be able to trigger the Tao-severing heavenly tribulation at any time. Cutting the way was like an insurmountable chasm that lay in front of every 9th layer of the celestial being realm. Half-step almighty beings were not almighty beings after all. It was too difficult to take that step. There were many emperors, but not many almighty experts. This was because in the current world, severing the Tao had already become an incomparably difficult thing. For thousands of years, no one in the heaven realm had been able to severing the Tao to become an almighty expert. If Gu Fei were to slash his Tao, it would definitely be a huge event that would shake the entire heaven realm. What happened inside? Gu Fei asked. Right now, he had to figure out the situation inside. Inside the 9 heavens hidden dragonland, there must be something that could not be born. 9 dragons returning to 1. Hidden dragon ascending to the heavens, incredible. When He Tian heard this, he recalled the scene he had seen in the depths of the hidden dragon grounds, and his expression instantly turned ugly. What? Hearing this, Gu Fei was also startled. He did not expect that the 9 hidden dragons would actually gather together and give birth to a new life. Hidden dragon ascending to the heavens. Could it be that a heavenly dragon was born? If that was really the case, then it was truly heaven-defying. In the current world, there was actually an innate divine beast born from heaven and earth. The entire heaven realm would probably be thrown into chaos. Roar! Another earth-shattering roar came from the depths of the hidden dragon land. Then, the 9 dragon-shaped mountain ridges began to crack. Rocks rolled down from the mountain ridges, and dust filled the air. The cracks on the mountain ridges began to emit traces of dragon chi. These dragon chi gathered towards the depths of the hidden dragonland, and the dragon chi contained in the 9 mountain ridges quickly dissipated. A terrifying draconic might condensed in the depths of the hidden dragonland, as if there really was a terrifying heavenly dragon gathering the endless dragon chi of the earth, condensing the body of a true dragon. Boss, let's go. He Tian did not say much and directly rushed out of the hidden dragonland. At this moment, An extremely powerful aura surged from the depths of the hidden dragonland, and the 9 dragon-shaped mountain ridges finally collapsed. Endless dragon chi was drawn out, and like 9 huge dragons, they rushed into the depths of the hidden dragonland. The 9 dragons gathered together, and a huge dragon silhouette tens of thousands of meters long appeared between heaven and earth. This scene was absolutely shocking. The tens of thousands of meters long dragon silhouette circled high in the sky, and the mighty draconic might of the 9 heavens and 10 earths shook the entire Saint burial ground. Spiritual chi gathered from all directions, and an extremely terrifying power condensed. This power was definitely at the level of a saint, and even Gu Fei felt his soul tremble. Too powerful. Gu Fei did not hesitate and also rushed out of the hidden dragonland. This kind of power was not something he could withstand, and if he did not leave, his life would most likely be in danger. Even though his martial body was marked with vague traces of the Great Path, it could not truly withstand the impact of the power of a saint. Saints had already transcended beyond the 3 realms, and were no longer within the 5 elements. They had comprehended their own great path, and were supreme existences between heaven and earth, able to look down on the entire world. Roar! Earth-shattering dragon roars rang out continuously, and the heavens and earth shook. The hidden dragonland completely collapsed, and the earth sank. Even the Saint burial ground was affected by the impact. The entrance to the Saint burial ground began to collapse. The tens of thousands of meters long dragon silhouette circled in the endless spiritual light, swallowing the spiritual chi of the world. It was not the true body of a true dragon, but only an illusion. However, the fluctuations it emitted were definitely at the Saint burial ground. This true dragon was a Saint burial ground existence as soon as it was born. This true dragon was truly terrifying. The birth of an innate divine beast caused the weather to change, and the heavens and earth sensed it. Thunder rumbled faintly in the sky, and a terrifying heavenly might that seemed capable of destroying the world descended. Heavenly tribulation. Gu Fei and He Tian only dared to stop after rushing thousands of kilometers away. Gu Fei and He Tian could not be more familiar with the fluctuations of heavenly tribulations. The life that had been born in the depths of the hidden dragonland had actually triggered a heavenly tribulation. This was far too extraordinary. In the current world, it was very rare to trigger a heavenly tribulation. Only those who defied the natural order would trigger a heavenly tribulation when they were making a breakthrough. Gu Fei was one of them. Gu Fei activated his martial path heavenly eye and saw an unbelievable scene. The mysterious person who had helped him reach the Foundation Establishment realm had actually appeared in front of the tens of thousands of meters long dragon silhouette. Compared to the tens of thousands of meters long dragon, the figure of the mysterious expert was as small as an ant. However, although he was as small as an ant, it did not mean that he was as weak as an ant. The tens of thousands of meters long dragon had a dazzling dragon pearl in its mouth. The dragon pearl emitted a dazzling divine light that illuminated the world. The dragon chi in the world originated from this dragon pearl. An uneasy fluctuation was emitted from the dragon pearl that was enveloped by endless dragon chi. Rumble. Terrifying bolts of lightning began to appear in the pitch-black sky. Each bolt of lightning tore through the darkness of the world and descended from the endless depths of the sky. The world had sensed it and sent down a lightning tribulation. This was a terrifying tribulation that could not be avoided. The only thing that could be done was to face it head-on. However, no one could remain calm in the face of a heavenly tribulation. Even the connate divine beast that was about to be born was no exception. A dragon silhouette could be vaguely seen within the dragon pearl in the dragon's mouth. The might of the heavens was so vast that everyone had to retreat. The heavenly tribulation was extremely dangerous for those who were going through it. However, it was also a kind of opportunity. As long as one could survive this tribulation, they would be considered weak and would be recognized by the world. The destructive aura that descended from the sky made Gu Fei restless. He could have triggered his own cutting path heavenly tribulation at any time. Now, under the influence of the aura, Gu Fei felt a vague threat. He knew that if he did not take action, his own heavenly tribulation would be triggered. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron that floated above Gu Fei's head vibrated. Chaotic primordial chi descended from the mountain and river cauldron like chaotic dragons and enveloped Gu Fei. The chaotic primordial chi was the ancestral chi of the world. It could isolate all auras. The strange fluctuations on Gu Fei's body immediately calmed down. He could no longer feel the threat from the world. The mysterious man did not take action. He only looked at the dragon pearl in the dragon's mouth. At this moment, the entire sky seemed to be pressing down on them. Flashes of lightning kept appearing, and the terrifying lightning was already closing in on the 10,000 zhong tall dragon shadow. Swoosh! A bolt of purple lightning struck down from the sky, tearing through the void. It swept across the body of the 10,000-foot-long dragon, almost splitting it into two. The essence of the 9 heavens hidden dragon is all gathered in the dragon pearl. The hidden dragon rises to the sky. A real dragon is about to be born. Heition said to himself. Such a thing rarely happened, even in the ancient times. A dragon was about to be born. Moreover, it was born from the world. It was a congenital real dragon that had been created by the world. It had not even been born yet, but it had already attracted the lightning tribulation. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud noise. Endless lightning appeared in the sky without warning. This part of the world turned into a sea of lightning. Terrifying lightning raged in all directions. Without any suspense, the sea of lightning came crashing down from the sky, enveloping the massive dragon silhouette and the mysterious man. The glaring lightning cut through the void and illuminated the world. A terrifying aura that could destroy the world spread in the sky and on the ground. Wherever the lightning passed, nothing was left. The void had turned into the most primitive state of chaos. Even if a true saint were to come, his expression would change. The lightning tribulation that was descending from the heavens and earth was too frightening and vast. No one dared to get too close. They did not want to be caught in the crossfire. At the same time, huge lightning struck down from the sky from time to time. Such lightning contained a terrifying power of destruction. Even a semi-sage would be turned into ashes if they were hit by such lightning. At this time, several mysterious figures appeared in the nearby area. These people were watching from afar. They seemed to have some scruples and did not want to come forward. Chapter 1256. Boom! The sound of thunder was deafening as blinding lightning struck down from the depths of the endless sky like mountain ridges. Every single bolt of lightning seemed capable of destroying an entire world. 1*1*, that's a saint-level heavenly tribulation. Gu Fei and Heition were both extremely shocked. A lightning tribulation of this level was simply too terrifying. If it had been any other place, the entire area would have been destroyed and the earth would have sunk. However, this was the entrance to the land of buried saints. This part of the world seemed to have been refined by someone and was extremely sturdy. Under the impact of the heavenly tribulation, Tao patterns could be faintly seen in the void. Even so, the land of the hidden dragon of the 9 heavens still collapsed. This heaven-defying pattern of heaven and earth had condensed an endless amount of dragon chi of the earth and ultimately nurtured a life comparable to a saint. A divine beast nurtured by heaven and earth was no small matter. It had even attracted a saint-level heavenly tribulation, shocking the entire area and attracting a few big shots. Gu Fei and Heition couldn't deal with such a person. They quietly retreated into the distance, trying their best not to be discovered by these old fogies. However, no matter how careful Gu Fei and Heition were, they were still targeted. Bam! Gu Fei and Heition were just about to leave when the sky above them suddenly shook violently. A large golden hand, like the hand of heaven, broke through the void and reached out to grab the ancient cauldron floating above Gu Fei's head. Whoosh! The moment the large golden hand appeared, Gu Fei grabbed Heition and used the 8 desolate steps to instantly disappear. The large hand only managed to grab 2 afterimages. Boom! The place where Gu Fei and Heition had been standing was immediately crushed by the large golden hand. The void was instantly shattered into a chaotic mess. Gu Fei and Heition appeared 10 miles away. This was the power of the metal element. Gu Fei sensed a familiar fluctuation. The person who attacked seemed to have a great grudge against him. The person in the dark wanted to kill Gu Fei in an instant, but he failed to injure Gu Fei. Even so, Gu Fei broke out in a cold sweat. A burly figure appeared in the distance, closing in on Gu Fei and Heition step by step. It was as if a primordial divine mountain was moving, giving off an incomparably powerful feeling. That person approached. When Gu Fei saw this person, his pupils involuntarily contracted. This person's golden hair was fluttering in the wind. His eyes were like cold stars, flashing with a cold divine light. He was staring at Gu Fei. This person was none other than the little Pang Emperor, whom he had once crippled. So it's you. Gu Fei looked at the little Pang Emperor expressionlessly and said indifferently. He keenly sensed that the current Little Pang Emperor was somewhat different. There seemed to be some changes in his body. The Little Pang Emperor actually appeared here. This made Gu Fei feel extremely surprised. It should be known that the Little Pang Emperor was almost killed by him just now. The current Little Pang Emperor no longer had the domineering attitude of the past, nor did he have an arrogant expression. He seemed to have matured a lot, causing Gu Fei to have a whole new level of respect for him. Humph! This time, I'll trample you under my feet. The Little Pang Emperor's eyes shot out two sharp gazes that were like divine weapons. They swept towards Gu Fei. If gazes could kill, Gu Fei would probably have died countless times already. Being defeated by Gu Fei was a great humiliation for him. He constantly thought about how to avenge his humiliation and trample Gu Fei, this great enemy, under his feet. Let's go! Gu Fei did not say anything else. He directly soared into the sky with Hei Tian and flew above the abyss. At this time, there were many powerful figures rushing over. Gu Fei did not want others to know that the Extreme Path sacred weapon, the Mountain River Cauldron, was in his hands. Where do you think you're going? The Little Pang Emperor also soared into the sky at the first instant. A pair of golden wings appeared on his back. He turned into a golden rainbow and used the extreme speed of a sky pung to chase after them. Gu Fei also grabbed Hei Tian and used the extreme speed of 8 steps to instantly disappear into the distance. Gu Fei and the Little Pang Emperor, one in front and one behind, quickly disappeared in the dusky world. They were far away from the place where the heavenly tribulation had descended. After Gu Fei and the others left, a figure appeared at their original location. This person was none other than the Primordial Era Emperor Xian, who had been hiding nearby. The Sky Peng race? It seems that these two fellows are in big trouble. The Primordial Era Emperor Xian muttered to himself. The Sky Peng race was incomparably powerful and was a major force in the heaven realm. Especially the old patriarch of the Sky Peng race. He was even more unfathomable. The Primordial Era Emperor Xian was happy to see Gu Fei and Hei Tian become enemies with the Sky Peng race so that he could reap the benefits. It would be best if both Gu Fei and the Sky Peng race suffered heavy losses. At that moment, the entrance to the land of the buried saints was filled with the sound of crashing waves. It was as if a vast ocean had appeared there, and everything became blurry. One could vaguely see a large river surging forward. An ancient bridge stretched across the river, extending into the unknown. An indescribable scene appeared at the entrance of the land of the buried saints. There seemed to be a figure moving within the land of the buried saints. The Saint-Tier heavenly tribulation had finally erupted. Terrifying lightning enveloped a radius of 1,000 miles. Wherever the lightning passed, mountains crumbled. The aura of destruction spread across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Nothing was left behind. Everything was destroyed. Everyone couldn't help but retreat as far as they could. The sound of a dragon's roar could be heard from within the sea of lightning. Even the triggered heavenly tribulation could not destroy the dragon pearl. A true dragon was born within the dragon pearl, which was equivalent to an impenetrable sacred garment. Without the dragon pearl, even the mystical life forms born from the heavens and earth would have been destroyed by the power of the heavenly tribulation. No one dared to approach because there was Saint-Tier lightning wreaking havoc everywhere. As long as one was struck by a bolt of lightning, there would only be one outcome: the destruction of both body and soul. At that moment, Gu Fei and the others rushed out of the bottomless abyss. Kill! The Little Pang Emperor roared angrily, causing the entire void to tremble. He directly punched out at Gu Fei. Golden light burst out from his fist, and the fist energy was like a monstrous golden wave that rushed towards Gu Fei. Boom! Gu Fei punched out with a backhand, colliding fiercely with the Little Pang Emperor's fist. A part of the void was directly torn apart by the explosive force. The Little Pang Emperor was intercepted, and Hei Tian took the opportunity to rush into the distance, evading the attack. Chapter 1257. Bang! Gu Fei stomped the Little Pang Emperor down from the sky. He used the 8 desolate steps and 8 kills in 8 steps, displaying his terrifying battle prowess. A part of the world trembled under his feet. This ancient battle skill did not only have 8 steps of extreme speed, but also 8 steps of 8 kills in 8 steps. With one step, the world trembled. Furthermore, the might displayed by each step was not just a simple superposition of strength. If one could take the 8th step, the world would collapse and the stars would fall. It was a supreme killing technique that could destroy the world. Roar! The Little Pang Emperor roared. Golden divine light radiated from his body and his golden chi and blood soared into the sky. He was extremely depressed. He was actually stomped down from the sky by his opponent. This made him shocked and angry. It should be known that he was saved by the old rock emperor of the Tianping race. After returning to the race, the old rock emperor did not hesitate to use the supreme treasure of the race to raise his cultivation to a level where he could fight against a quasi-emperor. The Tianping race was the descendant of the ancient primordial divine beast, the great golden-winged Peng. It was a supreme existence that could fight against the extreme Tao saints. They had an unimaginable heritage. The little Peng emperor was blessed by the heavens. There was nothing to say about his talent. Within the Tianping race, he had the strongest bloodline of the great golden-winged Peng. It was precisely because of this that the old rock emperor of the Tianping race would not hesitate to raise a seedling that could transform into the strongest Tianping. However, after the little Peng emperor made his debut, he was defeated by people one after another. First, he was defeated by the Zi Huang, and then he was defeated by Gu Fei. However, although the little Peng emperor suffered consecutive setbacks, his sharpness was ground away. He became even more terrifying and powerful. To Gu Fei, he was an opponent worthy of respect. How is this possible? The little Peng emperor's golden hair fluttered wildly. He descended from the sky, and when he landed on the ground, he caused the ground to crack. The crimson ground was sinking. This was the depths of the Scarlet Plains. The red earth was incomparably sturdy. It was not something that the outside world could compare to. However, under the feet of the little Peng emperor, even the ground that was as sturdy as divine metal would be crushed. Boom! Just as the little Peng emperor landed on the ground, a wave of destructive energy suddenly erupted and descended from the little Peng emperor's head. Gu Fei didn't give the little Peng a chance to catch its breath. He immediately took the second step. Wind and thunder rumbled beneath Gu Fei's feet. Powerful beams of light appeared, tearing through the void. This was the second step of the 8 steps 8 kills. When this step was taken, even the heavens and earth trembled. Gu Fei's second step was much stronger than the first. Even the little Peng's expression changed. This pervert! The little Peng emperor was both shocked and enraged. Gu Fei's battle prowess had already exceeded his expectations. Although his cultivation and strength had increased, Gu Fei had also improved. Swoosh! A pair of golden wings appeared on the back of the little Peng emperor. With a flap of his wings, he unleashed the speed of a heavenly Peng and rushed out from under Gu Fei's foot. This time, he didn't dare to face Gu Fei head-on. Boom! As Gu Fei's right foot stomped down, the entire void instantly transformed into primordial nothingness. The ground within a radius of 100 miles instantly exploded. Even the primordial chi in this part of the world was emitted by his stomp. The little Peng emperor was silently shocked. His opponent's strength was comparable to a supreme existence. But this fellow wasn't even a supreme existence. He hadn't severed his Tao yet. Gu Fei didn't use any divine weapons. He wanted to use his own strength to fight against the little Peng emperor. He didn't want to rely too much on divine weapons. Unless it was a life-and-death situation, Gu Fei wouldn't use his divine weapons. And at this moment, above the bottomless abyss, dark clouds covered the entire sky. Above the boundless firmament, a destructive aura that caused all life in the world to tremble came crashing down. 9 dragons gathered and hidden dragons soared into the sky. The 9 dragon veins contained endless draconic chi, giving birth to a divine beast comparable to a saint. The world sensed it and sent down a lightning tribulation. Furthermore, this was no ordinary tribulation lightning. Within the pitch-black tribulation clouds, there were actually 9 colored tribulation lightning bolts rumbling. Each bolt of lightning was like an incomparably huge mountain ridges, tearing the heavens and splitting the earth apart. It was extremely terrifying. The blood mist that shrouded the entire Scarlet Plains was dispersed by the tribulation lightning. Even the Central Plains and the Southern Domain could feel the terrifying fluctuations produced by the lightning tribulation. Originally, the appearance of the land of Saint Burial had caused a huge commotion in the Southern Domain. It was unknown how many old monsters had jumped out and entered the Southern Domain. As soon as the heavenly tribulation appeared, these old monsters already sensed it. After that, many of them entered the Scarlet Plains, but no one came out from the Great Tomb. The aura of the Supreme Path there was vast and mighty. Apart from a few people with divine weapons, no one else could intervene, not even those with divine weapons. In front of a divine weapon, divine weapons were like scrap metal. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. The aura of the Thai sovereign seal from the old turtle was vast in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, so the divine might it emitted was the most powerful. Next was the divine might displayed by little monk Fan Xiu's divine weapon. If it were to strike the heavenly realm, it would be enough to destroy an entire region. Even though Gu Fei was inside the Scarlet Plains, he could still sense the divine might coming from outside. However, the divine might that entered the Scarlet Plains had already been weakened to a bearable level by the power of the Scarlet Plains. Even so, Gu Fei still felt his soul tremble. Erebus and the golden-winged little Peng also felt this way. Clang! After dodging Gu Fei's second step, the little Peng's body suddenly emitted the sound of metal clanging. An extremely sharp wave rushed out from his body. Heaven battling Slayer art, golden Dao sword. The golden hair on the little Peng's head danced wildly. The clanging sound from his body penetrated the void and spread far and wide. It was shocking. Buzz! The golden divine light on the little Peng's body shone brightly. Golden sword shadows appeared in the endless golden light and floated around him. Sword chi rushed out. Each of the blurry sword shadows was imprinted with a vague Dao pattern. This was the little Peng's own Dao. Just like Gu Fei, the little Peng had also comprehended a vague Dao and touched the threshold of cutting the Dao. Gu Fei and the little Peng were in the same realm. They had both comprehended a vague Dao. As long as they crossed this threshold, they could cut the Dao and become almighty. This was a battle between two powerhouses who were known to be invincible in the same realm. The result would be clear in this battle. Of course, Yuan Hong from the Golden Spirit Ape lineage had gone into seclusion. Otherwise, it was still unknown who would be invincible in the same realm. Any power that had produced an extreme Dao powerhouse was not simple. Although the extreme Dao powerhouses had disappeared, the extreme Dao's inheritance had been passed down. It was even possible that the extreme Dao sacred weapon had been passed down. The Tian Peng clan and the Golden Spirit Ape clan were both ancient clans of the Heaven realm that had extreme Dao sacred weapons. Buzz! The blurry golden sword of the Wei hummed. The little Peng Emperor had made his move. Countless golden sword shadows flew around him, releasing a terrifying wave of sword chi that caused the heavens and the earth to lose their color. The little Peng Emperor slashed towards Gu Fei. This was a Dao sword condensed with a trace of Dao power. Even a half-step saint would pale in the face of such an attack, let alone an almighty Dao severing cultivator. Almighty Dao severing cultivators had begun to comprehend their own Dao marks. They could use a trace of the great Dao to strengthen themselves. Their offensive power was naturally not something a Deva sovereign could compare with. Humph! Watch me shatter your Dao sword. Gu Fei was still as strong as ever. Facing the attacks of the millions of golden Dao swords, he was not afraid at all. He shook his body, and the sound of wind and thunder came from within. If he looked inside himself at this time, he would find that the blurry Dao marks that had been branded on his body were emitting a faint divine light. A trace of chaotic chi was curling around his body. Blurry Dao marks appeared on Gu Fei's skin, making him look a little strange. However, when the little Peng saw this scene, he was extremely shocked. Imprinting the mark of the Dao onto his body was just too crazy. Could it be that this guy actually wanted to refine his body into a saint weapon? The little Peng was shocked. At this time, Gu Fei's body was covered in blurry Dao marks. His entire person seemed to have become one with the great Dao. He directly rushed forward and crashed into the millions of golden Dao swords that were slashing towards him. Boom! Gu Fei punched out and over 100 golden Dao swords immediately shattered under his fist. Blurry Dao marks appeared on his fist, and a trace of Dao power curled around it. Whoosh! He swept out with his foot, and over 100 golden Dao swords disappeared into the void. His punches and kicks were all extremely powerful. Gu Fei's long hair danced wildly. He was extremely ferocious. Even He Tian, who was watching from afar, was dumbfounded. The martial body in the legends was too monstrous. The path of cultivation that the peerless martial ancestor had created was to dig out all the potential of the human race. The potential of the human race was limitless. The bigger the heart, the stronger the body. The physique of the peerless martial ancestor could be said to be the strongest in the world. Even the bodies of the innate gods born from chaos were not as strong as the peerless martial ancestors. And now, Gu Fei's body was definitely the strongest in the same realm. Although the little Pang had the bloodline of the celestial rock ancestor and his body was extremely strong, it was still inferior to Gu Fei's. And now, Gu Fei's body was definitely the strongest in the same realm. Although the little Pang had the bloodline of the celestial rock ancestor and his body was extremely strong, it was still inferior to Gu Fei's. He was like an indestructible divine dragon that was tumbling in a golden ocean. The millions of golden Dao swords could not stop his steps. He broke through the layers of sword shadows. The golden Dao swords were simply a joke in front of his fist. He resolutely charged towards the golden figure in the depths of the golden sword shadows. His battle intent was unparalleled and shook the heavens and earth. Chapter 1258. Gu Fei was extremely domineering. He stimulated the vague marks of the Dao on his bones and imprinted them on his body, triggering a trace of the power of the great Dao. So 1. His entire person was like a peerless divine weapon. With his bare hands and fists, he shattered the golden Dao sword. Specks of golden light scattered in all directions, piercing through the void and creating thousands of holes. The heavenly battling slay art of the rock race was no small matter. It was a supreme killing art created by the golden rock ancestor. In the hands of the little rock emperor, its power was even more earth-shattering. But unfortunately, the little rock emperor had encountered Gu Fei, who had a physique that surpassed the sovereign martial body. He was powerful to an abnormal level. With a punch and a stomp, he could shatter the golden swords. Each golden sword contained a trace of Dao power. Although it was extremely weak, it was still Dao power. However, the Dao power contained in the golden swords was directly shattered by Gu Fei. Tens of thousands of golden swords could not stop Gu Fei. He directly broke through the layers of sword shadows and attacked the figure behind the golden swords that was blooming with endless golden light. Buzz! Gu Fei arrived in front of the golden-winged little Pang Emperor and threw a punch forward. The entire void let out a rumble along with his punch. Then, the golden swords that danced around the little rock emperor were immediately shattered by Gu Fei's punch. The ferocious fist energy could crush the world and the void. Swish! The little rock emperor retreated with lightning speed. The wings on his back flapped, and his speed was so fast that only a golden light could be seen rushing out. He was extremely fast. The rock's extreme speed is indeed worthy of its reputation. In the distance, He Tian couldn't help but exclaim when he saw this scene. This was the talent of the rock race. In ancient times, the speed of the rock race was also very famous. Perhaps only the martial ancestors' desolate steps could catch up to the rock flying at full speed. The others, even the extreme path cultivators, were far inferior. Swoosh! Gu Fei's figure blurred for a moment before disappearing from where he stood. In the next instant, he appeared in front of the little Pang Emperor and punched out again. Although Gu Fei's fist was just a simple punch, the little Pang Emperor felt that it was impossible to dodge the mighty martial path true force. Roar! The little Pang Emperor roared furiously, and the shadow of a large golden bird immediately appeared on his body. An extremely powerful force surged from his body. He didn't retreat anymore, because he knew that even if he retreated, the other party would still follow him like a shadow. The other party had already locked onto his aura. Boom! Two resplendent golden fists instantly collided. Gu Fei struck out with the metal element fist. The little Pang Emperor cultivated the metal element divine art of the 5 elements. The two extremely powerful fists were like two pieces of peerless divine metal colliding. The void was silently annihilated from the point of impact of the two fists. Gu Fei only felt a strong force passing through his fist. He couldn't help but retreat 5 steps before he could stop. The little Pang Emperor, on the other hand, was sent flying dozens of feet away by Gu Fei's punch. Golden blood flowed from his golden fist. The little Pang Emperor was extremely shocked. He was injured. The other party's fist was like a semi-sage weapon. It was too hard. It was really shocking. The power of the metal element surged in the little Pang Emperor's body. His injured right hand instantly healed as if it had never been injured. He used the heritage of his clan to temper the celestial rock real body. His physical body was so strong that it should be invincible among those in the same realm. But now it seemed like a huge joke. The little Pang Emperor couldn't help but feel depressed. The other party was too powerful. Could a human really have such a physique? Even an innate divine beast might not be able to match such a strong physical body. Again! Gu Fei shouted and took a step forward. The ground shrank to an inch. He appeared in front of the little Pang Emperor in an instant and punched again. There was no way to dodge. Gu Fei's fist covered the whole world. No matter where the little Pang Emperor tried to hide, Gu Fei's fist would hit him. Such a fist technique could be said to be extremely overbearing. It was forcing the opponent to fight him head-on. The human race's martial body was so strong that it was abnormal. No one was willing to provoke a cultivator who had achieved success in cultivation. Bang! The little Pang Emperor couldn't dodge under the cover of Gu Fei's fist. He directly took another punch from Gu Fei. The little Pang Emperor was forced back again. Just as the little Pang Emperor's figure came to a stop, Gu Fei charged over again. With another simple and direct punch, the little Pang Emperor was sent flying again. Gu Fei punched out 9 times in a row. Every punch forced the little Pang Emperor back. The little Pang Emperor was shocked and angry. Although his opponent's battle technique was simple, it was the most effective. Under the bombardment of Gu Fei's overbearing and ferocious fist force, the little Pang Emperor's body suffered a great impact. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of the little Pang Emperor's mouth. This can't go on. The little Pang Emperor's mind raced. If this continued, he would probably be tortured to death by Gu Fei. This was very disadvantageous to him. Roar! Sky Pang True Body. The golden-winged little Pang Emperor roared in anger. Energy surged from his body, and golden light radiated from his body, illuminating the dusky sky and dispersing the endless blood mist. A large golden bird appeared from the little Pang Emperor's body. The bird was faint and illusory. A terrifying power spread out in all directions. The little Pang Emperor fully activated the power of his bloodline, revealing the Sky Pang True Body. Rumble! When the Sky Pang True Body appeared, the entire world shook. The little Pang Emperor's body released a trace of the aura of a powerful cultivator. The power of the Tao and the power of the bloodline gathered in the little Pang Emperor's body, forming an unimaginable power. At this moment, the little Pang Emperor was like the ancestor of his race. It made people feel an urge to kneel and worship him. Bam! Gu Fei didn't stop. His right fist smashed into the golden bird that had appeared from the little Pang Emperor's body. This time, the little Pang Emperor didn't retreat. Gu Fei was taken aback. His punch felt as if it had struck an immortal divine metal, and the recoil shook his arm to the point that it almost broke. The little Pang Emperor's body seemed to have become 10 times stronger. It could even block Gu Fei's punch. It could withstand Gu Fei's attack. This made Gu Fei feel somewhat incredulous. Chapter 1259. The little Pang Emperor fully activated the bloodline power in his body and revealed the Sky Pang True Body. The image of a giant golden bird appeared on his body. The giant golden bird emitted a powerful aura that made even Gu Fei's heart palpitate. It was like a primordial god had awakened on the little Pang Emperor's body. This was the bloodline unique to the Sky Pang race. It belonged to the Golden Pang Emperor, an extreme sacred beast. The Golden Pang Emperor was a connate sacred beast that could stand shoulder to shoulder with an extreme sacred beast. Although the golden-winged Great Pang bird's bloodline had been passed down for many generations, the little Pang Emperor's body showed signs of atavism. Such a phenomenon had only occurred once or twice in the entire Tian Pang clan over the past tens of millions of years. It was far too rare. Furthermore, the 2 Tian Pang clansmen that had shown signs of atavism were all extremely powerful. They were people that had left their names in the history of cultivation. Not only did the little Pang Emperor's ancestral bloodline not thin, but it was also much purer than other clansmen of the same generation. Rumble! The giant golden bird was extremely powerful. It seemed like the world couldn't contain it. The entire world shook as the little Pang Emperor's aura rose to its peak. Bloodline power. In the distance, Erebus couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat for Gu Fei when he saw this scene. It must be known that the Tian Pang clan's bloodline wasn't simple. It inherited the power of the primordial golden-winged Great Pang. The power of the Golden Pang Emperor was drawn out by the little Pang Emperor. At this moment, the little Pang Emperor was like an ancient Sky Pang that had been resurrected. He was extremely powerful. The image of the giant golden bird attached itself to the little Pang Emperor's body. The pure power of the bloodline interweaved, making the little Pang Emperor look like he was wearing a golden battlesuit. Kill! Gu Fei yelled out as he circulated the martial force in his body with all his might. Blurry Tao marks appeared on his fist. Without any fancy moves, he threw out another punch. Rumble! The water-blue fist force was like a surging river, rushing towards the little Pang Emperor. It was as if a river had appeared between heaven and earth, and the power of the water element was vast and mighty. Gu Fei struck out with the water element fist of the five-element fist. The water elemental fist of the five elemental fists was a combination of hardness and softness. It walked the path of using softness to overcome hardness. It just so happened to be able to restrain the little Pang Emperor's tyrannical and violent metal elemental power. A cold smile appeared on the little Pang Emperor's face. After his body had been tempered by the divine item of his clan, the power of his bloodline had nearly doubled. His bloodline power was twice as strong as before. This was the reason why the little Pang Emperor dared to challenge Gu Fei. If he couldn't defeat Gu Fei with this, then he would never be able to defeat Gu Fei. Being defeated by Gu Fei was a shadow in the little Pang's heart. If he didn't defeat Gu Fei, it would affect his cultivation and prevent him from becoming a paragon. Swish! The little Pang Emperor's right hand was like a golden holy saber as it slashed forward. A dazzling golden saber light rushed out from his hand and split the water elemental power that Gu Fei struck out in half. The golden saber light was like a hot knife cutting through butter. After breaking through Gu Fei's fist force, its momentum didn't decrease at all. It tore through the void and fell towards Gu Fei's head. The water elemental fist that Gu Fei struck out couldn't overcome hardness with softness. It couldn't restrain the little Pang Emperor's saber light. Instead, it was restrained by the little Pang Emperor's saber light. The power of the five elements reinforced and restrained each other. There wasn't an absolute power that could restrain the other four elements. As long as the power was strong enough, it could restrain everything. Gu Fei's heart shuddered. His opponent was too strong. The power of his bloodline had increased the little Pang Emperor's strength by countless times. His physical body was almost indestructible. Bang! Gu Fei didn't retreat. Instead, he punched upwards. Endless golden light bloomed from his fist. The punch triggered the power of the metal elemental power between heaven and earth. It was as if a golden sun had appeared between heaven and earth. The pressure almost caused the void to collapse. It was terrifying to the extreme. Clang! A deafening roar resounded through the 9 heavens in an instant. The terrifying sound waves caused transparent ripples to appear in the void, causing the void to ripple. Hei Tian, who was watching the battle from afar, felt his vision go dark. He couldn't hear anything anymore. A trace of blood seeped out from his ears. My Tian retreated immediately. This sound wave was too terrifying. If it was an ordinary sovereign realm cultivator, the sound wave would have pierced through their Naiwan palace and shattered their divine soul, causing them to breathe their last. Gu Fei's fist collided with the golden blade light of the little Pang Emperor. The golden blade light was shattered by Gu Fei's punch. The shattered golden blade light turned into specks of golden light. Like golden meteors, they shot out in all directions, piercing through the void. Gu Fei met the attack head-on. He used the strongest metal elemental fist to shatter the golden blade light of the little Pang Emperor. However, he was also hit hard and fell from the sky. Good. Gu Fei's fighting spirit was strong. If he defeated the little Pang Emperor too easily, it would be very boring. A battle of equal strength was what he wanted. He wanted to prove his strength. The little Pang Emperor also stood on the 9th step of the Deva sovereign realm. Both of their combat power could be said to be heaven-defying. They weren't powerful, but they could fight them. It was rare for such a person to appear in 1,000 years. However, in this era, there were many heaven-defying people. The legendary Great Era was about to come. Bam! Gu Fei's feet hit the ground, and the ground beneath his feet exploded. He shot up into the sky toward the little Pang Emperor. At this moment, a ray of green divine light suddenly shot down from the sky. The speed of the divine light was unbelievable as it directly pierced through Gu Fei. What? Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. He was focused on fighting the little Pang Emperor, and he didn't expect someone to suddenly attack him. All of this happened too suddenly. The cyan divine light flashed through the void and hit Gu Fei, knocking him thousands of meters away. He felt a sharp pain in his back, as if something had pierced into his body. Who's doing this? Chapter 1260. The azure light pierced through space. It had only just appeared on the horizon when it arrived behind Gu Fei, knocking Gu Fei 1,000 meters away. Roar! Gu Fei roared at the sky. His blood energy surged, and dragon-like blood energy surged out of the top of his head. His hair fluttered in the wind, and there was an azure arrow sticking out of his back. This wasn't a divine arrow refined from essence gold, but a wooden arrow. Divine light revolved around it, and Tao runes could be faintly seen on it. It contained a terrifying power. How is this possible? Azure light flickered as a figure appeared in the sky. It was a young cultivator with a divine bow. He was covered in demonic chi. He was from the demon race. You're still alive after being struck by my arrow? The young cultivator stared at Gu Fei in disbelief. This human race's martial body was truly terrifying. He was actually able to endure the power of this arrow. It had to be known that this wasn't an ordinary arrow. This kind of arrow contained Tao energy. Even a half-step sage would have their body blown apart and their Yuan spirit destroyed. Who are you? Can't you see I'm fighting with Gu Fei? The little Peng furiously glared at the newcomer. This person seemed to have heavily injured Gu Fei, but he didn't appreciate it. Instead, he was irritated. Humph, others might be afraid of you, but I, Mu Qingtian, am not. The young cultivator glared at the little Peng as if he didn't care about him at all. Mu Qingtian? You're Mu Qingtian. The little Peng's expression changed when he heard that. This fellow was actually the legendary son of the Heaven Demon. He was someone on the same level as the Grand Emperor's son. In the primeval era, the Sky Demon was the only existence among the demon race that could compete with the Grand Emperor. His children possessed the purest bloodline power. Once they were born, they already possessed talent that others could not hope to match. You deserve to die. Gu Fei was enraged, the true power in his entire body surged violently. His body releasing a muffled thunder-like sound, the wooden arrow in his back was vibrating, and was actually forced out by him. Is that the legendary Sky Demon bow? The little Peng Emperor stared at the simple wooden bow in Mu Qingtian's hands with a trace of fear in his eyes. It had to be known that even in ancient times, not many people dared to receive an arrow from the Sky Demon Palace refined by a supreme Sky Demon. It can't be the Sky Demon bow. If it was the Sky Demon bow, Gu Fei would have been killed long ago. In the distance, He Tian was shocked to the extreme when he saw this scene. The descendant of the Sky Demon had appeared. The bloodline of the Sky Demon had not been severed. The son of the Sky Demon had actually appeared in this world. This must have been a contingency plan that the legendary Sky Demon had laid down in the ancient times, allowing his son to escape the terrifying calamity of the ancient times. PFFF. The greenwood divine arrow jumped out from Gu Fei's back, but there was no scene of blood splattering everywhere. Not even the tip of the arrow was stained with any blood. Gu Fei reached out and grabbed the greenwood divine arrow that had jumped out from his back. He then grabbed the two ends of the arrow and circulated his divine power, trying to break the arrow. Humph, this is a divine arrow refined from a spirit root in heaven and earth. How can it be broken by you? Mu Qingtian laughed coldly. The wooden bow in his hand might not be the legendary Sky Demon bow, but it was still a saint artifact. This was a saint bow refined from a spirit root in heaven and earth. Even the arrow that was shot out was refined from a branch of that spirit root. The Sky Demon's son, Mu Qingtian, seemed to have some changes in his body. His strength was like the difference between clouds and mud compared to the Tai Huang's son, Old Turtle. Gu Fei did not believe it. His body was filled with a vast amount of true power, and blurry Tao marks appeared on his body. Tao presence was circulating on his body, and a trace of Tao energy was being activated. Roar! Gu Fei roared, and his aura instantly rose to the limit. Tao patterns appeared on his hands, and the terrifying power caused the greenwood divine arrow to gradually bend. What? In the distant sky, Mu Qingtian, the son of the heavenly demon, could not help but be dumbfounded when he saw this scene. This was a divine arrow. If not for the problems in his body due to his cultivation, this arrow alone could have taken Gu Fei's life. Endless martial true power crazily gathered towards Gu Fei's hands. On the greenwood divine arrow in his hands, Tao patterns appeared. The ancient divine arrow was releasing dazzling divine light, resisting Gu Fei's power. Kacha! Cracks began to appear on the greenwood divine arrow. This caused the Sky Demon's son, Mu Qingtian's expression to change. He quickly reached out and pulled out a wooden arrow from his quiver. Then, he knocked the arrow and aimed at Gu Fei. Swish! Without any hesitation, Mu Qingtian shot out a second greenwood divine arrow. As soon as it left the bowstring, it transformed into a ray of green light that shot towards Gu Fei's head. Boom! A golden fist came from the side without any warning and bombarded the arrow light fiercely. The light of the arrow light dimmed and was blown away by the fist force. You! Mu Qingtian was both startled and infuriated. He had never expected this person to attack. This was the Little Pang Emperor from the Sky Pang race. The Greenwood Divine Arrow, which had lost its aim after being punched by the Little Pang Emperor, made a turn in the air and flew back to Mu Qingtian. He's mine. Don't meddle in other people's business. Although the Little Pang Emperor knew his opponent's identity, he was still incomparably domineering. It had to be known that his own race had once given birth to a supreme existence that could compete with an extreme Tao saint. If we work together we can kill him. Mu Qingtian didn't seem to want to fight with the Little Pang Emperor. Right now, he wanted to kill this so-called human martial body to prove that he was unrivaled in the same realm. I won't work together with a scoundrel. The Little Pang Emperor looked down on Mu Qingtian's actions. This sneak attack made him look down on this so-called Sky Demon's son. What did you say? The Sky Demon's son frowned. He was the son of a Sky Demon, and he had an incomparable status in the Sky Demon race. Now he was being mocked. That made him angry. What, are you deaf? I said you're a scoundrel, said the Little Pang Emperor coldly. You're courting death. Chapter 1261. Bang! Just as Mu Qingtian and the Little Pang were facing each other, a muffled sound rang out. A ball of azure light illuminated the Scarlet World, and a terrifying energy fluctuation erupted. What? How is this possible? Mu Qingtian and Little Pang looked in the direction of the voice and were immediately stunned by the scene in front of them. The Greenwood Divine Arrow had actually been broken by Gu Fei. That's a saint arrow. How could it be broken by a sovereign? Mu Qingtian was very clear what kind of arrow he had shot. The Greenwood Divine Arrow from the Greenwood Divine Bow could be said to be invincible. In ancient times, not many people could receive such an arrow. The human race's martial body is truly terrifying. The Little Pang was also incomparably shocked. Mu Qingtian was the legendary Heavenly Demon's son. Although his divine bow wasn't the extreme Tao Heavenly Demon bow, it was still a saint item. Mu Qingtian and the Little Pang couldn't believe their eyes that Gu Fei had broken a saint arrow. That ball of azure light that had exploded from Gu Fei's hand had some divine runes dissipating. Those were the Tao runes imprinted on the arrow. Roar! Gu Fei raised his head and roared. The entire world shook from his roar. The wound on his back was quickly healing, and the damage from the Greenwood Divine Arrow was quickly disappearing. Preposterous! Mu Qingtian couldn't help being startled. His Greenwood Divine Bow only had 3 arrows. Now that one had been destroyed by Gu Fei, he felt incomparable heartache. You want to take my life with just a broken weapon? You're far from it. Gu Fei's words were extremely cold. His cold gaze swept towards Mu Qingtian like a sharp blade. He wanted to see through the person who had ambushed him. I only want a fair fight. The Little Pang Emperor's battle intent surged. He looked at Mu Qingtian, then at Gu Fei, as he said these words. There's no such thing as fairness in this world. It's not too late. Let's join forces and kill this human martial body. Otherwise, this person will become a great calamity for us. Mu Qingtian wanted the Little Pang Emperor to attack together. Humph, join hands with you? The Little Pang glanced at Mu Qingtian in disdain, then shook his head. He's mine. If you interfere again, I'll kill you as well. You and I are both demons. Mu Qingtian wanted to persuade him again. Shut up. Don't compare me to you. The Little Pang didn't give Mu Qingtian any face at all. So what if Mu Qingtian was the son of a heavenly demon? This wasn't the primordial era anymore. A heavenly demon's influence wouldn't be of much use here. You! Mu Qingtian was infuriated. This Little Pang Emperor didn't care about the big picture at all. If he was allowed to mature, he would be a threat to the entire demon race. Little Pang Emperor, let's put our battle aside for now. I want to see just what kind of ability this so-called heavenly demon's son has. Gu Fei had heard the Little Pang Emperor's conversation with the heavenly demon's son. He knew the origins of this person who had attacked him. He had killed quite a few experts of the heavenly demon bloodline. It seemed this heavenly demon's son wanted to settle the debt with him. But wasn't this heavenly demon's methods a bit too despicable? The Little Pang Emperor didn't say anything and retreated. Humph! A human martial body. Although you're powerful, it's your misfortune to face me. Mu Qingtian's killing intent surged, and a powerful aura spread from his body. This aura caused Gu Fei's expression to become grave. It was like a terrifying desolate beast had awakened within Mu Qingtian's body. There seems to be something wrong with this so-called heavenly demon's body. In the sky, He Tian was calmly watching this scene. The heavenly demon was one of the giants of the Great Desolate Era. How could his son be so weak? It had to be known that the Grand Sovereign had 9 sons. Each one of them was a demon saint, and each one of them could dominate the Great Desolate Era. But although there was something wrong with Mu Qingtian's body, the power of his bloodline was still incomparably powerful. This was the power he had inherited from the Supreme Heavenly Demon. Legend had it that the Supreme Heavenly Demon's body was a spiritual root of heaven and earth born from the primal chaos. It had evolved from the first strand of wood elemental energy. The Heavenly Demon was one of the 5-element demonic ancestors. He and the Grand Sovereign were the 2 great demonic ancestors of the Great Desolate Era. The other 3 great demonic ancestors had been born a long time ago. In the era of the Heavenly Demon and the Grand Sovereign, the 3 great demonic ancestors had disappeared for countless years. Some people said that the 3 great demonic ancestors had already fallen, but no one had found their tombs. Kill! Gu Fei didn't waste any time. He shot into the sky and charged at the heavenly demon's son, Mu Qingtian. His monstrous blood energy swept through the sky and earth. It was as if the primordial war god had descended. Even the heavenly demon's son's expression changed when he saw the powerful blood energy coming from Gu Fei's body. Mu Qingtian didn't dare to be careless. He nocked an arrow and drew the greenwood divine bow in his hand. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth frantically gathered towards the greenwood divine bow. The simple and unadorned greenwood divine arrow blossomed with boundless divine light. The hidden Tao patterns on the body of the greenwood divine arrow all emerged. These were profound ancient Tao patterns. The entire greenwood divine arrow seemed to transform into an eternal killing light. Tao rhymes swirled around it. Before it was shot, the greenwood divine arrow had already shot out hundreds of meters and pierced through the void. Bang! Gu Fei directly punched out. The violent fist force pressed forward like a primordial divine mountain. The void in front of his fist collapsed and shattered, turning into chaos. The destructive power shrouded Mu Qingtian, wanting to devour him. Swish! At this moment, Mu Qingtian shot out an earth-shattering arrow. The greenwood divine bow shot out a green divine light of extermination. It shot up tens of thousands of meters and broke through Gu Fei's fist force, piercing towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei was taken aback. He saw that there were Tao patterns lingering on the green divine light of annihilation. The Tao patterns imprinted on the holy arrow seemed to have been activated. Even a sage would be shocked by such an arrow. Roar! Gu Fei's long hair fluttered in the wind. His fist force was unstoppable. He didn't know how to retreat. His fist met the green divine light of extermination. On his fist, the 5-elemental true force was vast and intertwined. It was as if there were 5 small worlds revolving, gathering into a terrifying power that seemed to be able to pierce through heaven and earth. With such power, even if his fist landed on a huge mountain, it would still explode. Boom! Gu Fei's fist collided with the green divine light of extermination. The boundless divine light of extermination crumbled continuously. Gu Fei's footsteps were firm as he pressed forward. It was only when Gu Fei's fist collided with the greenwood divine arrow in the green divine light that Gu Fei was stopped. He felt an unstoppable force coming from his fist, causing his body to shake violently. All the true force in his body was almost scattered. Damn it! A thunderous sound came from Gu Fei's body. All the potential in his body was being drawn out, and then it was gathering crazily into his fist. Bang! Gu Fei's fist shook violently, and the Saint Arrow was immediately blown away. The light dimmed, and Gu Fei was also blown away. His entire arm had cracks on it, and blood was seeping out from the cracks. He was blown tens of miles away, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Looking inside, he couldn't help but be shocked. The bones of his entire right arm actually had cracks that looked like a spider web. The indistinct Tao marks on the bones were flickering and stabilizing the entire arm. Otherwise, Gu Fei's entire arm might have exploded. Saint weapon! Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. It seemed like his body was still a little lacking. Under the clash with the Saint weapon, he was actually heavily injured, and his bones were all cracked. It seemed like only by truly severing the Tao and condensing true Tao marks could his martial body contend against the saint weapon. Gu Fei knew that he was lacking. He reached out to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth. He wasn't discouraged, but his battle intent surged, and his killing intent surged. Fighting a saint weapon barehanded? The battle strength that Gu Fei had displayed truly shocked Mu Qingtian. Gu Fei was just a sovereign. Even a grand completion sovereign wouldn't be able to fight a saint weapon head-on and come out unscathed. Mu Qingtian knew that he had truly underestimated this human's martial body. He had underestimated his opponent's battle strength. It had to be known that the arrow he had shot was different from the one he had used to sneak attack. This arrow had been shot with all his strength. Almost all the Tao patterns on the saint arrow had been activated, and it had been condensed with Tao energy. Not to mention a grand completion sovereign, even a half-saint would be killed by this arrow. However, what Mu Qingtian didn't know was that Gu Fei had already comprehended his own Tao. Although it was only a vague Tao and hadn't truly severed the Tao, Gu Fei's physical body had already transformed to an unbelievable level of strength. Moreover, the vague Tao marks that Gu Fei had comprehended were all branded on his bones and physical body. This kind of body refining method could only be mastered by cultivators on the martial path. Other cultivators would definitely not brand priceless Tao patterns on their own bodies. They would only brand Tao patterns on their primordial spirits, allowing their primordial spirits to achieve eternity. The primordial spirit and the Tao coexisted and achieved eternity. As long as the primordial spirit was not destroyed, one could live forever. This was the cultivation method of other Tao severers. However, the path of the martial path was different. A grand completion sovereign would brand his own Tao onto his physical body, allowing his physical body to display eternity. This was how the indestructible body of a grand completion sovereign was cultivated. The greenwood divine arrow that had been sent flying by Gu Fei didn't fly back to Mu Qingtian. Instead, it made a turn in the void and shot towards Gu Fei again. Chapter 1262. The greenwood divine bow was a divine weapon refined by a demonic saint of the demon race. If a demonic saint drew it, it could even shoot down the moon in the sky. Although Mu Qingtian was the son of the sky demon and had the invincible bloodline of the sky demon, there was something wrong with his body. His cultivation had long since fallen from the saint realm. They were both the son of a peerless demonic saint, but the current Mu Qingtian couldn't compare to the old turtle. The old turtle had grasped the grand imperial seal and could step into the half-step demonic saint realm at any time. As for Mu Qingtian, he was between the Tao severing realm and the emperor realm. Furthermore, his cultivation didn't seem to have truly stabilized. He had most likely only recently broken through. Mu Qingtian was the same as Gu Fei and the little Peng. They were all on the verge of Tao severing, but hadn't been able to do so. Perhaps one of them would do so in the next moment. But even if they hadn't truly Tao severing, these three experts were absolutely invincible in the same realm. They could defy the heavens and fight almighties. Each one of them had the ability to be invincible in the same realm. Swoosh! The green arrow pierced through the void, shooting toward Gu Fei from the distance. An arrow shot from the greenwood divine bow wouldn't stop until it saw blood. Gu Fei was shocked to discover that the Tao runes on the azure wood divine arrow were devouring the spiritual energy in the surroundings. The arrow's glow was much stronger than before. Oh! This divine arrow was extraordinary. It seemed to be even more terrifying than the divine arrow he had just snapped. It displayed a divine might that made one's heart palpitate. The divine arrow that he had broken just now was already incomplete. A portion of the Tao marks imprinted on it had already been destroyed. The Tao marks imprinted on this divine arrow seemed to be complete. Swoosh! Gu Fei used the 8 desolate steps to soar into the sky. He wanted to dodge the green arrow, but the arrow seemed to have a mind of its own. It could change directions in the air and continue shooting toward him. Boss, be careful. This is a greenwood divine arrow refined by an ancient demonic saint. It won't stop until it sees blood. Hei Tian couldn't help but warn Gu Fei. Won't stop until blood is spilled? Gu Fei moved quickly in the air, displaying his 8 steps. However, the green arrow radiance emitted a dazzling divine light and chased after him like a shadow. Preposterous! Gu Fei couldn't get rid of this arrow light even with his extreme 8 steps. This made him secretly shocked. This son of the sky demon was quite capable to be able to activate such a saint weapon. Humph! This greenwood divine arrow won't stop until it sees blood. "You're dead," said Mu Qingtian coldly. He knew that this greenwood divine arrow was a complete saint arrow. It wasn't like the damaged arrow from before. The holy arrow frantically devoured the spiritual energy from all directions, causing the aura coming from the arrow to become even more powerful. A trace of saintly might filled the air, causing Gu Fei to involuntarily feel somewhat nervous. "Is that so? In that case, I'll let this divine arrow taste blood." A cold smile appeared on Gu Fei's face. He directly used the 8 desolate steps to charge at Mu Qingtian. He crossed 100 miles with a single step, reaching Mu Qingtian in an instant. "What?" Mu Qingtian was startled. Behind Gu Fei was a ray of divine light that was 30,000 meters long. At this time, the power condensed by the Saint Arrow caused the entire world to tremble. Gu Fei had actually guided this earth-shattering arrow towards him. This caused Mu Qingtian, the son of the Sky Demon, to break out in a cold sweat. Gu Fei paused in front of Mu Qingtian and smiled at him. Then he pushed his speed to the limit and soared into the sky. At this moment, the sky-shattering arrow beam shot towards Gu Fei's back. Gu Fei dodged it, but the heavenly demon's son, Mu Qingtian, bore the brunt of the attack. Damn it! Mu Qingtian's shock was no small matter. He had shot this arrow himself, so he naturally knew better than anyone else how powerful this arrow was. Boundless saintly might and Tao patterns revolved around it. If such an arrow were to hit a star, it would most likely explode that star. Mu Qingtian's body had a problem. He couldn't block this arrow at all. Without any hesitation, he immediately retreated. Although he didn't have Gu Fei's 8 extreme steps, nor did he have the Sky Rock Race's extreme rock movement technique, with every step he took, Tao patterns would condense under his feet. The space beneath his feet seemed to become an inch of land. With a single step, he would be dozens of miles away. Such speed didn't seem to be inferior to Gu Fei's 8 extreme steps. But even so, Mu Qingtian was still struck by that arrow light, and he was sent flying thousands of feet away. His clothes were torn, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. That blood was a green color, different from the blood of humans. Legend has it that the supreme heavenly demon's original body was a spiritual root of heaven and earth that was born from the first wood elemental essence Qi when the world was created. After countless years of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, this spiritual root gave birth to spiritual wisdom and finally cultivated into an invincible extreme demon saint. The son of the Sky Demon was a descendant of the Sky Demon. The power contained in his bloodline was too heaven-defying. When the jade blood dripped onto the ground, it melted a part of the red earth. This kind of blood was definitely the most precious blood in the world. One drop could kill a Tao-severing expert. It was the source of Mu Qingtian's power. Mu Qingtian had awakened in this life and was almost beaten back to his original state. His earth-shattering cultivation had disappeared. He had to start cultivating again. His starting point was even worse than old tortoises. But this son of the Sky Demon had obtained the protection of the experts of the Sky Demon bloodline after his awakening. They all treated him as their master. Mu Qingtian had a group of powerful Tao protectors behind him, so his cultivation path was smooth. He didn't seem to encounter any danger before he reached the Deva sovereign realm. Just as he came out of seclusion, he encountered Gu Fei killing the experts of the Sky Demon bloodline. So he brought the Greenwood Divine Bow and came to settle the score with Gu Fei. This time, Mu Qingtian held the holy bow but did not bring his Tao protector with him. Roar! After Mu Qingtian steadied himself, he couldn't help but go crazy with rage. He roared at the sky. He had never been injured like this since his awakening. This made his arrogant eyes red. Fortunately, the Greenwood Divine Arrow's target had been Gu Fei. It had changed direction at the critical moment, or this so-called son of the Sky Demon would have been killed by his own arrow. Swoosh! The green divine light soared into the sky and chased after Gu Fei. Strange. Didn't you say the arrow would stop when it saw blood? It's already seen blood, so why hasn't it stopped? Gu Fei's mocking voice rang out from the sky. Wow! Chapter 1263. Swish! The heaven-shocking divine arrow gathered spiritual qi from all directions, and the spiritual qi within a radius of 1,000 miles was almost sucked dry. The resplendent arrow light illuminated the entire heaven and earth, and a terrifying power surged between heaven and earth. The Greenwood Divine Arrow displayed a power that made people's hearts palpitate. Even Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved at this moment. This arrow was really difficult to break. The divine arrow automatically devoured the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and the power it emitted could only get stronger and stronger. It would never weaken. The longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. Gu Fei's thoughts turned quickly, and he quickly thought of a way to break it. Chaotic upheaval. He roared and suddenly stopped in the void, facing the heaven-shocking divine arrow that was shooting from the front. This arrow light was like a shooting star that streaked across the void, and the divine light at the tail was dozens of miles long. The divine arrow pierced through the air and arrived before Gu Fei in an instant. At this moment, a strange fluctuation gushed out from Gu Fei's body. After that, the space around him distorted. His body seemed to resonate with the world around him, attracting an inconceivable power. Buzz! The distorted space was trembling. The power emitted by the divine arrow was simply too great. The entire space seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. This was the void that Gu Fei used a supreme immortal art to fix. If it wasn't because of this, the void where Gu Fei was would have been shot into a chaotic zone by this arrow. Roar! Gu Fei roared angrily. He felt an unprecedented powerful pressure, and all the muscles and tendons in his body were trembling. All the potential of his corporeal body was released. The yin-yang true force was vast, and blurry Tao marks appeared on Gu Fei's skin. His clothes instantly turned into ashes, and directly dissipated in the void. Reverse it for me. Gu Fei roared, and at the same time, his hands were moving, as though he was building layers of transparent spatial barriers, wrapping the divine arrow and shifting it. However, Gu Fei realized that the incoming divine arrow was like an immortal divine mountain. It was difficult to move. As the divine arrow pressed forward, it seemed as though the void in front of Gu Fei was being annihilated. His flesh cracked, revealing ghastly cracks. The power of the godly arrow was too strong, so strong that Gu Fei felt that his life was in danger. Ascend! Gu Fei didn't hesitate and immediately used another of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao. An extremely ferocious power suddenly erupted from his body. Rumble! The heavens shook and the earth shook. Ripples visible to the naked eye appeared in the entire world. It was as if the entire world had been shifted and reversed. The power of the immortal Tao was vast and mighty. Divine runes condensed on Gu Fei's hands and were sent into the void by him. The astonishing arrow was finally shaken by his power that had suddenly increased by 10 times. What? How is this possible? Mu Qingtian looked on in shock. He couldn't believe that Gu Fei could actually block such an arrow. He could also sense the sudden change in Gu Fei's body. The legendary 9 secrets of immortal Tao? The golden-winged little Peng Emperor was also dumbfounded. He was a descendant of the heavenly Peng, and his race had the most ancient records. He knew that in ancient times, the supreme Tao ancestor had once created 9 kinds of secret arts that could be said to be heaven-defying. However, these secret arts had long since been scattered in the later stages of the primordial era. They were no longer complete. It seemed that only the legendary Ascension secret art could suddenly raise one's strength to an unbelievable level. Martial Tao and immortal Tao combined in one body? Mu Qingtian stared at Gu Fei, who was doing his best to shift the divine arrow. His eyes narrowed. He could sense that there seemed to be a terrifying ancient heavenly beast hiding in Gu Fei's body. The world shook and the power of the Tao surged. Gu Fei had actually managed to reverse the arrow. Go! Gu Fei shouted. Essence chi rose from all over his body. Endless power of the immortal Tao interweaved around him. Divine runes of the great Tao appeared in the void. He had reversed the arrow. The dazzling green divine light flew back to Mu Qingtian. The divine light stretched for dozens of miles, tearing the sky and earth apart. After reversing the arrow, Gu Fei felt as if his body had collapsed. All his strength had been sucked out. He looked a little weary. No one had thought that Gu Fei could actually reverse such an attack. Even He Tian, who was familiar with Gu Fei's background, could not help but be moved by Gu Fei's ability. The 9 secrets of immortal Tao were truly heaven-defying. This time, Mu Qingtian's expression became extremely frightening. He did not know what kind of secret art his opponent had used to completely cut off his connection with the divine arrow. Swish! The divine arrow was as fast as lightning and arrived in front of Mu Qingtian in an instant. Gu Fei didn't care about the son of the heavenly demon. His thoughts were simple. Whoever wanted to kill him, he would kill them. So what if he was the son of Sky Demon? If he provoked him, he would kill him as well. Gu Fei did not show mercy. If he wanted to kill him, he would kill him. But his opponent was the son of Sky Demon. If he really killed the son of Sky Demon, then he would really pierce the heavens. But so what if he pierced the sky? Gu Fei had no qualms at all. He did not care at all. To the heaven realm, he was just a passerby. If he had the chance to return to the mortal domain, he would definitely not stay there. Mu Qingtian was scared out of his wits. Without thinking, he retreated. But as he did so, He Tian, who had been watching from the side, attacked. 9 pieces of divine jade flew out of He Tian's body. Each piece was the size of a palm and contained a terrifying power. The 9 pieces of divine jade's killing formation had been activated. The 9 pieces of divine jade interwove in the air, sealing off all of Mu Qingtian's paths of retreat. He had nowhere to run. He Tian's attack had caused this so-called son of Sky Demon to fall into a life-and-death situation. The power of the killing formation that rushed out from the 9 pieces of jade was shocking. The power of the formation attracted the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and beams of divine light that were like peerless divine weapons pierced towards Mu Qingtian. However, just as everyone thought that Mu Qingtian was going to be killed by his own arrow, his figure suddenly disappeared into the void. Boom! With a deafening boom, the green arrow light collided with the killing formation formed by Erebus's 9 pieces of divine jade. The 9 pieces of divine jade were instantly shattered into powder. Countless formation lines dissipated in the void, and pitch-black spatial cracks spread into the distance. The power gathered by the heaven-shocking divine arrow was too strong. It was like a hot knife cutting through butter. It seemed invincible. The 9 killing formations set by Erebus were broken at once. He Tian vomited blood and was blown back thousands of meters. Even though he hadn't been hit by the arrow, He Tian was still heavily injured. His body was on the verge of collapse. How could this be? Chapter 1264. The divine arrow shot out, and Erebus attacked with all his strength, shooting out 9 pieces of divine jade with 9 killing formations imprinted on them, sealing off all of Mu Qingtian's escape routes. Just when everyone thought that Mu Qingtian was doomed, the son of the Sky Demon suddenly disappeared. He vanished into thin air without a trace. The 9 killing formations emitted a sky-piercing killing intent as they pressed forward. Countless formation runes enveloped the heavens and earth, colliding with the startling arrow light. Rumble! The heavens and earth were trembling and collapsing. A part of the void seemed to be experiencing great destruction. The 9 killing arrays were directly destroyed by the shocking sword light. Countless array runes dissipated in the void. Roar! He Tian was hit by the arrow light. He roared in anger and was sent flying thousands of meters away. Although he wasn't really hit, his physical body was almost shattered. Terrifying cracks appeared on his body, and he was seriously injured. How is this possible? Everyone was dumbfounded. Mu Qingtian had actually vanished. Gu Fei immediately used his martial Dao Heavenly Eye to scan the surroundings. He suddenly felt a sense of danger and charged forward. Bang! Without any warning, a huge green hand smashed through the void behind Gu Fei and slammed towards his back. The violent force shattered the void, and the place where Gu Fei was just a moment ago turned into a black hole. Gu Fei couldn't help being startled. His opponent seemed to have completely merged with heaven and earth. He couldn't determine his opponent's position. He could only sense something strange when his opponent attacked. What divine ability is this? In the distance, the little Peng was also startled. This kind of art was impossible to defend against. As expected, the heavenly demon's son was outstanding. Boss, be careful. This is a grand art created by a heavenly demon. It's comparable to one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the void reversal art. He Tian's voice rang out in Gu Fei's mind. At this time, He Tian was sitting in the sky, circulating his Xian art to recover. Yin and Yang energy interweaved in his body, and his cracked body began to heal at a visible rate. Swish! The green divine light was like a divine rainbow that was dozens of miles long. It flew back from afar and pierced towards Gu Fei. The void was directly annihilated under the divine light. This peerless arrow light was still gathering spiritual energy from all directions. A wisp of holy might was emitted from the divine light, shaking the heavens and causing everyone's expressions to change. At the same time, the son of the heavenly demon, Mu Qingtian, hid in the void again and continuously attacked Gu Fei, causing Gu Fei to be in danger and flustered. What a good son of the heavenly demon. You are worthy of my full strength. Gu Fei's words were incomparably cold. What? In the sky, the little Peng was surrounded by Tao runes. When he heard Gu Fei's words, he couldn't help but change his expression. Could it be that this fellow still hadn't used his true strength? Humph. Under my divine arrow, the one who will die is you. Mu Qingtian's voice rang out in the void. His voice was erratic and came from all directions, making it hard for others to pinpoint his location. Mu Qingtian's words weren't wrong. This greenwood divine arrow was too powerful. It was gathering spiritual energy on its own, and the power of the arrow was still increasing. Even a sage would have a headache facing this arrow. It had to be known that the owner of the greenwood divine bow was a great sage of the demon race in the ancient times. This great sage had used his own divine wood body to refine this divine bow. This holy bow originally had 9 divine arrows, but in ancient times, 6 of them were used by the great sage of the demon race when he fought against a powerful enemy. Now, there were only 3 divine arrows left. After Mu Qingtian obtained the greenwood divine bow, he was very confident. He believed that no one in this world could withstand an arrow shot from the greenwood divine bow. In the current great era, sages were extinct. There really wasn't anyone who could withstand an arrow shot from the greenwood divine bow. Unfortunately, one of the 3 greenwood divine arrows was already damaged. More than half of the Tao patterns on the body of the arrow had been erased. It was also because the Tao patterns on the arrow were damaged, making it difficult for it to gather spiritual energy. That was why Gu Fei had broken it. If it was a complete divine arrow, even if Gu Fei successfully severed his Tao and condensed his mighty martial body, it would still be difficult to break it. Void reversal. Gu Fei didn't say anything else. He immediately used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the void reversal mystic art. His body immediately surged with a strange fluctuation, and then his body started to fade and become illusory. 9 secrets of the immortal Tao? Mu Qingtian's exclamation rang out in the void. As the son of the sky demon, his knowledge was naturally extraordinary. He could tell at a glance that Gu Fei was using the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. At this moment, Gu Fei seemed to have become one with the great Tao of heaven and earth. His perception was several times stronger, and he could feel every detail in this world. He immediately sensed Mu Qingtian's existence. Swoosh! Gu Fei's body was merged with heaven and earth, but he could still use his martial arts battle techniques. He used the 8 desolate steps and charged at Mu Qingtian. The divine arrows that were shooting at him could no longer hurt him. So what if it was a divine arrow shot by the greenwood divine bow? Gu Fei's body was now merged with heaven and earth, and the power that emanated from the divine arrows was drawn into the surrounding world, turning into nothingness. What? Mu Qingtian was truly shocked when he saw this. Such a great technique could be said to be heaven-defying. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao were indeed extraordinary. They were profound and unfathomable, and their power was not inferior to the great techniques created by the Sky Demon. This was a different kind of confrontation between the Supreme Tao Ancestor and the Sky Demon. The great techniques created by the 2 extreme Tao experts were displayed by Gu Fei and Mu Qingtian. Right now, Mu Qingtian was also in a profound state. Ancient demon patterns appeared on his body, and the demon patterns were branded in the void. It made Mu Qingtian seem to have jumped out of the 3 realms, no longer within the 5 elements. This great technique was indeed similar to one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the anti-void secret art created by the Supreme Tao Ancestor. Both could allow one to merge with the void of heaven and earth. However, there was a huge difference between the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao and the great technique created by the Sky Demon. Gu Fei's body had become almost transparent, as if he had been branded into the void of heaven and earth. As for Mu Qingtian's body, there was no change. He had used the Tao patterns to isolate himself from the void of heaven and earth. It was as if he had opened up a small world in the void. Sky Demon forgets emotion. Invincible. Chapter 1265. Killing arts created by extreme Tao experts were no small matter. Once they were used, even sovereigns who hadn't severed their Tao would be able to draw out a trace of Tao energy. This was the Tao energy condensed by the sacred art itself. Even a half-saint would pale in the face of such an attack, and they would have to be careful. Mu Qingtian used one of the killing arts created by the Sky Demon. Tao energy interweaved in his eyes, and two transparent beams of killing light shot out of them. These were two beams of killing light that had escaped into the void, and were almost untraceable. But in front of Gu Fei, even these untraceable beams of killing light were accurately captured by him. After he used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the anti-void secret art, his spiritual perception could sense the pulse of heaven and earth. Gu Fei ignored the 2 invisible killing lights in front of him and directly rushed forward. A scene that made everyone dumbfounded appeared. The 2 beams of killing light pierced through Gu Fei's body. It was as if they had passed through a layer of transparent water, as if they hadn't hit anything at all. This? Mu Qingtian was shocked. He almost couldn't believe his eyes. His opponent had been struck by the Sky Demon's merciless slash, but he was completely fine. This was something that had never happened before. Merciless slash could slash anything in the world, both tangible and intangible. But this time, this killing art created by the Sky Demon had actually failed. Bang! While Mu Qingtian was still in a daze, Gu Fei's palm had already slammed over. The violent palm force sent Mu Qingtian flying, almost knocking him out of the void. The greenwood divine arrow that had shot out from behind Gu Fei also seemed to have shot through the air. Everyone found this inconceivable. Right now, Gu Fei was practically invulnerable. No matter how unparalleled his divine abilities or immortal arts were, it would be difficult to get close to him and pose any threat to him. Gu Fei and the others were in an invincible position. 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. The little Peng Emperor could not help but feel uneasy when he saw this scene. Even the son of the Sky Demon was being forced back by Gu Fei. If he was the one fighting Gu Fei now, would he be able to deal with this supreme technique? The supreme demonic ancestor of the primordial era was an existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the extreme Tao Saint. It was really difficult to distinguish the power of the great techniques created by the two. According to the current situation, it seemed that the immortal Tao created by the Wushang Tao ancestor was slightly better. Samsara extermination. Mu Qingtian roared and a terrifying wave of demonic power erupted from his body. The entire heavens and earth trembled as 6 black holes appeared around him. Boom! The 6 black holes instantly expanded, enveloping the entire world as they swallowed towards Gu Fei. Each of the black holes emitted a heaven-devouring power. The void of heaven and earth was collapsing and shattering. 6 black holes devoured the void, obliterating everything. This was a supreme killing technique. Gu Fei didn't dodge at all. He directly charged towards the 6 black holes descending from the sky. He had transformed into a manifestation of heaven and earth. In the current world, no one had been able to devour heaven and earth. The 6 black holes emitted heart-palpitating fluctuations, shattering a part of the void. However, they were unable to swallow Gu Fei into the black holes. Rumble! The sky-shaking arrow light chased after Gu Fei and directly shot over. The 6 black holes immediately suffered a great impact and trembled repeatedly before collapsing in an instant. Damn it! Mu Qingtian's killing art had been broken, causing him to suffer a huge impact. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. He flew back dozens of miles before stabilizing himself. Up to this point, Mu Qingtian had been suppressed by Gu Fei. The son of the heavenly demon doesn't seem to be as powerful as others say he is. The little Peng couldn't help shaking his head. The son of the heavenly demon had an incomparably noble status, but his cultivation didn't match his status. Mu Qingtian wanted to shoot the final arrow, but he didn't. He put away the greenwood divine bow and the greenwood divine arrow. 2 invisible rays of killing light flew back into Mu Qingtian's eyes. At the same time, a ray of green light appeared on Mu Qingtian's forehead. At this time, Gu Fei charged over once more. Swish! A ball of green divine light shot out from between Mu Qingtian's eyebrows. Within the divine light was a green tree. On the green tree, there were many Tao patterns faintly visible. This was not Mu Qingtian's primordial spirit. Gu Fei could not sense any soul ripples from the green tree that was wrapped in green light. The green tree contained endless wood elemental essence. A spirit root? Gu Fei's expression changed when he saw the small green tree that rushed out of Mu Qingtian's Naiwen palace. This was definitely a rare treasure tree. Swish! Mu Qingtian stretched out his hand and grabbed the green tree. Then he swept it towards Gu Fei. The green tree immediately emitted a towering wood elemental power. Something unexpected happened. An irresistible force emitted from the green tree actually swept away Gu Fei, who was in the heaven and earth union. Boom! At the same time, a peerless arrow of light shot over. The aura coming from the arrow was saintly. It shook the heavens and made even Gu Fei feel a sense of danger. If he allowed this arrow to continue devouring the world's essence, even if he used the void-dispelling secret art, he would probably be struck by this arrow and die. Although Gu Fei's martial body was powerful, it was still unable to endure the power of a saint. In just an instant, the situation had been reversed. The battle between the two of them had reached a peak. Gu Fei hadn't expected Mu Qingtian to have a tree that was comparable to a saint artifact. This wasn't a whole divine tree. It seemed to be just a branch, but it was surrounded by holy light. With one look, one could tell that this branch was definitely broken off from a saint-level spirit root. Gu Fei was unable to maintain his state of being one with heaven and earth. He fell out of the void, and at this time, that divine arrow was already shooting over. This was the power of a saint. It covered the entire world, making it impossible for Gu Fei to dodge. Just as Gu Fei was about to be killed, a black hole suddenly appeared in his dantian. That black hole instantly grew, covering heaven and earth. It actually wanted to absorb this saint artifact. That was too crazy. No matter how powerful a human's martial body was, it couldn't absorb a saint artifact with its full power into his body. The consequence of doing that was that his body would explode, and his soul would be destroyed. He's crazy. Chapter 1266. The Greenwood Divine Arrow would not stop until it saw blood. When Mu Qingtian shot this arrow, he was already determined to kill Gu Fei. He swore to shoot this human race martial physique to death. Rumble! The shocking divine arrow streaked across the void, emitting a terrifying sage aura that shook the entire world. If this wasn't the depths of the Scarlet Plains, the world would probably have collapsed. Green divine light surged for dozens of miles. Within the divine light, there were great Tao demon patterns that gathered spiritual qi from all directions. This was a flawless sage divine arrow. Although a sage weapon did not contain a divine will, it was imprinted with great Tao saint patterns. It was definitely the most powerful weapon in the world and could kill a sage. At this moment, Gu Fei was swept out of the void by Mu Qingtian with a branch of the Greenwood Divine Tree. The Greenwood Divine Arrow shot in front of him in an instant, making it impossible for him to dodge. When everyone saw this scene, they thought that Gu Fei was definitely going to die. One had to know that the Greenwood Divine Arrow gathered endless spiritual qi and released sage aura. Even a sage would probably be shocked, let alone a half-sage. A puny sovereign who had not yet severed his Tao would definitely not be able to withstand this arrow. However, Gu Fei's actions caused everyone to be dumbstruck. The true power on his body was vast and mighty, and his qi and blood soared to the heavens. A black hole actually appeared in his dantian, emitting a heaven-devouring power. He wanted to swallow the saint-grade divine arrow into his body. Do you think you're a great sage? How dare you suppress a sage weapon with your body? Mu Qingtian looked disdainful. Although Gu Fei had a human race martial physique and his body was so strong that it was invincible among his peers, it was impossible for him to absorb the divine arrow into his body. This guy is committing suicide. When the little Pang Emperor saw this, he couldn't help but shake his head. The human race martial physique was about to be killed. There would be one less powerful opponent on the road to proving his Tao. No one was optimistic about Gu Fei. They had already guessed what would happen to him. However, He Tian keenly sensed an almost imperceptible strange fluctuation coming from Gu Fei's dantian, causing him to come to a sudden realization. The world was collapsing and shattering. Everything in front of Gu Fei was devoured by the black hole. Even that shocking arrow of light was sucked in. How is this possible? Mu Qingtian and the little Peng were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Did this fellow really have the power to suppress saint weapons? If this guy's body really had the power to suppress a saint weapon, then he would probably be killed with a single slap. Mu Qingtian was bewildered. This human martial body definitely did not have the cultivation and strength to suppress a saint weapon with his body, but how did he do it? The tens of miles long arrow light gradually sank into Gu Fei's dantian and was swallowed by that black hole. This scene was too shocking. All the pores on Gu Fei's body were spewing true power. Rays of lightning-like divine light revolved around his body. On Gu Fei's skin, blurry Tao patterns appeared. A trace of Tao runes circulated around his body. The blurry Tao patterns attracted Tao power. Rumble! the world shook, and the sky seemed like it was about to collapse. The black hole that had appeared from Gu Fei's dantian enveloped the entire world. It was as terrifying as if it could devour the entire world. Gu Fei's figure disappeared. He seemed to have turned into a black hole that could devour the world. He seemed to be using some kind of heaven-defying technique to devour the world. Mu Qingtian and the little Peng were shocked. Although this human martial body's actions were extremely crazy, it didn't seem impossible. A portion of the Greenwood divine arrow had already sunk into that terrifying black hole. Even with the great Tao demon patterns revolving around it, it still couldn't destroy that black hole. How is this possible? This is the power of a saint. The little Peng felt a trace of unease. The power of the human martial body seemed to be much more terrifying than he had imagined. He couldn't truly figure out how strong it was. There was no light in the depths of the black hole, but it emitted an aura that caused all living things to tremble. Mu Qingtian and the little Peng's hearts trembled. The little Peng and the others felt that all of this was too surreal. An emperor who hadn't even severing the Tao, even if his body was abnormally strong, it couldn't possibly suppress the power of a saint. Damn it! Seeing that the black hole that covered the world could actually devour the Greenwood divine arrow, Mu Qingtian couldn't help but turn pale. He soared into the sky and used his supreme demonic arts. Swoosh! 2 beams of great Tao divine light flashed in his eyes. Then, 2 invisible beams of Tao light shot out from his eyes and slashed towards the black hole in the sky. This was the sky demon forgetting slash, which was said to be able to slash everything in the world. However, these 2 beams of unmoved slashes that shot out from Mu Qingtian's eyes couldn't tear apart the terrifying black hole in the sky. Not only could they not tear apart the black hole, but they were also instantly devoured by the heaven-devouring power that came from the black hole. The great Tao killing light condensed from the supreme demonic arts had been obliterated by the black hole. This shocked Mu Qingtian to the extreme. He couldn't accept this result. At this time, the Greenwood divine arrow had been completely absorbed by the black hole and had escaped Mu Qingtian's control. The dozens of miles of green divine light was gradually being obliterated by the terrifying devouring power that came from the black hole. The divine light gradually dimmed. Mu Qingtian was furious. He used all his power to try and shatter the black hole, but he found that all his attacks had been dissolved by the black hole. This made Mu Qingtian feel like he was attacking a supreme saint. He couldn't move his opponent at all. Instead, he was almost devoured by the black hole. This kind of technique shocked not just the son of the sky demon, Mu Qingtian, but also the little Peng who was watching from afar. This wasn't a body technique of the martial path. Could it be that this human martial body possessed the strength of several schools? Boss's move is really brilliant. In the distant sky, He Tian's eyes flickered with divine light. He already knew what Gu Fei was doing. Gu Fei was using the mountain and river cauldron to collect the saint arrow that was unleashing its full power. Gu Fei didn't dare to casually use the extreme Tao sacred weapon. Unless it was a life-and-death situation, he wouldn't use it. It had to be known that the extreme Tao sacred weapon was a supreme sacred weapon refined by an extreme Tao great saint. Such a sacred weapon was publicly recognized as the strongest sacred weapon in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It contained a weapon soul and was branded with a complete great Tao. It was definitely a priceless treasure. As long as one was a cultivator, they would all want to obtain such an ultimate sacred weapon. If Gu Fei let others know that he had an extreme Tao sacred weapon, the consequences would be unimaginable. He would become the public enemy of the world. At this time, Gu Fei had already used the power of heaven and earth to conceal the aura and ripples of the extreme Tao sacred weapon. People outside would definitely not be able to sense the aura and ripples of the sacred weapon. Bas! In Gu Fei's inner world, an ancient cauldron was vibrating. A figure was sitting cross-legged on the ground, gathering the spiritual energy of the inner world and pouring it into the ancient cauldron. This was Gu Fei's primordial spirit activating the mountain and river cauldron. Boundless spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered from all directions and entered the mountain and river cauldron. The mouth of the mountain and river cauldron produced a terrifying heaven-devouring power, which stopped the sacred arrow. Without any suspense, in front of the extreme Tao sacred weapon, the sacred weapon refined by the demon race's great saint would be completely suppressed. They were both saints, but the gap between an extreme Tao saint and a great saint couldn't be calculated in terms of Tao. There was no comparison between the two. The extreme Tao was the perfection of the great Tao. A great saint was just a cultivator who had comprehended the great Tao to a nearly perfect state. In front of an extreme Tao saint, a great saint was as weak as an ant. A complete great Tao could intimidate the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was invincible in the heaven and earth. It could completely suppress an incomplete great Tao. There was no suspense in this. The mountain and river cauldron could suppress the green wood divine arrow. The dazzling green divine light was gradually extinguished, and the green wood divine arrow that was wrapped in the divine light gradually appeared. The entire divine arrow was surrounded by Tao patterns, and a vast and mighty saint's might. If it wasn't for the mountain and river cauldron's divine might that froze the void, this saint's might could have crushed the world and shattered the void. Mu Qing Tian saw that the light of the green wood divine arrow was gradually dimming. Seeing that it was about to be sucked into the black hole, he couldn't help but become anxious. Then, he used a great technique, wanting to retrieve the divine arrow. But it was already too late. The power of the mountain and river cauldron had already completely cut off the connection between Mu Qing Tian and the divine arrow. It had severed everything between the two. Mu Qing Tian couldn't even sense the existence of the green wood divine arrow. Roar! Mu Qing Tian roared at the sky. His green hair was dancing wildly. His right hand flashed with green light, and a green divine tree appeared in his hand. Swish! Mu Qing Tian held the divine tree and swept it towards the black hole in the sky. Endless divine light rushed out of the divine tree and tore the void, wanting to disperse the black hole in the sky. Rumble! The entire black hole was shaking. The divine tree in Mu Qing Tian's hand displayed great power. The power of the wood element was vast, and it almost destroyed the black hole. Humph! In Gu Fei's inner world, Gu Fei's Yuan spirit laughed coldly. He circulated the supreme immortal Tao technique with all his strength. The spiritual qi in the world immediately gathered towards the mountain and river cauldron. Gu Fei was the master of this world. With just a thought, he could draw in the boundless spiritual energy of the world. In the depths of this world, several huge streams of spiritual energy rose. Those currents of spiritual qi that were like huge dragons all rushed towards the mountain and river cauldron and entered it. Bang! The mountain and river cauldron that had absorbed endless spiritual qi shook out a strand of extreme divine might. The huge black hole immediately stabilized, and Mu Qing Tian was sent flying by a huge force. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. What kind of divine ability is this? It can actually compete with a saint artifact. Chapter 1267. At noon, the masters of the Shangqing sect and the Guangqing celestial sect gathered outside the gate of the Taishan sect. Shen Yuan, the old monster of the Guangqing celestial sect, and Lin Outsong, the old leader of the Shangqing sect, communicated telepathically. Although it was said that they had come to visit the mountain, they had the intention of demonstrating to the Taishan sect. The arrival of 20 or 30 peerless masters had indeed made the Taishan sect very nervous. Swish, swish, swish. Above the 9 peaks of Taishan, brilliant beams of light rushed out one after another. Waves of vast magical power surged between heaven and earth. Each beam of light was a peerless master. More than a dozen beams of light emitted terrifying energy fluctuations. They flew directly in the direction of the mountain gate, like a divine rainbow, crossing the sky. At this time, the entire Taishan sect was in an uproar. All the disciples stopped what they were doing and came out from all over Taishan Mountain. The words of Shen Yuan and Lin Outsong spread throughout the entire Taishan Mountain. Every disciple of the Taishan sect above the 9 peaks could hear them clearly. Dang, dang, dang. Above Taishan Peak, which was surrounded by the 8 peaks, a melodious bell rang out. The bell pierced through the void with an unfathomable power. It ignored all barriers and spread throughout the entire mountain range of Taishan Mountain. Some of the elders of the Taishan sect, who had long been indifferent to the affairs of the world, were also alarmed by the bell. They all came out of their seclusion, then set up beams of light and headed for Taishan Peak. The disciples of the 9 branches, after hearing the bell, also gathered at Taishan Peak. The bell on Taishan Peak would only ring when something important happened. That was the signal to summon all the disciples of the sect. The disciples of the Taishan sect who heard the bell, no matter what they were doing, immediately put down what they were doing and gathered at Taishan Peak. The beams of light that rushed out from the 9 peaks of Taishan quickly came to the sky above the gate of the Taishan sect. The head of the Taishan sect, Taoist Shen Tian, led the other 8 leaders, descended from the sky. Brother Shen Yuan, Brother Lin, I am late to welcome you. Please forgive me. Daoist Shen descended and then led a group of his juniors to greet Shen Yuan, Lin Outsong, and the others who had gathered outside the mountain gate. The expressions of the 7 leaders behind Daoist Shen did not look so good. The people of the Shangqing sect and the Guangqing Celestial sect had clearly made an agreement beforehand to take the Supreme Mystery sect down a notch. Old monster Shen Yuan wore a white robe and was a cold young man with a head of white hair. The elder of the Shangqing sect standing next to old monster Shen Yuan was a middle-aged Daoist with 3 strands of black beard floating in front of his chest. Whether it was old monster Shen Yuan or Lin Outsong, they had both started their careers earlier than Daoist Shen. No one found it inappropriate for Daoist Shen to refer to himself as little brother. After all, the world of cultivation was a place where strength was everything. Although Daoist Shen was the sect master of the Taishan sect, his cultivation was still weaker than that of Shen Yuan and Lin Outsong. Old monster Shen Yuan and Lin Outsong did not have much lifespan left. If they did not break through their current cultivation shackles, they would only have 10 to 20 years left. Daoist Shen was very clear on how terrifying these people were. When their lifespan reached its end, they weren't afraid of death. They could act without any misgivings. Who was the scariest? People who weren't afraid of death and didn't have any misgivings were the scariest. Fellow Daoist Shen, I believe you know why we are here. A faint smile appeared on old monster Xuanyuan's cold face as he looked at Daoist Shen meaningfully. Daoist Shen and the 7 leaders stood inside the sect. They did not walk out of the sect, but old monster Shen Yuan, Lin Outsong, and the others were outside. The elders of the Shangqing sect and the Guangqing Celestial sect were separated from the experts of the Supreme Mystery sect by a white jade archway. Why do you say that, brother Shen Yuan? How would I know why you are here? Daoist Xuantian's face was calm and did not reveal any emotion. Outside the sect, the experts of the Guangqing Celestial sect and the Shangqing sect heard this and began to panic. They all glared at Daoist Shen and seemed very agitated. Humph! Lin Outsong, the elder of the Shangqing sect, sneered and stepped forward. He looked coldly at Daoist Shen and said, Fellow Daoist Shen, this is your fault. Since you have already found that person and brought him back to the Supreme Mystery sect, you did not inform us. Did you want to keep that thing to yourself? Yes, the Supreme Mystery sect has gone too far. Humph. They said the 3 great Daoist sects were on the same side, but it turns out they were all bullshit. It seems that the alliance of the 3 great Daoist sects cannot be maintained any longer. The Supreme Mystery sect had better explain this clearly. Outside the white jade archway, the elders of the Guangqing Celestial sect and the Shangqing sect were very agitated. Some of them directly criticized Daoist Shen and the others. At this time, there were many lights in the sky behind Daoist Shen. Some of the elders of the Taishan sect heard the ringing of the bell to summon the disciples, so they flew to the Taishan temple on Taishan Peak, while others came directly to the sect. However, these elders were not willing to come out. They just stayed in the air and watched the sect closely. If something really happened, they would immediately help Daoist Shen and the others. The moment the bell on Taishan Peak rang, the disciples of the 9 peaks and 9 branches immediately gathered at Taishan Peak. From time to time, one could see rays of light shooting into the sky from the outer spirit peaks, flying towards Taishan Peak, which was surrounded by the 8 peaks. What, at this time, does fellow Daoist Shen still not open the protective formation and let us in? Old monster Xuanyuan's white hair moved without any wind. Then, an extremely obscure but frightening sword chi emanated from his body. Daoist Shen and the heads of the 7 branches couldn't help but be moved when they saw this. Old monster Shen Yuan and Lin Outsong were not easy to deal with, let alone the 20 or 30 peerless cultivators of the Shangqing sect and the Guangqing Celestial sect. Old monster Shen Yuan and Lin Outsong were both cultivators at the peak of the Royal Void Realm who had dominated the world for 700 or 800 years. Their cultivation was even more terrifying than that of an ordinary cultivator at the 9th layer of the Royal Void Realm, because they were only one step away from the demigod realm. It could be said that old monster Shen Yuan and Lin Outsong were old monsters who had already taken half a step into the demigod realm. Senior brother sect leader, what do we do now? Daoist Zhaoyang asked Daoist Shen. The other heads of the branches' voices also rang in Daoist Xuantian's ears. Daoist Shen couldn't help but frown. What was going to happen was going to happen. Daoist Shen knew very well that the news of Gu Fei's return was absolutely difficult to completely block. Each of the three great Taoist sects had planted spies in the other's territory. Although the three great Taoist sects were on the same side, they still had to be wary of others. This kind of thing was not really a secret within the three great Taoist sections. The people of the Guangqing Celestial sect and the Shangqing sect swore not to give up today. Taoist Shintian pondered for a moment, then waved his sleeve and said loudly, "Open the gate and welcome our honored guests." Taoist Xuantian's voice spread far and wide. Rumble. Immediately after, there was a sound like muffled thunder in the void. The white jade arch outside the mountain gate shone with brilliant spiritual light. Space started to tremble as numerous ripples that were visible to the naked eye surged out mightily from the white jade memorial arch. After that, a door that seemed like a spatial door appeared beneath the memorial arch, and then a strand of strange energy surged out mightily from the white jade memorial arch. There seemed to be nothing in the void, but in fact, there was a great invisible power that blocked old monster Shenyuan outside the mountain gate. Otherwise, old monster Shenyuan and Lin Outsong would have brought the masters of the two sects and rushed to the Taishan Peak. Why would they still be gathered outside the mountain gate of the Taishan sect? The protective formation of the Taishan sect was one of the best in the Taoist sections. It was connected to the qi of the earth and the power of the stars, condensing the power of heaven and earth. Even a demigod would find it difficult to shake it. Just as Taoist Shintian was welcoming the people of the Guangqing Celestial sect and the Shangqing sect into the Taishan sect, the door of the cave abode on the Green Spirit Peak was slowly opening. The sound of the bell to summon the disciples had an unfathomable penetrating power. Even cultivators who were in a deep state of meditation would wake up from their state of cultivation. Gu Fei was no exception. He was in the middle of comprehending the mysterious supreme great path imprinted in his heart. He was in a state of half awake and half dream. The bell was like a morning bell, waking Gu Fei up from his mysterious state of martial arts. Then, Gu Fei walked out of the cave abode. In the past 10 days, he had constantly tried to comprehend the supreme great path imprinted in his heart. However, he did not know if it was because his cultivation level was not high enough. It seemed that it was difficult for him to truly touch the supreme great path. Even so, Gu Fei had benefited a lot in the past 10 days. Although his cultivation level had not increased, his state of mind had improved, making him feel as if he had been enlightened. His understanding of Wu had deepened by another level. When Gu Fei came out of the cave abode, he immediately felt that the atmosphere in the mountains seemed to be very strange. He saw that from time to time, there were light flying back and forth between the various spiritual peaks. Countless disciples were gathering towards the Taishan Peak. It seemed that something big had happened in the sect, and it was not an ordinary big thing. Otherwise, they would not have rung the divine bell and summoned the disciples. Just as Gu Fei was about to rise into the air and fly towards the Taishan Peak, suddenly, a bright light, like a divine rainbow, shot up from the Taishan Peak and flew towards him. Why did she come to the Green Spirit Peak? Is it for the longevity grass again? Are those old people in the sect finally unable to wait? Gu Fei thought to himself. Swish! The sound of breaking through the air came, and the light that flew out from the Taishan Peak quickly came close. Gu Fei only felt that there was a flash of divine light in front of him. In the light, an old woman flew down from the sky. Greetings, Senior Sister Qi. After seeing the person, Gu Fei quickly saluted. Haha, Junior Brother Gu, no need to be so polite. The light dissipated, and in the open space in front of Gu Fei, an old woman with white hair and wrinkled skin appeared. Chapter 1268. Lady Qi's arrival at this time surprised Gu Fei. After all, after the bell on Taishan Peak rang, the Taishan disciples who heard the bell had to go to Taishan Temple of Taishan Peak to await the orders of the sect leader. I don't know why Senior Sister Qi has come to my place. Gu Fei greeted her with a smile. He did not dare to neglect her. Qi Daoist was an elder of the Taishan sect. In fact, Gu Fei knew very well that the reason the seniors in the sect were polite to him and addressed him as junior brother was because of Daoist Ku Rong. Master Ku Rong was the only demigod in the Taishan sect, and even in the entire three great Taoist sects. In the world of cultivation, he was often regarded as a deterrent force. With the existence of a demigod, the Taoist sects could have unlimited glory and did not have to worry about being destroyed or annexed by other great forces. Therefore, not to mention in the Taishan sect, Daoist Ku Rong was also a unique existence in the entire Dao sect. Although Gu Fei was only a registered disciple of Daoist Ku Rong, he was not considered a true disciple who had inherited his mantle. But even so, Daoist Xintian and the other elders of the Taishan sect did not dare to neglect Gu Fei. If Master Ku Rong had not accepted Gu Fei as an honorary disciple, how could the elders of the sect take a junior like him, who had just broken through to the void-controlling realm, seriously? It should be known that the elders of the sect had been famous for hundreds of years, and in the world of cultivation, they were also well-known experts. There were also 9 heavens in the imperial void realm. Those who were able to become elders in the sect were all terrifying experts in the 8th and 9th heavens of the imperial void realm. These people, even among the peerless experts of the imperial void realm, they also belonged to the strongest group of people. Although Gu Fei's cultivation had completely stabilized and no longer fluctuated, his first layer of the void-controlling realm was nothing in the eyes of Daoist Xintian, Qi Daoist, and the others. Haha, junior brother Gu, I came to tell you that you don't need to go to Taishan Temple, said Qi Daoist. Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled when he heard that. The other party actually didn't come for the longevity grass, which surprised him a little. Senior sister Qi, what happened in the sect? Gu Fei was a little confused. The divine bell had been rung on Taishan Peak to summon the disciples of the sect. Something big must have happened in the sect. Hearing this, old woman Qi paused for a moment before saying, the Guangcheng Immortal Sect and the Shangqing Sect are here for a visit. We are well aware of their intentions. They won't be able to do anything. The Guangcheng Immortal Sect and the Shangqing Sect are here to pay a visit? Gu Fei was taken aback. No one should have known that his cheap master, Daoist Kurong, had brought him back to the Taishan sect. How could the Guangqing Celestial Sect and the Shangqing Sect have come to him so quickly? Gu Fei didn't know that a lot of things could happen in 10 days. Old woman Qi nodded and said, you can cultivate behind closed doors on Green Spirit Peak. The sect leader and the other elders will take care of the matters outside. You don't have to worry. Old woman Qi didn't seem to want to say more. She simply said a few words and told Gu Fei not to leave Green Spirit Peak easily. Then she left. Gu Fei watched old woman Qi's escape light disappear from Taishan Peak, but his heart was unexpectedly calm. There were people in the sect who would take care of things, and he didn't have to worry about it. In that case, he would cultivate on Green Spirit Peak. The people of the Guangcheng Celestial Sect and the Shangqing Sect had come for nothing more than the longevity grass. Would they really dare to make a move in the Taishan sect? The 3 great Taoist sects were on the same side. Everyone understood that old monster Shen Yuan and Lin Outsong were just putting on a show. Gu Fei pondered for a moment. After understanding the subtleties of the situation, he turned and walked into the cave residence, closing the door behind him. At this time, of the 9 peaks of Taishan, only Green Spirit Peak was as cold and cheerless as usual, but the other 8 peaks were bustling with activity. Taishan disciples could be seen everywhere in the mountains and forests. The Guangcheng Celestial Sect and the Shangqing Sect, to put it nicely, had come to visit the sect. To put it bluntly, they had come to denounce the Taishan sect. In any case, the Taishan sect's desire to take the longevity grass for themselves had angered the old monsters of the Guangcheng Celestial Sect and the Shangqing Sect. In addition to the sect leader of the Guangcheng Celestial Sect and the leader of the Shangqing Sect, the 2 sects could be said to have brought all the masters of their sects, and they came to the Taishan sect aggressively. The people in the lead were old monster Shen Yuan of the Guangcheng Celestial Sect and Lin Outsong of the Shangqing Sect. The seniority of these 2 people was higher than that of the sect leader of the Guangcheng Celestial Sect and the leader of the Shangqing Sect. Their cultivation and strength were strong, and they were the top figures of the 2 sects. Gu Fei returned to the cave residence, closed the door, and continued to sit cross-legged. He continued to comprehend the brand of the great path that was engraved in his heart. The path of martial arts was full of difficulties and dangers, especially in this era of martial arts decline. To be able to comprehend the great path of the predecessors would allow one to avoid many detours. Although the great path of the predecessors was not necessarily his own path, different paths led to the same destination. The great path left behind by the ultimate warriors was priceless to Gu Fei. If he could comprehend the great path, Gu Fei believed that even if he could not surpass the predecessors, his achievements would definitely not be inferior to those of the predecessors. Another 3 or 4 days passed, and surprisingly, no one came to disturb Gu Fei. Gu Fei also continued to cultivate in the cave residence. In the cave residence, there were many elixirs left behind by the ancestors of the Green Spirit Peak. Gu Fei did not care about the other elixirs, but there was one elixir that was his favorite. This elixir was very common, and it was common stuff that could be found everywhere. This elixir could not increase Gu Fei's cultivation, nor could it increase his realm. This elixir only had one effect, and that was, even if an ordinary person took one, they would not need to eat or drink for 3 or 4 days. The pill of fasting was a kind of elixir that almost all cultivators who knew a little about alchemy could refine. Gu Fei only took one pill of fasting, and in these 3 or 4 days, he did not need to eat or worry about food, so he could cultivate in peace in the cave residence. The people of the Guangqing Celestial Sect and the Shangqing Sect did not appear in the Green Spirit Peak. Old Monster Xianyuan and Lin Outsong were in the Supreme Mystery Temple, and it was unknown what kind of agreement they had with Taoist Shen-Tian, but the masters of the Guangqing Celestial Sect and the Shangqing Sect actually stayed in the Supreme Mystery Sect. The people of the Guangqing Celestial Sect and the Shangqing Sect all became well-behaved, and did not do anything that would embarrass the Supreme Mystery Sect. They seemed to have some misgivings, but it seemed like they were waiting. The Supreme Mystery Sect returned to peace, and the disciples of the 9 branches also returned to their respective places to cultivate, to comprehend the illusory true immortal path. And on the 5th day, Gu Fei woke up from his meditation, and then he felt a familiar fluctuation of spiritual power coming from outside the door of the cave residence. Feeling this fluctuation of spiritual power, Gu Fei could not help but have a strange expression on his face. "Why is she here?" he muttered to himself. Gu Fei stood up, then tidied up his clothes, opened the cave residence, and walked out. "Brother Gu, it really is you. You really came back?" Before the door of the cave residence was fully opened, a voice full of surprise and excitement came from outside. "Sister Zhao." Of course, Gu Fei recognized this familiar voice. The person outside the door was Zhao Zairu, a female disciple of the Purple Bamboo Peak of the 9 Peaks of Supreme Mystery. In the Supreme Mystery Sect, Gu Fei did not have many friends that he could talk to, and Zhao Zairu was one of them. Moreover, when it came to Zhao Zairu, Gu Fei had a strange feeling that he could not explain. At first, Gu Fei did not know what this feeling was, but ever since he saw Li Mengyao again in the northern lands, he suddenly understood what this feeling was. It was like someone. This feeling was really wonderful. No wonder there was a sage from ancient times who said that they only envied mandarin ducks, not immortals. Gu Fei was a warrior, and he was particular about freedom. He was not one of those cultivators who had a pure heart and few desires. He would not bother to hide his temperament. "Brother Gu." Outside the door of the cave residence, a woman wearing a light green dress stood gracefully. This woman was like a lotus flower out of the water. Her skin was delicate, and her black hair casually draped over her shoulders. This woman was staring blankly at Gu Fei, who had just walked out of the cave residence. Her spirited eyes seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mist. "Sister Zhao, what's wrong?" When Gu Fei saw that Zhao Zairu was about to cry, he could not help but feel his heart tighten. He quickly asked, wondering if Sister Zhao had been wronged in some way. When Gu Fei asked this question, a line of clear tears finally flowed from Zhao Zairu's large spirited eyes. Then she leaped, and like a light breeze, she threw herself into Gu Fei's arms. This sudden change caused Gu Fei's mind to instantly go blank. He actually temporarily lost the ability to think. His nose smelled the faint fragrance on Zhao Zairu's body. Unknowingly, Gu Fei felt his heart beating faster and faster, more and more powerful. Thump, thump, thump. It was like the beating of a drum. Junior Sister Zhao. Gu Fei was a bit at a loss. He wanted to hug Zhao Zairu, but he was a bit afraid. He wanted to move away from Zhao Zairu, but he was also a bit unwilling. With a warm and fragrant body in his arms, Gu Fei's heart rippled, giving him a wonderful feeling as if he was in a dream. Zhao Zairu was undoubtedly an extremely beautiful woman. Although she was not as breathtakingly beautiful as the demon race princess Yan Wushuang, she had a temperament that Yan Wushuang didn't have. Zhao Zairu was elegant and otherworldly, as if she was a moon fairy who walked out of the moon palace. "Senior Brother Gu, I thought you were in the virtual sky world. I thought I would never see you again." At this time, Zhao Zairu revealed her true feelings. It turned out that unknowingly, Gu Fei's shadow had actually appeared in her heart. Moreover, this shadow seemed to be branded in her heart. No matter how hard Zhao Zairu tried, she couldn't erase it. She was a cultivator, and what she cultivated was Tao power and magic. What she walked was the supreme path of immortality. Although there were no rules in the Supreme Mystery Sect that forbade disciples from falling in love, Cultivators paid particular attention to purity of heart and few desires, wholeheartedly pursuing the Tao. Although Zhao Ziru knew that if her desireless state of mind was disturbed, it would inevitably affect her cultivation, she was helpless. If one wasn't the supreme being, how could one forget love? How could one abandon love? When she heard that Gu Fei was lost in the virtual sky world, Zhao Ziru was sad, in pain, and at a loss. However, in the end, she wholeheartedly focused on cultivation, turning her sadness into strength. Gu Fei's shadow was buried deep in her heart. When she found out that Gu Fei wasn't dead and had already returned to the Supreme Mystery Sect, she was instantly stunned, and then she burst into tears. In the end, she cried loudly, walked down Purple Bamboo Peak that night, and arrived in front of the cave on Green Spirit Peak. Seeing that the door was closed, she waited outside. She waited like this for 3 days and 3 nights. She didn't take a step away, always hoping that the closed stone door in front of her would suddenly open, and then the person she thought about day and night would come out. Zhao Ziru imagined all kinds of scenes of meeting Gu Fei, but when she really saw Gu Fei, she still somewhat lost control, and then directly threw herself into Gu Fei's arms. In the distant sky, the 2 people hidden in the clouds were greatly surprised when they saw this scene. One of them, an old Taoist woman with white hair and wrinkled skin, sighed softly, and said to a beautiful middle-aged Taoist nun beside her, "Little Yen, you taught a good disciple." Grandmaster. When the middle-aged Taoist nun heard this, her face immediately changed, and her voice began to tremble. She was about to kneel down towards the old Taoist woman in the air. The old Taoist woman flicked her sleeve, and the middle-aged Taoist nun could no longer kneel down. The old Taoist woman said, "All right, I'm not blaming you. I hope that your good disciple doesn't fall into the same situation as us." When the middle-aged Taoist nun heard this, she didn't say anything, but stood at the side in fear. That brat Gu Fei in the end is still not bad. I hope that girl didn't see the wrong person. Taoist Chi looked at the scene below and muttered to herself. In terms of relationships between men and women, she seemed to have experienced some unbearable past. And that middle-aged Taoist nun was Zhao Ziru's master, the peerless expert of Purple Bamboo Peak, Yan Hangyun. On Green Spirit Peak, in front of the Green Spirit Peak branches cave, Gu Fei had already reached out to hug Zhao Ziru. Suddenly, intoxicated in this moment of warmth, Gu Fei raised his head to look at the sky. This brat. Taoist Chi knew that Gu Fei had already sensed them from the clouds. She couldn't help being startled. Gu Fei was truly a freak. He was actually able to sense her hiding in the clouds. It was no wonder she was startled. It had to be known that between her and Gu Fei, there was a full 7 heavens of difference in cultivation. According to reason, Gu Fei shouldn't have been able to sense her, but he had. Taoist Chi and Yan Hangyun didn't retreat just because Gu Fei had sensed them. Instead, they continued to hide in the clouds, watching over Gu Fei. That was their duty and mission. Chapter 1269. The sun shone brightly as Gu Fei and Zhao Ziru walked on the mountain. The scent of nature blew against their faces. The flowers and trees were lush and full of vitality. On the mountain, birds played on the branches. From time to time, small animals would pass by them, but they didn't panic. Green Spirit Peak was a spiritual peak. The scenery was beautiful, like a fairyland. Although the man wasn't extraordinarily handsome, he had a resolute and courageous temperament, giving people a strong sense of oppression. The woman was elegant like a fairy, as if there was an immortal aura lingering around her body. The 2 of them held hands, but neither of them spoke. They just walked like this. Even without words, the 2 of them could feel their hearts gradually getting closer. At this moment, the 2 of them felt very warm. Zhao Ziru had never been so happy before. Her flower-like smile was incomparably brilliant, like a little girl. In her happiness, there was a hint of shyness. Zhao Ziru's cultivation was around the 5th heavenly layer of the transcending mortality realm. Before Gu Fei went to the virtual sky world, he left a foundation building pill for Zhao Ziru, allowing her to smoothly condense her Tao core and break through to the transcending mortality realm. In just a few years, Zhao Ziru cultivated to the 5th heavenly layer of the transcending mortality realm. Although her aptitude couldn't be compared to those geniuses in the cultivation world, it was still above average. Gu Fei held Zhao Ziru's hand. Along the way, his heart was at peace. He really enjoyed this kind of time without killing or fighting. To Gu Fei, this kind of time was very rare. Cultivators were born for battle. They sublimated in battle, improved in battle, and transformed in battle. Extreme Tao cultivators were battle saints. Peace was very rare for a cultivator. However, just as Gu Fei wanted to enjoy this temporary peace, there was someone who wanted to break this peace. Just as Gu Fei and Zhao Ziru reached the bamboo forest at the foot of the mountain, a petite figure in emerald green suddenly walked out from the bamboo forest in front of them. It was a young girl with a beautiful and exquisite face. This young girl was petite and exquisite. Her eyes were like limpid autumn water, and as she looked around, there was a trace of craftiness and intelligence. It wasn't an exaggeration to describe this young girl as heaven and earth. This young girl was only in her 20s, but she was like a little fairy, and her whole body seemed to be emitting spirituality. "It's you!" When Gu Fei saw this young woman, he couldn't help but cry out in shock. So this young woman was someone he knew. The young lady sized up Gu Fei, but she directly ignored Zhao Ziru who was beside Gu Fei. She lowered her head and pondered for a moment before saying, "You are Gu Fei? Why does he look so familiar? Do you know me?" The girl had a thoughtful look on her face, trying to remember where she had seen this person before. "I don't know you, but I've seen you before. When I came to the mountain with a Taoist, you defeated Dongfeng Chen," said Gu Fei. At this time, he was secretly grumbling. He really had 8 lifetimes of bad luck. How did he end up encountering this girl here? Fortunately, she didn't recognize him. If she remembered that he was the one who saw her bathing in the Jade Lake, then it would be very bad. "All the gods and Buddhas, the God Emperor, the Demon Lord, the Buddha, please bless this little girl so that she doesn't recognize me." Gu Fei prayed in his heart, but on the surface, he didn't show it. The young girl who walked out of the bamboo forest was the female lead of the first romantic encounter that Gu Fei had experienced in his life in the Jade Lake, the female disciple of the Shangqing sect, Lin Shui. Gu Fei found that Lin Shui's appearance didn't seem to have changed much in these few years. However, he knew that although this little girl looked petite and exquisite, when she fought, she was ruthless and fierce. That guy, Dongfeng Chen, was beaten miserably by Lin Shui. That day, this little girl fought all the way from outside the gate of the Supreme Mystery Sect to halfway up the mountain. Even Dongfeng Chen was defeated by her Shangqing sect's talisman. "It's you? You're the female disciple of the Shangqing sect that day?" At this time, Zhao Ziru had also recognized Lin Shui. Although it had been a few years since Lin Shui broke into the mountain, her act of breaking into the mountain gate and defeating Dongfeng Chen left a deep impression on every disciple of the Supreme Mystery Sect who saw her break into the mountain that day. I didn't think that I, Lin Shui, would be so famous in the Supreme Mystery Sect." Hearing this, Lin Shui seemed to be very happy and had a complacent look on her face. "I am Gu Fei," Gu Fei said. Lin Shui didn't know his name. She would never think that the person who bumped into her bathing that day was him. "Why do I find you more and more familiar the more I look at you? Strange, I must have seen you there before." Lin Shui frowned and stared at Gu Fei. For a moment, she couldn't remember where she had seen Gu Fei before. Back then, Gu Fei had bumped into Lin Shui bathing in the Azure Lake at night. They had met in a hurry, and the light was dim. Furthermore, it was a few years ago, so Lin Shui didn't immediately recognize Gu Fei. Gu Fei, on the other hand, was scared by Lin Shui's stare. "If there's nothing else, please leave Green Spirit Peak." Gu Fei directly ordered Lin Shui to leave. Gu Fei was the master of Green Spirit Peak, so he had the right to order him to leave. "Humph." Lin Shui sneered again and again. She said, "Isn't it easy to chase me away? As long as you show me a few moves and make me retreat, it'll be fine." Lin Shui had a great background. In the Shangqing sect, she was definitely a princess-like figure. She was very arrogant and actually directly issued a challenge to Gu Fei. She had originally come to Green Spirit Peak to find Gu Fei to exchange pointers. How could she leave so easily? Is there even a need to compete? Can't you tell that I'm already an unparalleled expert of the Void Realm? Gu Fei said coldly. At the same time, when his divine sense swept across Lin Shui, he actually couldn't sense Lin Shui's depth and couldn't see her true level of cultivation. However, Gu Fei didn't think that Lin Shui had the ability to fight against him. One should know that the reason why he was able to break through to the Void Realm was because of fortune. Fortune was something that could only be encountered and not sought. Gu Fei didn't think that Lin Shuer was the same as him, that her cultivation had greatly improved due to luck. If Lin Shuer only had the cultivation of the transcending mortality realm, then there really was no need to compete anymore. The difference between the transcending mortality realm and the void realm was like the difference between clouds and mud. There was no way to compare them. Gu Fei purposely revealed the powerful aura of the void realm in order to make Lin Shuer back off. He really didn't want to be entangled with her any longer. He couldn't wait to chase away this troublemaker because he could be recognized by this little girl at any time. If he were to be recognized by this little girl, then he would really be in deep trouble. Even if he had 100 cards, it would still be difficult for him to prove his innocence. Then let's have a spar. Hearing that, Lin Shuer revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. After sensing Gu Fei's powerful aura, Lin Shuer's expression turned solemn as well. At this moment, on a cloud far in the sky, Madame Qi and Yan Hangyun had a panoramic view of everything that was happening below. When they saw that Gu Fei and Lin Shuer were really about to fight, they wanted to step forward and stop them. However, just as they were about to show themselves, a voice rang out in Madame Qi and Yan Hangyun's ears. After hearing this voice, a strange look flashed across Madame Qi and Yan Hangyun's faces. Then, they continued to hide in the clouds in the sky, closely watching what was happening below. Gu Fei was the key to whether or not they could obtain the longevity grass. Those old monsters could be said to be monitoring Chui Ling Peak 24/7. Even if a fly flew out of Chui Ling Peak, they would be able to sense it immediately. You are indeed worthy of being the #1 expert of the younger generation of the Taishan sect. I have heard of you for a long time, and I really want to fight with you. As Lin Shuer spoke, the aura on her body also underwent an earth-shattering change. It was as if countless faint and illusory runes were emitted from her body, as if the power that had been sealed within her had been released. A vast wave of magical power rippled from Lin Shuer's petite figure, and spread out in a vast and mighty manner. The strangeness on Lin Shuer's body did not escape the detection of Gu Fei's powerful consciousness. This Lin Shuer was not simple. The Dao Talisman technique of the Shangqing sect was indeed unique. It was obvious that Lin Shuer's aura had been sealed within her body by the Dao Talisman, and not a single trace of it leaked out. Bystanders would definitely not be able to see the depth of her cultivation. Lin Shuer definitely had a treasure of the Shangqing sect on her body. Otherwise, it was impossible that even Gu Fei could not see the depth of Lin Shuer's cultivation. This made Gu Fei feel that something was not right. The aura on Lin Shuer's body was still increasing. 6th sky of the Ascended Realm. 7th sky of the Ascended Realm. As more and more runes emitted from Lin Shuer's body, her cultivation realm actually rose like a hot knife through butter. This was the first time that Gu Fei had seen such a strange thing. A person's cultivation could be controlled by runes at will, and it was comparable to his own martial body. Martial artists cultivated the strength of their physical body. The physical body was the source of a martial artist's strength. Martial artists who cultivated to a certain level could control their blood, flesh, tendons, and bones at will. They could move their muscles and skin, change their appearance and height at will. They could even control their aura at will. Before this, Gu Fei thought that this ability to freely control one's aura was something that only martial artists could do. But now, he realized that he was truly ignorant and ill-informed. Lin Shuer's aura grew stronger and stronger, and a strong gust of wind started to form around her, causing the flowers and trees around her to shake violently. Even the bamboo forest behind her started to shake. When Lin Shuer's aura broke through to the 9th sky of the Ascended Realm, Gu Fei was still as calm as before. However, Zhao Ziru was different. Her expression had already changed greatly. From what Zhao Ziru could see, Lin Shuer looked even younger than her, but her cultivation had already far surpassed her own. Could it be that this was the so-called genius? Step back first, Gu Fei said to Zhao Ziru. He could feel that the aura on Lin Shuer's body was still increasing, and it had not stopped at the 9th sky of the Ascended Realm. Zhao Ziru nodded towards Gu Fei, and then stepped back. I didn't think that you'd also broken through to the Imperial Void Realm. What a surprise! Gu Fei looked coldly at Lin Shuer, and said calmly. He did not reveal the slightest hint of nervousness. Chapter 1270. Runes began to surge from her body, circling and dancing around her. Each rune emitted a powerful energy fluctuation. Furthermore, each rune was not a tangible object, but a glowing rune formed from the condensation of Tao energy. These glowing runes were much more frightening than those tangible Tao talismans. Tangible and tangible objects could be destroyed, but intangible and intangible objects could be destroyed at will. As long as Lin Shuer's Tao energy was not extinguished, these glowing runes could not be destroyed. Gu Fei allowed Lin Shuer to increase her cultivation. He was not in a hurry to make his move. He wanted to defeat Lin Shuer in her strongest state. Only then would he be able to deal a heavy blow to her. Lin Shuer seemed to be undoing the layers of seals on her body. It was as if a primordial beast was sealed within her body. Boundless energy surged out from her body. Rumble. From within Lin Shuer's body, a strange sound that sounded like muffled thunder could be heard. Gu Fei's expression gradually turned solemn. He could feel tremors coming from beneath his feet. Even the ground was trembling. Imperial Void Realm? Gu Fei stared in astonishment at Lin Shuer, who was surrounded by runes and her long hair fluttering in the wind. She looked like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. He could feel that Lin Shuer's aura was still increasing. Her cultivation was showing signs of breaking through the transcending mortality realm and entering the Imperial Void Realm. The boundless energy fluctuations emitted from Lin Shuer's body were as heavy as a mountain, as vast as the ocean, causing one's heart to palpitate. The runes surrounding her body were all emitting a brilliant spiritual light, showing signs of becoming tangible. A part of the heavens and earth shook. The powerful aura caused Zhao Ziru to retreat again and again. Lin Shuer's strength was simply too strong. The terrifying aura she was emitting was too much for her to handle. As for Gu Fei, he was like an ancient godly mountain. He stood unmoving in the midst of the energy storm. The boundless energy fluctuations couldn't move him at all. In the end, Lin Shuer's body burst forth with a resplendent glow. Within her body, there seemed to be the sound of something shattering. It was as though she had broken through some sort of seal. In that instant, all of her power erupted forth like a volcano. At this moment, Lin Shuer's strength had reached its peak. Countless runes danced around her, and the heaven and earth spiritual chi frantically gathered towards her from all directions. The dazzling light gradually faded away, and Lin Shuer looked like a goddess of war. Her entire body was surrounded by lightning-like spiritual light, and countless runes appeared and disappeared on her body. You shouldn't have let me raise my cultivation to the limit. Lin Shuer slowly rose up from the ground. Her battle intent was like a rainbow, and runes appeared around her, her body, and even her eyes. She looked down at Gu Fei coldly, but did not attack immediately. She used the talisman to communicate with the heaven and earth, condensing the great momentum of the heaven and earth. With such a cultivation, even an ordinary void-resisting realm cultivator would not be a match for her. Peerless master? Zhao Ziru, who had retreated far away, was shocked to the extreme when she saw Lin Shuer flying up from the ground. She could not believe that Lin Shuer's cultivation had actually reached such a terrifying level. One must know that when Lin Shuer and her uncle Master Ding Yongzi came to the Taishan sect to join the sect, her cultivation was already one of the best among the younger generation, and even Dongfang Chen was not a match for her. But it had only been a few years. In just a few short years, how could Lin Shuer's cultivation have increased so quickly? Could it be that she was like Senior Gu and had some sort of fortuitous encounter? Zhao Ziru was extremely shocked. She could not believe what she was seeing. Humph. I will defeat you when you are at your strongest. Only then will you be convinced. Gu Fei laughed coldly. After that, he also rose into the air. His body did not emit any energy waves. He rose into the air just like that, and not a single trace of the power in his body leaked out. It was all sealed within his body. Shameless boasting. Lin Shuer's eyes widened, and then she directly attacked Gu Fei. She grabbed forward with her right hand, and countless runes condensed in her hand. The essence of heaven and earth was guided over by the runes, and the vast power of the runes instantly condensed into the shadow of a green dragon, which pounced towards Gu Fei with its fangs and claws bared. Gu Fei also stretched out his right hand, and then pressed forward lightly. Bang! The azure dragon that was pouncing over suddenly seemed to have hit a transparent wall. The dragon head that was condensed from the talisman power instantly collapsed and countless talisman inscriptions disappeared in the void. Lin Shuer and Gu Fei flew backwards at the same time. The two of them seemed to be testing each other, and it seemed that neither of them had gained any advantage. Gu Fei could not help but re-evaluate Lin Shuer, who was opposite him. It was really hard to imagine that there was actually someone like him among the younger generation of cultivators who had reached the void-controlling realm. One must know that ordinary cultivators, even if they cultivated for decades, or even centuries, might not be able to become a peerless expert. Gu Fei thought to himself, it seems that there are still geniuses in the world of cultivation. At the very least, this Lin Shui was a genius in the world of cultivation. Whoosh! Like a divine rainbow piercing through the void, Lin Shui seemed to have turned into a bolt of lightning, quickly approaching Gu Fei, and at the same time, countless runes rushed out from her body. Thousands of runes danced in the air, guiding the power of heaven and earth from all directions. 100-feet-long green dragon and a white tiger the size of a small mountain appeared in the void. Roar! Roar! The green dragon and the white tiger roared at the sky, and even the clouds in the sky were shaken and scattered, as if real divine beasts had descended between heaven and earth. The sky and earth shook, and the wind and clouds changed color. The roars of the green dragon and the white tiger were earth-shattering, echoing through the mountains, from the green spirit peak far away, and could be heard clearly for hundreds of miles. The disciples of the other branches were immediately alarmed, and they all walked out of their cultivation areas in amazement. All of a sudden, the eyes of all the disciples of the Supreme Mystery Sect were focused on the silent and deserted green spirit peak. Good. When Gu Fei saw this scene, he could not help but cheer. He could already see that Lin Shui had used the power of runes to activate the power of heaven and earth to condense the green dragon and white tiger. The green dragon and white tiger were originally divine beasts raised by heaven and earth, and the green dragon and white tiger that were condensed from the power of heaven and earth still had some of the power of divine beasts. The sounds of birds and beasts in the Taishan mountain immediately disappeared. After all the animals felt the aura of the green dragon and white tiger, they all trembled in fear. The green dragon and the white tiger, which were the size of a small mountain, roared and rushed towards Gu Fei, and the terrifying energy shook the void. The whole world trembled, and the power of the ancient divine beasts made people's hearts palpitate. Just the green dragon and white tiger, which were condensed from the power of runes and the power of heaven and earth, were already so powerful. It was hard to imagine how powerful the real green dragon and white tiger were. How strong the green dragon and white tiger were was not the question that Gu Fei was concerned about now. Now, he only had one goal, and that was to defeat Lin Shui. Gu Fei did not retreat. He just punched forward. It seemed to be a casual punch, but the void in front of the fist was distorted, and the powerful fist force directly shook the void. Bang! There was a loud sound, and in the void, there were ripples visible to the naked eye. The invisible fist force directly blocked the green dragon and white tiger that were condensed from the power of heaven and earth. On the path of martial arts, the body became a saint, and strength was the righteous path. No matter how powerful your magical power was, I only need one punch to break it. It was not empty words to say that martial arts could break all magical power. After the invisible fist force blocked the green dragon and white tiger, Gu Fei did not withdraw his fist. Instead, he shook it, and with a boom, endless golden light suddenly exploded from his fist, like a golden wave, sweeping forward. Roar! Roar! The green dragon and white tiger, which were condensed from the power of runes and the power of heaven and earth, only had time to roar before they were instantly swallowed by the golden light, and then collapsed in the golden wave that was emitting terrifying ripples. With just one punch, Gu Fei had only used one punch to break Lin Shui's magical power. Even though Lin Shui had used the power of heaven and earth for her own use, and greatly increased her strength, she still could not block Gu Fei's punch. Endless runes were destroyed by Gu Fei's golden fist force, and Lin Shui suffered a great impact, and was directly sent flying hundreds of feet away, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. After 10 days of comprehension, although Gu Fei did not truly touch the great Dao brand that was branded in his heart, he had still understood many profound meanings of martial arts. His 10 days of hard work did not go to waste. Just a simple metal elemental fist was able to unleash unprecedented might. Even Gu Fei was a little surprised. With the great Dao being simple, Gu Fei gained a deeper understanding of the martial Dao. The simpler the moves and the simpler the attacks were, more often than not, more effective and more powerful than those complicated techniques. Just as Gu Fei sent Lin Shui flying, a few angry shouts suddenly came from afar. Gu Fei looked in the direction of the voices, only to see a few streaks of light rushing towards him from afar. 5 young cultivators rushed to the front on flying lights. Gu Fei's eyes narrowed when he saw the 5 young cultivators. They were all at the 7th or 8th sky of the Ascended Realm, and the strongest among them was at the peak of the ninth sky of the ascended realm. It's just a spar. How can you kill each other? You actually injured our junior apprentice sister. You madman. Brother Gu, you've gone too far. The 5 young cultivators were all experts of the Shangqing sex younger generation, and each of them had the strength to look down on their peers. However, in front of Gu Fei, they did not dare to be too presumptuous. Although the 5 young cultivators were scolding Gu Fei, none of them actually dared to make a move against Gu Fei. These people were not idiots, and they were well aware of the gap between them and Gu Fei. Making a move against Gu Fei was just asking to be humiliated. The last young cultivator who scolded Gu Fei was someone familiar. Gu Fei was very familiar with this person, the first senior apprentice brother of the Shangqing sex younger generation. It was impossible not to recognize him. Chapter 1271. Waha! The true dragon has come into being. It's not a bad idea to have this guy as a little brother. The old tortoise yelled and joined the battle as soon as he arrived. He swept the black rod in his hand and forced the ancient wind god's avatar to retreat by 5 kilometers. Swish! A huge spatial crack was created in the void by Hei Tian's rod. The chaotic chi in the spatial crack was vast and mighty, and a terrible aura of destruction seeped out. Hiss! Everyone couldn't help but gasp when they saw the old tortoise's ferocity. It should be known that the mysterious person was an abnormal existence that could fight a true dragon head-on. The true dragon was born from the endless dragon chi of the earth in the 9 heavens of hidden dragon grounds. Its body was absolutely tyrannical to the extreme. The mysterious person actually wanted to subdue such an existence and make it his little brother. The old tortoise's words shocked everyone to the extreme. Does he think he's a saint? Even a saint might not be able to easily subdue this true dragon. Lower your voice. That person seems to be the crown prince. Some people in the distant sky were pointing at the old tortoise. Some had already seen the origin of the old tortoise and were somewhat afraid. It should be known that the crown prince was a lawless and ruthless character. At this time, the old tortoise did not show mercy just because the opponent was of the same kind. After forcing the ancient wind god's avatar to retreat, the old tortoise directly punched the purple gold true dragon. Boom! The martial Tao source of the undying avatar was drawn out by the old tortoise. His entire fist seemed to have turned into a golden divine sun that illuminated the entire world. This was the martial Tao source of the undying golden body, unlike the one that Gu Fei had devoured. Most of the martial Tao source of the undying golden body had been corroded by the death chi. The old tortoise's fist was so fierce that the void was collapsing and annihilating. It was neither a divine ability nor an immortal technique, but it was more terrifying than any divine ability or great technique. This was the most direct manifestation of absolute power. Under absolute power, no matter how powerful one was, it would be difficult to withstand a direct punch from a supreme expert. Swish! The purple gold dragon claw directly met the old tortoise's fist. This was an extremely shocking scene. A dragon claw as huge as a mountain grabbed a golden divine sun, like a true dragon snatching a pearl. Rumble! 2 extremely powerful saint-level forces were clashing against each other. The old tortoise's fist and the purple gold dragon claw had not yet collided, but the void between the two had already been annihilated. They were both saint-level bodies. Such a confrontation was earth-shattering. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly retreated further away, fearing that they would be caught in the crossfire. Gu Fei and Hei Tian also retreated. The aura of the undying golden body was too powerful. The golden chi and blood swept across the world. Was this the power of a saint-level martial body? The old tortoise's fist, which seemed to have turned into a golden divine sun, collapsed the mountain-like purple gold dragon claw. The fierce fist force actually shook the true dragon and sent it flying thousands of feet away. The old tortoise himself only retreated a few dozen feet in the void. The entire void had turned into chaos. The old tortoise stood in the chaos, and the undying golden body emitted endless golden chi and blood. The destructive power could not get close to him. He walked in the chaos toward the true dragon that was sent flying. It's too powerful. I've long heard that the crown prince of the dragon clan obtained an undying golden body. It's actually true. How can there be such a powerful existence in this world? This is a saint-level body that can contend against a saint weapon. Some of the old antiques in the heavenly realm couldn't help but sigh. The undying golden body was so powerful that it could walk in the chaos. There was nothing in the chaos, only destruction. Even if a piece of divine iron was thrown into the chaos, it would be instantly ground to dust. Only a true saint would dare to ignore the destructive power of the chaos and walk in it. Even a half-step saint wouldn't dare to set foot in the land of chaos. This guy. Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a little disapproving when he saw the old tortoise walking proudly in the chaos. However, he had to admit that the old tortoise's avatar was truly terrifying. The old tortoise's avatar bloomed with a dazzling golden light. There were only lines of the Great Tao wandering on its skin like golden snakes. The Great Tao was imprinted on its body to achieve the immortality of the martial body. This was the indestructible martial body. When can I reach this level? Gu Fei murmured to himself. The power of the undying martial body was obvious to all. Even if he couldn't cultivate to become a saint, as long as he cultivated a saint-level martial body, he could still compete with a saint-level existence. This was the capital of a supreme warrior. The old turtle was too powerful. The mighty saint-level body emitted a boundless aura that caused the void to collapse. The world seemed to be unable to contain this supreme martial body. The purple gold true dragon kept retreating. Although it also had a saint-level body, it had just passed the heavenly tribulation and had not fully recovered. The true dragon felt a dangerous aura from the old turtle. At this time, the avatar of the ancient wind god, who had been forced back by the old turtle's rod, rushed over from a distance. He used the steps of the wind god. With each step, a Tao pattern spread out in all directions. His speed was so fast that only Gu Fei's desolate steps could match it. Is it really that person's avatar? The old turtle's pupils involuntarily contracted. A golden divine light shot out from his eyes and swept toward the figure that was rushing over. Invisible and traceless like the wind. It's really the steps of the wind god. The old turtle's expression turned solemn. The ancient wind god was a great sage of the human race and had an extraordinary relationship with the martial ancestor. There was a rumor in ancient times that the wind god might be the biological son of the supreme martial ancestor, but no one had ever confirmed it. This was because the main character of the rumor was the supreme martial ancestor who fought against the 9 heavens and 10 earths. No one in the 3 realms and 6 paths was his match. Even the other extreme martial ancestor would avoid him and not dare to provoke him. Whoosh! The ancient incarnation of the wind god, who was rushing over, pointed a finger at the void in front of him. The void in front of him was directly pierced through. A black hole appeared in the void as an invisible force crashed toward the old tortoise through the void. The old tortoise felt as though an invisible mountain was crashing toward it. Void fragmentation finger? Chapter 1272. Boom! The black stick in the old turtle's hand collided with the power of the void fragmentation finger unleashed by the incarnation of the ancient wind god. The void of heaven and earth was once again destroyed. The void within a radius of tens of miles turned into primordial chaos. The primordial chi was vast and mighty. This was the most primitive state of the void of heaven and earth, turning into a chaotic origin point. The old turtle only felt a strong force coming from the black stick in his hand. Then, he was forced to take more than 10 steps back. Every time he took a step in the void, the whole world would tremble. There was no doubt about the strength of his physical body. The indestructible golden body of the human race was one of the strongest physiques in the world. Even in the ancient times, the indestructible golden body of the human race was also the strongest combat physique. The incarnation of the ancient wind god was forced to take a step back. The power of the black stick of the indestructible golden body was also unimaginably strong. Swish! At this moment, a purple light flashed. The purple gold true dragon suddenly turned into a beam of purple light and dashed towards the distant sky, trying to escape from this place. It had just survived the heavenly tribulation, and its vitality had yet to fully recover. It was not a match for these two people. Even if it had a saint-level physical body, it would still be suppressed in the end. Although the purple gold true dragon had just been born, it had already gained intelligence for countless years. Therefore, it knew a lot of things because there had been a lot of people breaking into the land of Hidden Dragon in the past. The 9 dragons' killing intent was actually a kind of divine sense killing light released by the purple gold true dragon. When it killed the experts who broke into the land of Hidden Dragon, it also destroyed and devoured the souls of these experts. During its growth, the purple gold true dragon had gained a certain understanding of the outside world by reading the memories of the experts who broke into the land of Hidden Dragon. It did not want to become a battle pet of these people. Trying to escape? As soon as the old turtle saw that the true dragon was trying to escape, he immediately chased after it. He stepped out of the primordial zone in the void. His golden blood and chi immediately swept across the world. A powerful saint-level aura spread out from the incarnation of the old turtle. Everyone felt a great pressure as if there was a mountain pressing down on them. Those with weaker cultivation base could not even straighten their backs at this moment. The incarnation of the ancient wind god also chased after the purple-gold true dragon with the wind god steps without a sound. There was no fluctuation at all. Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a palpitation when he saw this scene. This footwork was mysterious and it was somewhat similar to the 8 desolate steps, but he knew that it was definitely not the 8 desolate steps. Is the legend true? Standing next to Gu Fei, He Tian's eyes flickered as if he had thought of something, but then he shook his head as if it was impossible. Compared to the unparalleled strength of the old turtle, the incarnation of the ancient wind god did not reveal anything. The aura of the ancient wind god seemed to be integrated with the surrounding void. Body transformation, traceless. He Tian muttered to himself. The wind god sect that appeared in the ancient times was founded by the wind god. However, the wind god sect did not exist for a long time. From its founding until its disappearance overnight, the wind god sect had only existed for less than 1,000 years in the ancient times. A sect that existed for less than 1,000 years should have been inconspicuous in the ancient times. However, the person who founded this sect was a great sage of the human race. Even in the ancient times, people who could become great sages were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. How could a sect founded by a great sage be an ordinary small sect? The techniques created by a great sage were all sage techniques. A sect that mastered the sage techniques was rare even in the ancient times. The disappearance of the wind god sect was a secret. No one knew why a sect with a great sage would disappear from the world overnight, as if it had never existed. Now that the incarnation of the ancient wind god had appeared, it was definitely a challenge for the old turtle. This was an incarnation of a great sage of the human race. The purple-gold true dragon quickly went far away. The true dragon escape was extremely fast. Even the old turtle and the ancient wind god incarnation could not catch up with it for a while. Gu Fei also wanted to chase after it, but at this time, the old turtle's voice sounded in his heart. He could not help but be surprised. Brat, if you don't go to the land of Saint Burial now, when are you going to do it? Gu Fei immediately stopped when he heard the words, and then directly rushed to the place where the true dragon broke the earth. Boss you! Chapter 1273. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. The aura of the sage level was so powerful that it was like 3 huge mountains pressing down on them. Even the mighty figures of the Tao-severing realm could hardly breathe. The power of the sage level could penetrate everything and even suppress the Great Way. It could even shatter the void between heaven and earth. Without reaching this realm, one could never understand the power of the sage level. After the old turtle and the others left, some people came to their senses and rushed towards the land of the holy burial. They wanted to enter the legendary tomb of the peerless divine treasures as soon as possible. Who would not be envious of the peerless divine treasures? Even the antiques of the heaven realm could not sit still. Beams of light shot through the sky like divine rainbows and rushed towards the depths of the land of the holy burial, disappearing into the hazy blood mist. At this time, Gu Fei and He Tian had already entered the ground and were rushing towards the entrance of the land of the holy burial. They had been warned by the old turtle, so they were one step ahead of the others. However, not everyone was paying attention to the purple-gold dragon. Someone had entered the depths of the blood-red land before Gu Fei and the others. There was a huge pit in the depths of the Scarlet Plains. It was as deep as a bottomless sinkhole, and there were traces of Yin Qi rising from the pit. A cold and terrifying aura lingered in the pit. An immortal king rushed over from afar, his body surrounded by 9 beams of celestial light. It was as though Emperor Xian of the 9 heavens had descended. The aura of the immortal path was vast and mighty. However, when the immortal king rushed into the pit, his expression changed drastically. The celestial light on his body froze in an instant and then collapsed and dissipated. Roar! The immortal king could only let out a roar that was filled with both shock and anger. He no longer had the chance because his body was crumbling and dissipating. In just an instant, an immortal king had fallen in the huge pit, his body and soul completely destroyed. Not even his immortal weapon was left behind as it shattered in the void. Even someone as powerful as an immortal king had fallen. There was an unfathomable power enveloping the huge pit. Even immortal cultivators at the immortal king realm couldn't withstand it. Some cultivators who were flying over just happened to see this scene and were extremely shocked. They quickly stopped and didn't dare to recklessly enter the huge pit. What's going on? An incomparably powerful old man from the celestial realm had descended, his powerful aura filling the air. This aura was many times stronger than the immortal king's aura. It was a sovereign with white hair and a ruddy face. The aura of the divine Tao emanating from his body caused the surrounding cultivators to involuntarily retreat, not daring to get too close. Shen King. Those who had not reached the celestial sovereign realm were incomparably shocked. This was a Shen King who had lived for God knows how long. This old Shen King had an aura of vicissitudes. Such an aura required time to condense. An ordinary Shen King would definitely not have such an aura. Is the power of the land of Saint Burial leaking out? The old Shen King frowned. The aura emanating from the pit was too strange. An eerie aura lingered in the pit. There seemed to be a terrifying power shrouding the entire pit. Even the old Shen King could feel the danger. Very quickly, a few more powerful sovereign auras appeared in the distance. More sovereigns had arrived. 3 powerful figures appeared in everyone's vision. 3 sovereigns had arrived. Among them, the young-looking Shen King exuded an especially powerful aura. His immortal emperor aura was so powerful that ripples could be seen in the void. Old Li, what's wrong? Are you afraid? A short middle-aged man among the 3 monarchs said with an incomparably cold tone after seeing the old god sovereign. Humph. I was wondering who it was. So it's the 3 sovereigns of the heavenly region. The old Shen King recognized them. What 3 sovereigns of the heavenly region? So it's them. The 3 sovereigns of the heavenly region are ruthless characters. The surrounding cultivators were shocked when they heard the words of the old Shen King. The 3 sovereigns of the heavenly region were famous sovereigns in Middle-earth. Rumor had it that if the 3 sovereigns of the heavenly region joined forces, they could fight against Tao-severing experts. The 3 sovereigns of the heavenly region had mastered a secret art. This secret art was very mysterious. When one of them used it, it wasn't very powerful. However, when 2 of them used it at the same time, they would be invincible among their peers. If the 3 of them used the secret art at the same time, they would be able to fight against Tao-severing experts. I didn't expect that even Old Li would retreat. The young-looking sovereign sneered. They seemed to have a lot of hostility towards the old Shen King. Humph. You guys are powerful. Go in and show me. The old Shen King said disdainfully. He had a lot of grievances with the 3 sovereigns of the heavenly region. They didn't like each other. Why not? The young-looking sovereign directly walked in. The other 2 sovereigns followed closely behind him. The old Shen King looked at this scene coldly. The young-looking sovereign's expression changed the moment he stepped into the huge pit. He felt a terrible force rapidly devouring his essence chi. Something's wrong. The other 2 sovereigns' expressions also changed. They also felt their essence chi rapidly flowing away. This shocked them to the extreme. Invincible heavenly domain. The 3 sovereigns roared. Together, they propped up a sovereign domain that enveloped them and blocked the strange force that could devour essence chi outside. The old Shen King was shocked when he saw this scene. He felt the aura of the great Tao. The secret art that the 3 sovereigns of the heavenly region used was actually a sage art. No wonder the 3 of them could fight against Tao-severing experts by using this secret art. This secret art was created by a sage. Haha. Old Li, we'll take our leave first. The 3 sovereigns of the heavenly region laughed and descended into the huge pit. Now, they could confirm that the power of the land of Saint Burial was really leaking out. This was a cold death chi that could devour all essence chi. It was said that after a sage died, the corpse of a sage would release a terrifying aura. This death chi of Saint Burial only existed in the land of Saint Burial. But now, it was leaking out from the land of Saint Burial. Could it be that the birth of the true dragon affected the land of Saint Burial and caused it to be damaged? Old Shen King's expression changed. In that instant he thought of many things. The death chi of Saint Burial was terrifying and could devour all life. Old Shen King didn't dare to be careless. He spat out a bronze bell and covered himself with it before jumping into the huge pit. This was an emperor weapon that could barely block the death chi of Saint Burial. But very quickly, Old Shen King rushed out from the huge pit. Cracks appeared on the surface of the bronze bell. More than half of the essence chi contained in the emperor weapon was lost, causing the weapon to almost crumble. The death chi of Saint Burial is truly terrifying. The old Shen King had no other choice. Unless he had a saint weapon or even a divine weapon of a supreme existence, he wouldn't be able to go down. Saint-ranked death chi only existed in the depths of the land of saints, where the corpses of saints were buried. Only in hell would such a terrifying death chi appear that could devour all living things. The old Shen King pondered for a long time before shaking his head and turning to leave. After the old Shen King left, quite a number of cultivators came to the vicinity of the huge pit. Some of them didn't believe it and used their divine weapons to protect themselves. Those who didn't believe it had a tragic ending. Several powerful divine kings and immortal kings fell inside, unable to escape. There was even a grand completion sovereign who ended up dying in both body and soul. Even a grand completion sovereign died. This caused all the other cultivators who wanted to take the risk to charge in. Even though they knew that it was a dead end, they still wanted to charge in. That kind of death wasn't worth it. Nobody was willing to take such a risk. Rumble. Just when everyone was hesitating, an aura so powerful that it could crush the heavens and earth suddenly appeared in the distance, causing the entire earth to tremble. The aura of a Dao severing expert caused everyone to feel an immense pressure. Everyone's expression changed drastically as they hurriedly retreated far away. The aura of a Dao severing expert was too powerful. One must know that in the heaven realm, Dao severing experts were existences of the sovereign realm, supreme existences that stood above all living beings in the heaven realm. The arrival of a Dao severing expert shocked everyone. A tall figure walked over from afar. The boundless blood mist was dispersed by this person's aura. In just a few steps, that person arrived in front of them. This was a middle-aged man dressed in green robes. His entire body was shrouded in an immortal aura. Although he wasn't enveloped by an immortal aura, he gave off an invincible feeling. The death chi of the land of saints is leaking out? The middle-aged expert couldn't help but frown as he looked at the huge crater in front of him. The death chi of a saint-level expert was no laughing matter. Even a Dao severing expert wouldn't dare to let this kind of death chi touch them. Whoosh! A white jade seal appeared above the middle-aged expert's head. The seal floated above his head and emitted rays of divine light that enveloped him. There were faint marks of the Dao on the white jade seal. This was a saint-level seal. There were lines of the great Dao on the seal. The aura of the great Dao swirled around the seal. The middle-aged expert used the seal to protect himself before jumping into the huge crater. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the darkness. With the powerful aura gone, everyone felt relaxed. It was as if a huge boulder weighing down on their hearts had suddenly disappeared. They all breathed a sigh of relief. Only Dao severing experts can enter the land of saints? Chapter 1274. No one was willing to risk their lives to enter the land of the saints. They could not even get close to the entrance of the land of the saints because they had to risk having their essence, energy, body and soul devoured by the saint-tier death energy. Due to that, many of them retreated. So what if it was a peerless treasure trove? Without their lives, how could they enjoy such a treasure trove? Those who could become immortals were not fools. Even fools would not do something that they knew was suicide, let alone immortals and gods. But as the mighty figures of the Dao severing realm continued to arrive, there were still many who broke into the ground to explore the holy tomb where the legendary peerless divine treasures were buried. No one knew what was inside, but the appearance of the sage-level death aura made many believe that the corpse of a supreme saint was definitely buried in the land of the holy tomb. Otherwise, how could this sage-level death aura be formed? Without the corpse of a saint, how could this terrifying saint-tier death energy come about? By then, Gu Fei and He Tian had already ventured deep underground. The saint-tier death energy there grew even stronger. This death energy could devour all life force. If it were not for the protection of their sacred weapons, Gu Fei and He Tian would have had their essence, energy, body and soul devoured by the death energy long ago. How could they have made it this far? What is that? Suddenly, Gu Fei saw a bluish-green silhouette flash through the darkness before him. The silhouette was extremely fast, but Gu Fei was still able to catch sight of it. A faint fragrance wafted over from the void. It was a medicinal fragrance that could shake one's spirit. Although it was just a trace, it made Gu Fei feel as though every pore on his body was opening up. It's divine blue sky grass. He Tian's eyes lit up. The bluish-green silhouette that flashed by earlier was definitely the undying divine herb, divine blue sky grass. Just a whiff of its medicinal fragrance could give them a comfortable feeling, as though they were ascending to immortality. With the exception of the undying divine herb's medicinal fragrance, no other divine herb's medicinal fragrance could give Gu Fei and He Tian such a feeling. Chase. Gu Fei immediately gave chase. The divine blue sky grass was a priceless treasure. If he could capture it, he would have an extra life. The 9 heavens hidden dragonland had collapsed, but this divine blue sky grass had survived. Even in the depths of the earth, this divine blue sky grass was not afraid of the death energy of a saint. Gu Fei had already locked onto the aura of the divine blue sky grass. Thus he gave chase. Although the divine blue sky grass did not cultivate any remarkable techniques, it was still a spiritual object. It knew how to urge luck and avoid danger, so it was still very good at flying. Under the darkness of the earth, it was somewhat difficult to catch this spiritual plant spirit. Fortunately, Gu Fei's spiritual sense was much stronger than ordinary people, so he was able to chase it. After chasing for hundreds of li, Gu Fei and He Tian were shocked to see a light coming from ahead. A chaotic void had appeared in front of them. Within the chaotic void, all sorts of divine lights were flashing, as though they were evolving the great Tao of heaven and earth. It was a scene from before the creation of heaven and earth. It was a chaotic origin point. Swish! When Gu Fei and He Tian arrived, they saw the blue sky divine herb vanish into the primal chaos in front of them. Gu Fei and He Tian couldn't help but look at each other. The primal chaos in front of them was the primal chaos origin. Before the heaven and earth were created, there was only chaos and destruction. They didn't act rashly. Nothing could exist in the primal chaos origin except destruction. However, that blue sky divine herb had escaped into it. Could it be that there was another world in the primal chaos origin? Boss, should we go in? He Tian was a little hesitant. There was no need to ask how dangerous it was to enter the primal chaos. However, when he thought about the immortal herb, He Tian was unwilling to retreat. That was an immortal herb that not even the Empyrean saints could obtain. It was the most inconceivable life in the world, a natural fragment of the great Tao. Why shouldn't we go in? Although Gu Fei was also very hesitant, he didn't want to retreat. One must know that an immortal herb was priceless. Even a peerless treasure trove couldn't compare to it. Buzz! A humming sound rang out from Gu Fei's dantian. Immediately after, an ancient cauldron flew out from his dantian and floated above his head. The mountain and river cauldron rapidly expanded. Streams of primal chaos energy descended from the cauldron, enveloping both Gu Fei and He Tian. They used the mountain and river cauldron to protect themselves. The primal chaos origin wasn't very big. It was only a few dozen zhang in radius. However, the destructive energy inside was vast and mighty. All sorts of divine lights flickered and transformed into primal chaos. A mighty force from the mountain and river cauldron directly blocked the chaotic energy of destruction. Gu Fei and He Tian walked through the primal chaos. Only the invincible golden body of a saint could travel through the primal chaos origin. However, with the mountain and river cauldron, Gu Fei could also travel through the primal chaos. However, after walking for a few dozen zhang, the space in front of them suddenly lit up. They had actually passed through the primal chaos origin and appeared in another world. Gu Fei didn't understand. How could this happen? The primal chaos origin was actually connected to another world? This was simply too unimaginable. Is this just a spatial node? He Tian pondered. The primal chaos origin was actually connected to another world. This was the only explanation. For someone to use the primal chaos origin as a spatial node, this was truly an extravagant move. Where is this? Chapter 1275. The existence of the Saint-grade death chi prevented almost all cultivators below the almighty level from entering. No one was willing to risk their lives to enter the land of the saints. They couldn't even get close to the entrance of the land of the saints, as they would have to risk having their entire body and spirit devoured by the Saint-grade death chi. This made many people retreat. So what if it was a peerless treasure trove? How could they enjoy it if they lost their lives? Those who could cultivate to become immortals were no fools. Even a fool would not do something that they knew was suicide, let alone a group of immortals. However, as Tao Severing Almighties continued to arrive, many people still ventured underground to explore the legendary tomb that contained the peerless treasure trove. No one knew what was in the tomb of a saint. However, the appearance of the saint-grade death chi made many people believe that the land of the saints definitely contained the corpse of a supreme saint. Otherwise, how could this saint-grade death chi be formed? Without the corpse of a saint, how could this extremely terrifying saint-grade death chi come from? By now, Gu Fei and He Tian had already gone deep underground. The saint-grade death chi was even stronger in the depths of the earth. This kind of death chi could devour all life force. If it weren't for the protection of their holy weapons, Gu Fei and He Tian would have had their entire body and spirit devoured by this death chi long ago. How could they have reached this place? What is that? Suddenly, Gu Fei saw a dark green shadow flash through the darkness in front of him. The shadow was extremely fast, but Gu Fei still managed to catch it. A faint fragrance wafted through the void. It was a medicinal fragrance that could shake one's spirit. Although it was only a trace, it made Gu Fei feel as if all the pores on his body were relaxing. It's the blue sky divine herb. He Tian's eyes lit up. That jade-green shadow that flashed by just now was definitely the immortal godly herb, blue descent divine grass. Just a hint of its medicinal fragrance was enough to make one feel as comfortable as ascending to immortality. Other than the medicinal fragrance of the immortal blue sky divine herb, there was no other divine herb's medicinal fragrance that could make cultivators at the level of Gu Fei and He Tian feel this way. After it, Gu Fei immediately gave chase. The immortal blue sky divine herb was a priceless treasure. If he could capture it, it would be equivalent to having another life. The 9 heavens of the hidden dragon had collapsed, but the immortal blue sky divine herb had survived. Even in the depths of the earth, the herb was still unafraid of the saint-grade death chi and could come and go as it pleased. Gu Fei possessed the speed of 8 steps. Just now, he had already locked onto the aura of the blue divine grass, so he chased after it. Although the blue divine grass did not cultivate any great divine ability, it was still a spiritual item after all. It knew how to urge luck and avoid calamity, and its flying technique was also very impressive. It was a little difficult to catch a sentient vegetation sprite in the pitch-black ground. Fortunately, Gu Fei's spiritual perception was much stronger than an ordinary person's, allowing him to chase it down. After chasing for a few hundred miles, Gu Fei and He Tian were surprised to see a light in front of them. A chaotic void appeared in front of them. Inside the chaotic void, all kinds of divine lights flickered as if they were evolving the grand Tao of heaven and earth. It was a scene from before heaven and earth was created. This was a chaotic origin. Swish! When Gu Fei and Erebus arrived at this place, they just happened to see the shadow of the blue sky divine herb disappear into the chaotic origin point ahead. Gu Fei and He Tian couldn't help but look at each other. That chaotic origin was the chaotic origin, the most primitive state before heaven and earth was created. There was only chaos and destruction, nothing else. They didn't act rashly. Nothing could exist in the primal chaos origin except for destruction. However, the blue descent divine grass managed to escape into it. Could it be that there was another world in the chaotic origin? Boss, should we go in or not? He Tian was a little hesitant. Entering the chaotic origin was dangerous. Needless to say, it was terrifying. But when he thought of the immortal herb, He Tian didn't want to retreat. That was an immortal herb. Even ancient saints might not be able to obtain it. It was the most inconceivable life in the world, born with fragments of the Grand Tao. Of course we're going in. Although Gu Fei was also hesitant, he didn't want to retreat either. One had to know that an immortal herb grass was priceless. Even a peerless treasure trove couldn't compare to it. Bzzz. A rumbling sound came from Gu Fei's dantian. Then, an ancient cauldron flew out from his dantian and floated above his head. The mountain and river cauldron rapidly grew in size. Then, streams of primordial chaos energy descended from the cauldron, enveloping both Gu Fei and Mai Tian within it. They used the mountain and river cauldron to protect themselves. The chaotic origin wasn't large. It was only a few dozen meters in radius. But the destructive energy inside was vast and mighty. All sorts of divine lights flickered and transformed into primordial chaos. A wave of energy from the mountain and river cauldron directly blocked the chaotic energy. Gu Fei and He Tian walked in the chaotic destruction. Only the saint indestructible golden body could walk in the chaotic origin. But Gu Fei had the mountain and river cauldron, so he could also walk in the chaotic origin. They had only walked a few dozen meters when the scene in front of them suddenly lit up. They had actually passed through the chaotic origin and appeared in another world. This? Gu Fei didn't understand. How could this be? The primal chaos origin was actually connected to another world? This was simply too inconceivable. Is this just a spatial node? Erebus fell into deep thought. The primal chaos origin actually led to another world. This seemed to be the only logical explanation. Someone had used the primal chaos origin as a spatial node. This was truly a big move. Where is this? Gu Fei looked around. He saw birds chirping and flowers fragrant. Spiritual energy filled the air. In the distance, spiritual mountains were faintly discernible in the mist. Immortal birds and strange beasts walked around, not afraid of humans at all. Below the Red Plains is the place where saints are buried. This can't be the legendary place where saints are buried, right? Hei Tian exclaimed in shock. This was definitely not a big tomb. How could a big tomb look like this? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was a fairyland. There were many spiritual mountains, spiritual springs, and spiritual herbs growing in the spiritual springs. Cranes danced in the air, divine birds sang, and spiritual apes played in the forest. All of this seemed so peaceful. There was no killing intent here. Boss, this place doesn't seem much different from your inner world. Hei Tian looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Chapter 1276. Gu Fei and Hei Tian didn't expect that the primal chaos origin was connected to a divine land. The entrance of this divine land was actually a primal chaos origin. The immortal blue divine grass had entered this divine land, but no one knew where it had gone. This place seemed to be the place where the blue divine grass had taken root. A small world? Gu Fei couldn't help feeling shocked when he saw this scene. This was most likely a world created by an ancient great sage and left behind. Let me imagine, who was the person who obtained the immortal blue divine grass in ancient times? Hei Tian murmured to himself as he tried to recall. In the entire world, there were only a few immortal blue divine grass. The number of people who could obtain the legendary immortal blue divine grass could be counted with 10 fingers. This world couldn't be a small world created by that person, right? Erebus seemed to have thought of something, and a strange look appeared on his face. He seemed to have thought of a certain great sage-level character in the ancient times. Great saints from ancient times had boundless magical power. They could grab the stars and the moon, move mountains and drain the seas. They were almost omnipotent and were the strongest existences in ancient times. Except for extreme saints, no one could suppress a great saint. Who is this person? Gu Fei was also very curious. The person who could refine such a divine land was certainly not simple. He was probably someone with a great background in ancient times. Boss, did you notice that most of the plants here are spiritual herbs? Hei Tian said. A faint medicinal fragrance wafted through the air, causing one's pores to open up upon smelling it. Gu Fei glanced at his surroundings, and sure enough, all he could see were elixirs that covered the entire mountain, with only a few trees as decorations. There are so many spiritual herbs. Gu Fei felt that they had entered a world of spiritual herbs. There were countless spiritual herbs here, but he quickly discovered that although there were many spiritual herbs here, most of them were ordinary spiritual herbs. Elixirs that were over 10,000 years old seemed to be very rare. Could it be that these elixirs had been multiplied in the last 10,000 years? This was a small world. There were forests, lakes, spiritual peaks, waterfalls, and flowing springs. There were even immortal birds and spirit beasts moving about, yet not a single figure could be seen. They are all ordinary stuff, but there are definitely herb kings in the depths of this world. Hei Tian naturally looked down on these spirit herbs that were less than 10,000 years old. What he wanted was a king medicine. Only a spirit medicine that had grown for around 50,000 years could barely be called a young king medicine. A true king medicine would be at least 100,000 years old. As for the undying godly medicine, who knew how many years it had been growing for? Because the undying godly medicine contained fragments of the great Tao, in a sense, it was equivalent to the existence of the Tao. Swoosh! Hei Tian couldn't wait to soar into the sky and rush towards the depths of this small world. This small world was most likely created by that legendary person. If he could obtain something refined by that person, it would be a great fortune. It would be much more useful than obtaining any divine treasury. Gu Fei also soared into the sky and chased after Hei Tian. This guy would find treasures if he didn't have them. Wherever he went, there would always be treasures. This small world had a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Compared to the inner world that Gu Fei obtained from Li Xuandao, the ancestor of the god race, it was many times bigger. Moreover, such a divine land was full of spiritual energy. There seemed to be a spiritual spring of life in the depths of the divine land. The spiritual energy of the entire world came from the depths of this divine land, and then nourished the entire divine land. This was definitely the work of a great saint. Apart from a great saint, no one could create such a small world. Moreover, this small world was very stable. Soon, Gu Fei and the others approached the central area of this small world. There were 9 towering spiritual peaks there. Each spiritual peak was like a heavenly sword, towering into the clouds. Seeing such a terrain in front of him, He Tian immediately stopped. 9 was the limit of numbers. It represented the strongest and the greatest. In the world of cultivation, if something related to 9 appeared, one had to be careful. The 9 heavens hidden dragon ground was a very good example. This kind of terrain would only appear when the world evolved to the extreme. There were 9 spiritual peaks in front of them. It was very likely that there would be danger. If they rushed in recklessly, they might be killed. He Tian was very cautious. Only a cautious person would live longer than an ordinary person. Swoosh! Mahakala activated his yin-yang divine eyes, and the power of yin and yang intertwined in his eyes. His left eye was as bright as the moon, and there seemed to be a divine moon floating within it. As for his right eye, it was as black as ink, like a bottomless demonic well that would cause one's heart to palpitate. There is indeed something strange. He Tian's expression changed. Someone had used the 9 spiritual peaks to set up a killing trap. It seemed like they were protecting something important. From the outside, the 9 spiritual peaks didn't look strange. However, under the scanning of his yin-yang divine eyes, He Tian was able to see some abnormalities that ordinary people couldn't see. The 9 spiritual mountains before him were like 9 giant prehistoric beasts lying in ambush. The moment someone barged in, they would attack violently. The situation in front of them had changed. Between the 9 spiritual peaks is probably the place where the owner of this place cultivated. He Tian retracted his yin-yang divine eyes and said, "Weren't the 9 spiritual peaks protecting the most important thing to the owner of this place? It seems that this place won't be easy to enter." Although Gu Fei knew a little about the Tao of Arrays, he could tell that the 9 towering spiritual peaks were extraordinary. The terrain in front of them had already been used by someone. No matter how heaven-defying the terrain was, even if it was the 49 Great Ancestral Dragon Formation, as long as it wasn't used by someone, it would be fine. However, if such a terrain was used by someone with ulterior motives, it could turn into a shocking killing trap in the shortest amount of time. Anyone who entered would be killed. The root of the blue sky divine grass might be inside. He Tian said. His expression became extremely solemn. The owner of this place was definitely a meticulous person. He had actually set up a killing trap in the world he had created. It should be known that the great sage created the world. In this world, the great sage was an omnipotent existence. Standing between heaven and earth, they could control the power of the world. Could it be that the great sage who created this world knew that I would leave? Gu Fei couldn't help but be curious about the original owner of this place. I need to think about it. He Tian stared at the 9 spiritual peaks in front of him. His eyes flickered. Since he had already entered the treasure mountain, there was absolutely no reason for him to return empty-handed. However, He Tian didn't want to cause any damage to this world. Otherwise, he could just ask Gu Fei to smash the 9 spiritual peaks with the mountain river cauldron. Smashing the 9 spiritual mountains was easy, but if he were to destroy the thing that the 9 spiritual mountains were guarding, then the gains would not make up for the losses. Furthermore, this was a world without an owner. If he could refine it, wouldn't he be able to control everything here? Then take your time to think about it. Gu Fei said and no longer paid attention to He Tian. He was not in a hurry. Instead, he looked around. It must be said that this divine land was extraordinary. The void of the world was extremely stable. When Gu Fei tried to punch it, there were only a few ripples in the void. He Tian began to deduce seriously. From time to time, he would use the yin-yang divine eyes to stare at the 9 spiritual peaks in front of him. He wanted to find a way to break out of this deadly trap. How could it be so easy to break out of a deadly trap laid by an ancient great sage? The center of this divine land didn't only have the 9 spiritual peaks. Behind the 9 spiritual peaks was the area with the densest spiritual energy. There was definitely a heavenly spring of life there. Gu Fei wanted to see what was behind the 9 spiritual peaks. He flew forward and circled around the 9 spiritual peaks. Then he saw a big lake. The heavenly spring of life has completely melted? Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. Behind the 9 spiritual peaks, there was only a big lake. This big lake had a radius of 100 miles and was sparkling. On the surface of the lake, there were many divine lotuses floating. In the center of the lake, there was a strange stone. It was green and only a few feet tall. That strange grass was rooted on it. It was the immortal divine herb, blue sky divine grass. Whoosh! The immortal divine herb sensed Gu Fei's arrival and immediately pulled out its roots from the stone. Then, it rushed out of the lake with lightning speed. Where do you think you're going? Upon seeing this, Gu Fei immediately reached out his hand and clawed forward. A giant golden hand rushed out from his hand and instantly grew as huge as a mountain, covering the entire heavens and earth. He unleashed his heaven-covering hand, wanting to grab this stalk of immortal god herb. However, the speed of the immortal spirit herb was simply too fast. As soon as Gu Fei's hand reached out, a green light flickered and the immortal spirit herb had already rushed into the 9 spirit mountains. This? Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. This kind of spiritual divine herb was too difficult to catch. Perhaps only a saint would be able to do so. The blue sky divine herb speed was even faster than Gu Fei's 8 steps. Rumble. Although Gu Fei's hand missed, it still shook one of the 9 spiritual peaks. A terrifying aura immediately spread out from the 9 spiritual peaks. All the living beings in this entire world felt terror that came from the depths of their souls. All of them prostrated on the ground, trembling with fear, and were extremely terrified. It was as if an extremely terrifying heavenly beast had awoken, and it was as frightening as that. It was just a strand of aura that was released, but the heaven-covering palm that Gu Fei had unleashed was shattered in the void. This kind of power made Gu Fei's heart palpitate. Chapter 1277. Gu Fei and He Tian broke into a world left behind by an ancient great sage. This place could be called a divine land with abundant spiritual energy. Cultivating here would definitely yield twice the result with half the effort. Yet, this place was filled with spiritual herbs. Gu Fei and He Tian were incomparably shocked to see this scene. This world was almost full of elixirs. This was indeed scary, but all of this was real in front of Gu Fei and He Tian. Such a divine land would definitely nurture the king of medicine, and the thing left behind by the ancient great sage would definitely be in the depths of this world. However, Gu Fei and He Tian discovered that there was a killing trap in the depths of this world. It was a shocking killing trap laid by a great sage. This killing trap was enough to give a great sage a headache. While He Tian was deducing the general trend of heaven and earth condensed by this killing trap, Gu Fei found the immortal divine herb, blue sky divine herb, behind the 9 spiritual mountains. The blue sky divine herb had lived for an unknown period of time and had already gained intelligence. Moreover, it was especially proficient in the art of escaping. It actually escaped into the 9 spiritual mountains in an instant. Moreover, the heaven-covering palm that Gu Fei had cast had even more impact on this shocking killing trap. It displayed a heart-palpitating fluctuation that shocked the whole world. What's going on? He Tian rushed over. The wisp of qi that this shocking killing trap emitted was too strong. It made his mind tremble and it was difficult for him to continue deducing the general trend of heaven and earth. Immortal divine herb. Gu Fei looked at the direction where the blue sky divine herb disappeared and felt very regretful. He was so close. If he was just a little bit faster, he would have been able to catch that immortal divine herb. Where is it? Hearing this, He Tian suddenly became excited as if he was injected with chicken blood. He looked around, but he could not sense the existence of the immortal divine herb at all. It has already escaped into the 9 spiritual mountains in front. Gu Fei said impatiently. Sigh. Boss, why didn't you call me? He Tian said with a bitter face. This was an immortal godly herb. If it was him, he might be able to obtain it easily. Gu Fei glanced at He Tian and said, That thing is even more cunning than you. I didn't even get close to it before it escaped. I didn't have time to call for you. Immortal godly medicine. He Tian was extremely regretful. The immortal herb had escaped into the 9 spiritual mountains. This made He Tian feel like he was going crazy. If he didn't break out of the 9 spiritual mountains, it would be hard for him to catch the Jade Fall spirit herb. Maybe I, old He, will sacrifice myself again. Hei Tian suddenly said heroically, as if he had made up his mind to break the killing trap laid by this great sage. Tisk, when have you ever sacrificed anything? Gu Fei couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. This guy would be the first to escape when he encountered danger. When would it be his turn to be sacrificed? The killing trap laid by a great sage wasn't that easy to break. Hei Tian once again began to deduce the general trend of this world. He combined it with the formation to find the weakness of this killing trap. Although Gu Fei knew that Hei Tian's formation was godly, he wasn't optimistic about Hei Tian's chances. One must know that this was an earth-shattering killing trap laid by an ancient great sage. Unless he used an extreme holy weapon, there might be a glimmer of hope. While Hei Tian was deducing, Gu Fei couldn't help. He only knew a little about formations. Therefore, he started to observe the surrounding environment. The big lake behind the 9 spiritual peaks should be the heavenly spring of life. However, Gu Fei found that although this heavenly spring of life still contained a huge amount of essence, it had already melted away. More than half of the essence of the heavenly spring of life had dissipated and was absorbed by this world. Gu Fei finally understood why there were so many spiritual herbs in this world. Someone used the heavenly spring of life to nourish this divine land and then cultivated spiritual herbs. In ancient times, which great sage was famous for alchemy? Gu Fei seemed to think of a person. This person was different from the ordinary great sage of the human race. This person entered the sage realm with the Tao of Pill Cauldron. He was called the alchemy sage. Could it be that this world was opened up by the ancient alchemy sage? The great sage of the human race had extraordinary means. They could open up their own world and become the master of this world. The alchemy sage needed a lot of spiritual herbs to refine pills. The world opened up by the alchemy sage was obviously used to cultivate spiritual herbs. The 9 spiritual peaks are guarding. Thinking up to here, Gu Fei's heart couldn't help trembling. No wonder Erebus was trying to think of a way to break the killing formation formed by the 9 spiritual mountains. The undying divine herb, blue descent divine grass, should have been taken by the alchemy sage. Otherwise, how could the blue descent divine grass have escaped into this world? Could it be that the alchemy sage who obtained the undying divine grass wanted to refine the legendary ultimate divine pill that could allow cultivators to smoothly comprehend the Tao and become a sage? The ultimate divine pill was only a thing of legend. According to legend, if a cultivator could refine this kind of divine pill, it would allow them to enter a state of epiphany. They would understand their current realm and strength and successfully comprehend the Tao. Gu Fei and Hei Tian's cultivation had reached a bottleneck. If they could really obtain the pill left behind by the alchemy sage, it would definitely have a double effect on their cultivation. Just as Hei Tian was deducing the grand momentum of the world and the formation, a powerful aura suddenly appeared in the distance. Gu Fei immediately sensed this aura and couldn't help but change his expression. Someone has entered this divine land? Hei Tian and Gu Fei were both shocked. Hei Tian even stopped. The powerful aura was coming from the direction of the chaotic origin. Someone dares to enter the chaotic origin? Gu Fei was very surprised. It should be known that the chaotic origin was not actually a point, but a primordial state of chaos before the heaven and earth had been created. This state was very frightening. There was only destruction inside. Unless one had a saint artifact to protect them, even a Tao-severing almighty would not be able to walk in the chaotic origin. I'll go take a look. With that, Gu Fei shot up into the sky and rushed towards the entrance of this world. He traveled 100 kilometers with each step and quickly moved through the void. In the blink of an eye, he was already thousands of kilometers away. When Gu Fei arrived at the location of the primal chaos origin, he saw an old man in black standing in front of the primal chaos origin. Fragments that were flickering with cold light were scattered around his feet. It seemed like a divine weapon had shattered. Oh, it's you? When the old man saw Gu Fei, his turbid eyes immediately shot out rays of divine light. Each ray of divine light was as sharp as a blade. A demon! Gu Fei couldn't help but feel shocked when he sensed the old man's aura. There seemed to be an extremely obscure wave of demon qi in the old man's body. Even though the old man in black had hidden himself very well, Gu Fei still managed to find some clues. Bam! The old man in black didn't say anything else. He immediately attacked Gu Fei. A huge blue hand descended from the sky and slapped at Gu Fei's head. Chapter 1278. Just as Gu Fei and Hei Tian were trying to figure out a way to break the great sage's trap, An old demon broke into the divine land and attacked Gu Fei. Bam! A blue hand appeared above Gu Fei's head and slammed down towards Gu Fei. A terrifying demonic power enveloped the void in all directions. Transparent ripples appeared in the sky and it almost collapsed. This great Yao was incomparably powerful and merciless. He wanted to slap Gu Fei to death right from the start. Whoosh! Gu Fei pointed his finger and a dazzling golden light immediately shot out from his fingertip. The power of metal shattered the void and hit the blue hand that was descending from the sky. Poof! A soft sound was heard. The golden light from Gu Fei's finger easily pierced through the blue hand. It seemed as if it didn't take much effort at all. This surprised Gu Fei. This demon shouldn't be so weak. In the midst of his bewilderment, the blue hand did not dissipate. Instead, ripples began to form on the surface of the hand, and the spot that was pierced by Gu Fei's finger was swiftly recovering. The large hand contained blurry Dao patterns that intertwined with each other, forming a terrifying force that attracted a trace of Dao energy. With a flash of blue light, the large hand that was pierced by Gu Fei's finger radiance was restored to its original state, as if it had not suffered any impact at all. This is... Gu Fei was shocked. He quickly used the desolate steps and quickly retreated. The opponent's cultivation was very strange. It seemed to be the power of water, one of the 5 elements. The softest thing in the world was water. The blue hand that was descending from the sky didn't seem to be affected at all. It seemed that no attack could break it. Boom! The earth shook as the blue hand slammed into the ground. The entire land trembled violently. Waves of shockwaves spread out in all directions. The ground was like a circle of waves that swept out in all directions. The nearby mountains immediately collapsed. Dust flew everywhere. The nearby area was in chaos. Celestial birds and spiritual beasts fled in panic. Countless spiritual medicines were turned into ashes. Although it was just some ordinary spiritual herbs, a large portion of them had been destroyed. This made Gu Fei feel a little regretful. What a reckless waste of natural resources. You old man. Gu Fei was angry. He had never met this person before, but this person attacked him as soon as he saw him. Damn it. Could this person be an expert of the heavenly demon tribe? Bam! Gu Fei also struck out with his palm. A wave of fire elemental power spread from his palm, causing the temperature of the world to rise rapidly. He struck out with the fire elemental palm. Fire chi soared to the sky as if it wanted to burn the sky and boil the sea. It destroyed everything. Even the void was distorted. It was extremely terrifying. This old monster's entire body was emitting a water-blue divine light. Suddenly, a vast ocean appeared around him, and a wave of chilling power spread out. Rumble. The torrential water directly extinguished the fire elemental energy that Gu Fei had unleashed. The old demon used water to counter fire, suppressing Gu Fei. This caused Gu Fei's heart to tremble, and he was extremely shocked. This old demon displayed the combat strength of the Dao Severing Realm. He was extremely powerful. He was a hidden demon emperor. Such a person had lived for countless years. His cultivation was more powerful and terrifying than ordinary demon emperors. Who are you? Gu Fei retreated once more. The torrential water instantly drowned the place where he was standing. The water shattered the void, crushing everything. Although it was only a gentle force, it could still destroy the void of the heavens and earth. Humph. People who are about to die don't need to know so much. The old demon was very powerful. He had already regarded Gu Fei as a dead man. The fire elemental power was monstrous. It was as if he wanted to turn the whole world into a world of water. The fire elemental power also contained a trace of cold-ine aura. You just cultivated a trace of lunar pure water. Do you think you are invincible in the world? Gu Fei sneered. He stopped moving in midair and stopped retreating. So what if you're a demonic emperor? Even if I don't utilize an extreme divine weapon, I can still fight against an emperor at the Dao Severing Realm. Although the other party had already cut the Dao, there was still a long way to go before he could truly condense his own Dao pattern. Only by condensing the Dao and developing the Dao pattern could he become a sage. The mighty figures of the Dao Severing Realm were only in the realm of touching the Great Path. Although they had cut off the Dao of their predecessors, the Dao they comprehended had not truly become Dao. Icebound 10,000 miles. The old water demon shouted. The whole world seemed to freeze. A terrifying cold-ine power swept out from his body. In an instant, The world turned into a world of ice and snow. Gu Fei only felt a wave of cold air assaulting his body. Then he was sealed in ice. The cold energy contained in the lunar true water had completely erupted, and the area within a radius of 1,000 miles was sealed in ice. The lunar pure water that the old water demon cultivated was too terrifying. It really had the power to freeze 10,000 miles. Dang! The old water demon's body was full of water chi. A blue divine sword condensed in front of him. Then, it shot towards the frozen Gu Fei. Swish! The divine sword formed by the lunar true water directly entered the ice block and quickly slashed at Gu Fei, who was sealed in the ice block. Rumble! The whole ice began to shake. A ball of golden light surged out from Gu Fei's body. His muscles and bones shook, producing a thunderous sound. The vast power radiating from his body directly broke the ice around him. The ice formed by the lunar pure water exploded. He stretched out his right hand and blocked the divine sword that was slashing towards him. Clang! Gu Fei's palm collided with the divine sword. There was a metallic sound. Then, the divine sword instantly liquefied and turned into a water column. It bypassed Gu Fei's palm and turned into a sword again. It pierced towards the space between Gu Fei's eyebrows. The space between the eyebrows was the Mud Pill Palace. It was where the spiritual soul resided. Regardless of whether it was a warrior, a cultivator, or any other cultivator, as long as their Mud Pill Palace was broken, they would be in danger of dispersing. If their spiritual soul was destroyed, how could anyone survive? For a cultivator, dispersing one's soul was the most thorough way to die. They could not even become a ghost. They would completely disappear from this world. Swoosh! A purple gold divine rune suddenly appeared between Gu Fei's eyebrows. Then, a divine eye seemed to open between his eyebrows. A beam of purple gold divine light shot out from between his eyebrows and hit the aqua blue sword. Clang! The sword let out a vibrating sound. It was actually destroyed by the purple gold divine light that shot out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows. The purple gold divine light destroyed everything. Even though the sword had liquefied again, it was still destroyed in the void. It was difficult to dispel such an attack. Primordial spirit sword of the way, kill! Gu Fei roared. His murderous intent soared to the sky. Since the other party might be from the Celestial Demon Clan, there was no reason for him to hold back. The current leader of the Demon Clan was the Old Turtle. If he killed the experts of the Demon Clan as he pleased, the Old Turtle would not be happy. However, the Celestial Demon Clan was an exception. The Celestial Demon Clan was the Old Turtle's enemy. In ancient times, although the Grand Emperor and the Celestial Demons were both demon forefathers, they were not on the same side. The Demon Clan was not as united as it seemed on the surface. There was only one Demon Lord in the entire Demon Clan. Why was the Grand Emperor's son able to become the Demon Lord the moment he returned? The Celestial Demon Clan was filled with resentment. However, a problem had occurred in the Celestial Demon's son's cultivation, causing his cultivation level to plummet. This was the source of the Celestial Demon Clan's unease. The Celestial Demon Clan's son had temporarily lost the right to compete with the Grand Emperor's son. However, this did not mean that the Celestial Demon Clan had to endure, submit to the Old Turtle, or worship the Old Turtle as the Demon Lord. The divine light that shot out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows did not dissipate after destroying the Celestial Demon Clan's sword. Instead, blurry Dao runes appeared. Buzz! A purple gold sword appeared in the void. The snow and ice in the sky quickly disappeared under the illumination of the sword light. A trace of Dao power quickly condensed. How is this possible? The old water demon was shocked. His opponent was but an emperor who had not yet severed his Dao. Even if his cultivation and strength surpassed the Deva sovereign realm, it was impossible for him to condense Dao power. Only the mighty emperors who had severed their Dao could make preliminary contact with this level of power. They could gradually cultivate their own Dao and develop their own Dao runes. Dao! There were thousands of Dao. Every cultivator who had severed their Dao might not be able to create their own Dao, but they would definitely not be able to cultivate the Dao of their predecessors. The Celestial Demon Clan's primordial spirit sword was too fast. A purple gold divine light broke through the layers of ether chi. It was as if a sword had split a vast ocean into two. The old water demon's expression changed drastically. A ball of aqua blue divine light surged out of his body, and his entire body became liquid. At this moment, the celestial demon clan's primordial spirit sword arrived, cutting through the old water demon's liquid body. Roar! The old water demon roared. He was both shocked and angry. His opponent's celestial demon clan's primordial spirit sword had actually injured his primordial spirit. Even if he used a great technique and transformed himself into the lunar true water, it would not work. If it's not the peerless demon ancestor's unmoved slash, then could it be one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao? The old water demon had lived for countless years. He had appeared in the era of the Grand Emperor and the Sky Demon. He had been sealed by the Sky Demon until this era, when the power of the seal had disappeared. That was how he had been able to come out and assist the son of the Sky Demon. Those supreme figures who had long since disappeared had all left behind some backup plans. The Sky Demon had also left behind many capable battle generals for his own descendants to assist the son of the Sky Demon, Mu Qingtian. The Grand Emperor also had old subordinates who had lived from the primeval age to this era. Humph. Even if you are an ancient water god, you will still die. Gu Fei's words were extremely cold. The celestial demon clan's primordial spirit sword shone with dazzling divine light. Blurry Tao runes swirled around it, displaying great divine might. The purple-gold sword light shot up hundreds of meters, becoming the only thing in the world. It constantly destroyed the water vapor in the sky, causing the old water demon to howl again and again. He was in great danger. Just as Gu Fei had the upper hand, divine light flashed from the primal chaos source in the distance. Another figure walked out of the primal chaos and entered this part of the world. What? Chapter 1279. Monstrous demonic qi surged out from the origin of chaos. A terrifying Tao-severing aura filled the air. Another demonic emperor had arrived. ESO 1. Gu Fei's expression changed. In this short moment, he thought of many things. Could the demonic emperor that had just entered this divine land be on the same side as this old demon? This ancient water demon had transformed into the lunar true water and was capable of countless transformations. However, Gu Fei's primordial spirit Tao sword specialized in severing the primordial spirit. Wherever the primordial spirit Tao sword passed, a patch of water vapor would be destroyed. The primordial spirit of this ancient water demon was constantly being weakened. The primordial spirit Tao sword was already threatening the old demon's life. He was both shocked and furious. He had never imagined that he would be forced into such a sorry state by a sovereign who had yet to severing the Tao. Roar! Icebound 10,000 miles. The ancient waterkind spirit roared out in rage, once again casting the great magic he cultivated himself. Immediately, the extremely cold power erupted from the watery mist like a volcano. Everything that was shrouded by the water vapor was instantly frozen. He wanted to freeze Gu Fei's primordial spirit Tao sword. The entire void froze, and everything was covered in a thick layer of ice. Even Gu Fei was once again sealed in ice, but with a shake of his body, martial path true power erupted from his body, directly shattering the ice on his body. At his current level of cultivation, he was already immune to heat and cold. His martial body was strong enough to withstand the terrifying lunar frigid qi. Old water demon, you're crazy! A loud shout came from afar. The demonic emperor that had passed through the origin of chaos and entered the divine land was almost frozen by the ancient water demon's great art. Quick, kill him for me! A divine will appeared in the void. This divine will belong to the ancient water demon. He didn't dare to condense his true body now. The threat of the primordial spirit Tao sword was too great. Even the lunar frigid qi could not freeze that divine light. Rumble! A divine light that looked like a black sun fell from the sky, smashing towards Gu Fei. It was a black seal that emitted endless black qi. The entire world immediately darkened. Is he really this old demon's accomplice? Gu Fei sensed the killing intent from the demonic emperor. The black seal pressed down like an ancient divine mountain, causing the void to collapse. It displayed great divine might. On the black seal, faint Tao patterns appeared. This was a divine weapon of a great being. Bam! Gu Fei punched upwards and his right fist collided with the black seal that was pressing down on him. Blurry Tao patterns appeared on his fist. He was using the power of his body to resist the divine weapon of a great being. But to everyone's astonishment, he was actually using a single fist to block the black seal that was smashing down from the sky. Roar! Gu Fei let out a furious roar. The blood and qi in his body surged and his martial Tao battle prowess surged. He punched out with his right fist and actually managed to knock the black seal away. A ferocious power erupted from Gu Fei's fist, causing the surrounding space to tremble. What? The newcomer was stunned. This human's physical body could be said to be freakishly strong. He could actually use his physical body to forcibly resist the divine weapon of a severing path almighty cultivator. All of this seemed so surreal. How could a human emperor be so strong? How could a human emperor be able to withstand the divine weapon of an almighty? The impossible had actually happened. Humph! Are they all lackeys of the son of Sky Demon? Gu Fei sneered. The man was 9 feet tall, which was about the same height as Old Tortoise's indestructible golden body. This was a terrifying demonic the Arch. This demonic the Arch had a pitch-black horn on his head and scales on his skin. Human martial body? The person who came saw Gu Fei's physique. The human body contained boundless power. Cultivators who cultivated body techniques were terrifying people even in ancient times. No one was willing to provoke a human race martial body that had achieved success in cultivation. The single-horned great demon put away the black seal and walked over. The black seal floated above his head, giving people a strong sense of oppression. Roar! I'll fight you to the death! The ancient water demon roared. The water vapor in the sky immediately surged towards Gu Fei from all directions. Even Gu Fei's primordial spirit Dao sword could not destroy so much water elemental power. This guy is going all out. When the demonic beast the Arch saw this, he quickly retreated. It was no joke for an ancient water demon to go all out. The mist formed by the lunar true water permeated every nook and cranny and enveloped Gu Fei. Wisps of water vapor entered Gu Fei's 7 orifices and pores and entered Gu Fei's body. I'm going to take your body and destroy your primordial spirit. The ancient water demon's voice sounded in Gu Fei's mind. This was a terrifying killing technique of his. Gu Fei seemed to find it hard to resist. Even though he used the primordial spirit Dao sword to protect himself, the mist formed by the lunar true water continued to penetrate his body. He felt a great sense of danger. What is the old water turtle doing? Is he going to take the body of a sovereign? The single-horned demonic the Arch couldn't help but be alarmed when he saw this scene. This human race martial body was incomparably strong. His body could go head-on against the divine weapon of a mighty figure. This body could already be considered a treasure body. He didn't make a move. Instead, he stood quietly at the side and watched the ancient water demon's actions. In his opinion, this human race martial body was doomed. Swish! The primordial spirit Dao sword entered Gu Fei's forehead and protected his Niwen palace. At this moment, the water vapor formed by the ancient water demon had completely entered Gu Fei's body. Roar! Gu Fei raised his head and roared. His long hair fluttered in the wind. He could feel that there was an additional person in his body. The ancient water demon had actually entered his body. Following which, an extremely powerful divine sense rushed towards Gu Fei's Niwen palace. This divine sense was so strong that Gu Fei could feel the danger. This treasure body is mine. The ancient water demon was very confident. He could already tell that Gu Fei's martial body was actually a 5 elements physique. If he could seize this body, wouldn't he be able to cultivate the essence of the 5 elements? The 5 elements could be combined into one. That was the power of yin and yang. Such a physique had limitless possibilities of growth, unlike the ancient water demon's water physique. Gu Fei seemed to be retreating step by step. He didn't put up any resistance. It was as though he was completely suppressed by the ancient water demon. He only used the primordial spirit Dao sword to protect his Niwen palace. The ancient water demon's primordial spirit couldn't break into Gu Fei's Niwen palace and destroy Gu Fei's spiritual soul. Then it could completely seize this human race martial body. And at this moment, the ancient water demon didn't know that a black hole was forming in Gu Fei's dantian. A heaven-devouring force suddenly appeared. The lunar true water that entered Gu Fei's body immediately flowed towards Gu Fei's dantian and was absorbed by the black hole. What? Chapter 1280. The ancient water demon's primordial spirit broke into Gu Fei's body, trying to break through Gu Fei's Niwen palace, kill Gu Fei's spiritual soul, and take over Gu Fei's sovereign martial body. Oh! Gu Fei's sovereign martial physique was able to clash head-on against the divine weapons of supreme existences. He was definitely a humanoid divine weapon with unparalleled might. If Qin Wentian could refine him into a clone, it would be a great help to him. Although the ancient water demon's primordial spirit was injured by Gu Fei's primordial spirit Dao sword, his primordial spirit was still extremely strong. He was confident that it could crush Gu Fei's spiritual soul. However, when the ancient water demon's primordial spirit invaded Gu Fei's body, he discovered that Gu Fei's primordial spirit had turned into a Dao sword and was guarding his Naiwen palace like an iron wall. It was difficult to break through it in a short period of time. Just as the ancient water demon's primordial spirit was facing off against Gu Fei's primordial spirit Dao sword, a black hole suddenly appeared in Gu Fei's dantian. Rumble! Rumbling sounds came from the black hole and a heaven-devouring force was emitted. It quickly devoured the lunar pure water that had invaded Gu Fei's body. The ancient water demon's primordial spirit was trembling. He felt great danger. The black hole that appeared in Gu Fei's dantian was too terrifying. It was as if it was going to devour the entire world. Roar! The ancient water demon's primordial spirit roared and wanted to rush out of Gu Fei's body. If he didn't leave now, he would be devoured by the black hole in Gu Fei's body. However, blurry Dao patterns appeared on Gu Fei's body. Dao rhymes circulated on the surface of his body. He had used the Dao patterns to seal his body. You're courting death. The ancient water monster's primordial spirit was blocked, and it couldn't rush out from Gu Fei's body. This made it both shocked and angry. Gu Fei wanted to refine it to death inside his body? Clanging sounds kept coming from Gu Fei's body. The ancient water demon was going all out. He cast a great spell and gathered his power of the Great Path. Divine swords of the Great Path appeared around his primordial spirit. Break! The divine swords of the Great Path around the primordial spirit of the ancient water demon vibrated and vibrated, releasing a towering sword aura, slashing toward Gu Fei's body. He wanted to break Gu Fei's body and destroy Gu Fei's martial body. However, the divine swords of the Great Path, which contained power of the Great Path, couldn't hurt Gu Fei at all. Gu Fei's body was sealed by a terrifying power. That power came from the black hole in Gu Fei's dantian. The power of the Great Path that the ancient water demon gathered was suppressed. The divine swords of the Great Path dissipated in the air. He felt an aura that made even his soul tremble coming from the black hole. Sensing this aura, the ancient water demon, who had lived for countless years, was scared out of his wits. This was an aura that would make even severing the way cultivators tremble. There is a divine implement in his body. The ancient water demon's primordial spirit felt that something was wrong. His opponent seemed to have planned this all along. His opponent trapped him in his body and then used the divine implement in his body to destroy him. Damn it! The ancient water demon knew that there was no way for him to survive. His opponent had used a divine implement to suppress him. To him, it was like a saint-level cage, and there was no way for him to escape. At this moment, the unicorn demon emperor outside Gu Fei's body made a move. He saw that something was wrong with Gu Fei, and he wanted to save the water demon. Brat, go to hell. The unicorn demon emperor's murderous aura soared into the sky. The black seal above his head shone with endless black light. Divine patterns emerged from the seal, drawing in a trace of power of the Great Path. It then shot up into the sky and smashed toward Gu Fei. Streams of black chi descended from the black seal like black dragons, sealing off a part of the world and enveloping Gu Fei below. Rumble! Heaven and earth shook, and the earth trembled. The spiritual mountains in the surrounding area were shaken and collapsed by the waves from the black seal. Countless spiritual medicines were destroyed. A terrifying beast seemed to have awakened in the black seal. A violent and terrifying aura filled the space, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Gu Fei was trying his best to suppress the primordial spirit of the ancient water demon in his body. He couldn't afford to be distracted by the battle with the unicorn demon emperor. He retreated with great difficulty. The black seal that fell from the sky smashed the place he was standing on into a chaotic land. Everything was destroyed, and a bottomless pit appeared on the ground, causing dust to rise and fall. A terrifying power rippled out from the black seal, causing the ground within a radius of 100 miles to undulate violently like a wave. If it wasn't for the fact that the void in this area was extremely stable, the attack of the one-horned demon monarch would have caused the entire ground to sink. The black seal had displayed great divine might. A black dragon shadow could be vaguely seen on the black seal. If someone from the heaven realm saw this scene, they would definitely exclaim that the black dragon seal had appeared again. Black dragon, this kid's body is strange. Quickly kill him and let me out. The divine sense of the ancient water demon came out from Gu Fei's body. His voice was filled with nervousness and panic, as if he had encountered something terrifying. Gu Fei's body was sealed by an unfathomable force from his dantian. The ancient water demon couldn't control this emperor martial body at all. Swish! Purple-golden divine radiance flickered. The Dao sword formed from Gu Fei's primordial spirit swam around his body, chasing after the water demon's primordial spirit and slashed at it fiercely. It almost killed the water demon's primordial spirit a few times. Using his body as a cage? Is the old water demon trapped? The Black Dragon Demon Emperor was shocked after hearing this. This human kid was incredible. He actually used this method to trap the water demon. One should know that the water demon had cultivated the lunar true water. His body could transform into the state of water or mist, making it difficult to trap him. This human kid was really courageous to use his body as a cage to trap the old water demon. Which ordinary person would dare to do such a thing? Who are you? Gu Fei's eyes flickered. He stared at the Black Dragon Demon Emperor and said calmly. He didn't seem nervous even though he was facing two demon emperors at the same time. I am the Black Dragon Demon Emperor. The Black Dragon Demon Emperor was not in a hurry to attack. Do we have a grudge? Gu Fei asked. No grudge. The Black Dragon Demon Emperor replied. Then why did you attack me? Are you also one of the people of Mu Qing Tian, the son of the Sky Demon? Gu Fei's voice was still calm and indifferent. Sky Demon? The Black Dragon Demon Emperor was startled. He pondered for a moment and said, What's your relationship with the son of the Grand Emperor? Are you the one who killed Yao Tiandu? Although Gu Fei had just killed Yao Tiandu not long ago, the death of a half-step sacred realm demon was enough to attract the attention of all parties in the heaven domain. Especially the Nanling demon tribe. The news of Yao Tiandu's death had already spread across the entire demon tribe in the shortest time possible. There were two completely different attitudes toward Yao Tiandu's death. The people of the Sky Demon tribe immediately took action. They rushed over from the Nanling Mountains to kill Gu Fei, while the subordinates of the Old Tortoise were protecting Gu Fei. I'm the one who killed Yao Tiandu. Gu Fei uttered such words. Registered members receive a private bookshelf, which is more convenient for reading and storing books. Permanent address. Chapter 1281. I'm the one who killed Yao Tiandu. Gu Fei didn't hide it, and there was no need for him to do so. When he killed Yao Tiandu, there were countless pairs of eyes staring at him. It was impossible for people to not know. Shared by netizens. The moment Gu Fei killed Yao Tiandu, he was destined to be famous in the heaven domain. Good. You even killed Yao Tiandu. You've got guts. The Black Dragon Demonic Emperor didn't show any unusual expression. The murderous aura from his body disappeared into his body, and a huge seal floated above his head. At this moment, a thunderous sound came from Gu Fei's body. The black hole in his dantian emitted an even stronger power. Black Dragon, save me! The ancient water demon's divine sense came from Gu Fei's body. He was in great danger. His primordial spirit was sealed in Gu Fei's body and was about to be devoured by the black hole. This is a battle between the bloodline of the Tai Sovereign and the bloodline of the Sky Demon. I don't want to get involved. The Black Dragon Demonic Emperor turned and left without hesitation. Before leaving the Divine Land, the Black Dragon Demonic Emperor glanced at the depths of the heaven and earth, then walked into the chaotic origin with the Black Dragon Seal as protection. Gu Fei didn't expect that the Black Dragon Demonic Emperor would retreat just like that, leaving the Divine Land. Black Dragon, you left me in the lurch. The ancient water demon sensed the departure of the Black Dragon. He was shocked and angry that the Black Dragon Demonic Emperor left him in the lurch. The ancient water demon almost fainted from anger. The Black Dragon Demonic Emperor was an oddity among the demon race. He wasn't from the bloodline of the Tai Sovereign or the bloodline of the Sky Demon. In the demon race, he was a solitary emperor. Such a figure was definitely someone that all forces wanted to rope in. Both the Grand Sovereign and the Sky Demon wanted to win the Emperor's support, but the Emperor didn't listen to either. He didn't join the Grand Sovereign's camp, nor did he join the Sky Demon's camp. The struggle for orthodoxy among the demon race had been going on for a long time. In the cultivation world, the Tai Huang bloodline was regarded as the orthodox demon race, but the Sky Demon bloodline didn't buy it. The Grand Emperor was the demon ancestor, and the Heaven Demon was also the demon ancestor. Why was the Grand Emperor orthodox, but the Heaven Demon wasn't? The Black Dragon Demon Monarch didn't want to be involved in this kind of conflict. Therefore, he always acted alone and didn't support any side. He wanted to be independent. Although he was acquainted with the ancient water creature, they didn't have any deep friendship. They had only met each other a couple of times. Gu Fei could even kill Yao Tian, and now, he trapped the old water demon's primordial spirit in his body. He was about to refine the old water demon's primordial spirit. The Black Dragon Demonic Monarch didn't want to risk his life against Gu Fei. It wasn't worth it to offend a friend of the Grand Emperor's son for a person he didn't know. After weighing the pros and cons, the Black Dragon Demon Emperor chose to retreat. Humph! This time, no one can save you. Gu Fei's words were extremely cold. He sat on the ground with his legs crossed and activated his mystic art. An ancient cauldron rose from the black hole in his dantian. Buzz! The ancient cauldron only vibrated slightly, but the primordial spirit of the ancient water creature was almost shattered. He was stunned. The mountain river cauldron, the extreme Tao's sacred weapon? The ancient water creature was in despair. There was a sacred weapon in this human's body, but it wasn't an ordinary sacred weapon. It was the most powerful sacred weapon in the world, the extreme Tao's sacred weapon. Without any suspense, the ancient water creature was sealed by the mountain river cauldron. There was no way for him to survive, and he was sucked into the mountain river cauldron. An ancient water creature that had lived for countless years was refined by the mountain river cauldron just like that. Nothing was left. Even the Taiyin true water would be destroyed by the extreme Tao's sacred weapon. The ancient water creature was too careless. He thought that his primordial spirit was strong enough to kill Gu Fei's spirit and take over Gu Fei's body. Who knew that Gu Fei had done this on purpose? He lured the ancient water creature into his trap, then sealed the primordial spirit in his body and used the mountain river cauldron to destroy it. Gu Fei kept the mountain river cauldron and stood up from the ground. He patted his clothes and flew into the sky, heading towards the depths of the divine land. At this time, He Tian was studying how to break through the 9 spiritual mountains in front of him. He wanted to obtain the item left behind by the ancient alchemy saint and capture the immortal herb. Although the item left behind by the ancient alchemy saint was attractive, the immortal herb made He Tian even crazier. Even if he couldn't obtain the item left behind by the alchemy saint, he had to capture the immortal herb. The immortal godly medicine was just too precious. There were only a few of them in the entire world. Even in the ancient times, not every extreme saint had the immortal godly medicine. One could imagine how precious the immortal herb was. We need to think of a way to seal the chaotic origin, Gu Fei said to He Tian as he flew over from afar. If they didn't seal the chaotic origin, there might be people coming in from the outside. Naturally, the fewer people who knew about this divine land, the better. Erebus also didn't want people to come and fight with him over the divine stash and immortal herb left behind by the ancient demon saint. Let me think about it. He Tian fell into deep thought. Soon after he had an idea. He soared into the sky and flew towards the chaotic origin. After less than an hour, he flew back again. All right, I've set up a maze. Even if someone enters the chaotic origin, they won't be able to find the exit. He Tian said as he temporarily sealed the chaotic origin. Gu Fei was relieved after hearing this. He Tian once again immersed himself in thinking about how to break this murderous situation. This was a murderous situation set up by a great saint of the human race. He couldn't afford to make any mistakes. He was very careful and didn't want to miss any details. After a few hours, He Tian began to carve formation runes on the ground. Gu Fei watched from the side and discovered that the formation runes He Tian was carving were very ancient. Ancient formation runes? Each of the ancient formation runes could trigger an unfathomable power. Countless ancient formation runes intertwined and the power of the entire world was triggered. Even Gu Fei could sense that this side of the world was undergoing some incredible changes. The range of the 9 spiritual peaks was not small, covering an area of thousands of miles. It was covered by this murderous situation. In the area protected by the spiritual peaks, it was unknown what was so important that the great saint of the ancient times used his great magical power to set up such a murderous situation. It had to be said that He Tian's formation attainments were too high. The formation he set up could turn the world upside down and change the power of the world. In the next few days, He Tian was very busy. He had to set up a formation in the area of thousands of miles, and Gu Fei couldn't help him. It really made him unbearably tired. Registered members can get a private bookshelf. It's more convenient to collect and read books. Permanent address. Chapter 1282. Boss is going to cut his Dao? Hei Tian saw Gu Fei sitting cross-legged on a boulder. Blurry Dao runes appeared all over his body. Each divine rune was glowing with a dazzling divine light, absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to condense Dao energy. Heaven and earth were resonating with the void, as if there was a heavenly melody of the Dao lingering in the void. This scene was too shocking. Gu Fei had entered a state of resonance with the Dao, as if he was going to transform into the Dao of heaven and earth. Hei Tian discovered that there was a blurry figure looming over Gu Fei's body. This figure couldn't be seen with the naked eye. If he hadn't used the yin-yang divine eyes, he wouldn't have been able to detect this figure. This is... Hei Tian's heart trembled. His indistinct figure gave off a domineering feeling, as if he was the supreme ruler of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He almost thought that an extreme Dao saint had descended, and he had an urge to kneel down. The Dao body of the supreme martial ancestor? Hei Tian was shocked. He knew that Gu Fei had cultivated the ancient martial Dao created by the martial ancestor. This was a great technique created by an extreme Dao saint. This great technique contained the martial ancestor's Dao. Gu Fei's martial Dao cultivation technique was actually cultivating the martial ancestor's Dao. At Gu Fei's cultivation level, his body had already been planted with a strand of the martial ancestor's Dao. Hei Tian knew that if Gu Fei could cut off the invisible Dao body of the martial ancestor, he would become a Dao-severing almighty and truly step onto the path of an honorable. Seeing that Gu Fei was already on the verge of cutting his Dao, Hei Tian did not disturb Gu Fei. If Gu Fei could successfully cut his Dao, it would be of great benefit to him. In the heaven realm, a martial arts almighty who could cut the Dao was equivalent to a martial emperor. Such an existence was absolutely invincible among those of the same level. An emperor-level body was comparable to a holy weapon. However, half a day later, the blurry runes that appeared on Gu Fei's figure disappeared into his body, and the martial progenitor realm body disappeared into his heart too. The shaking of the great path of heaven and earth gradually calmed down. The suffocating pressure dissipated in the void and turned into nothingness. Heh! Gu Fei exhaled deeply, then opened his eyes and woke up from his meditative state. The cauldron of mountain and river that was floating above his head also calmed down and returned to his body. He stood up from the boulder and immediately noticed Hei Tian, who was standing in the sky above the valley. Congratulations, boss. You have hope for the Dao Crusher. Hei Tian, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately went up to Gu Fei and congratulated him when he saw that he had woken up from his meditative state. The current heavens and earth was no longer like the primordial era. The great path of heaven and earth had become elusive and unapproachable. It was extremely difficult to cut the Dao in the current heavens and earth. Gu Fei was showing signs of cutting the Dao, something that had never happened in the heaven realm in the past 10,000 years. If the news were to spread, the entire heaven realm would be shocked. Cutting the Dao? Gu Fei could not help but let out a wry smile. He did touch the threshold of the Dao Crusher when he was meditating, but he was still a little bit away from actually cutting the Dao. However, with this experience, it would be a lot easier for him to break through to the Dao Crusher realm next time. Gu Fei was looking forward to how much his martial experience would evolve if he succeeded in cutting the Dao, and whether he would be able to resist a holy weapon with his flesh. After cutting the Dao, the divine pattern of the Great Path would be imprinted on his body, and he would condense the Dao power. Perhaps he would be able to contend with a holy weapon. At that time, Gu Fei would be able to move unhindered in the heaven realm without fear of anyone. Why are you looking for me? Could it be that you have already broken through the trap? Gu Fei's mind was wandering, and he was comprehending the great path of heaven and earth. He did not know the passage of time, and he did not know how long he had meditated in the valley. Perhaps Hei Tian had already broken through the trap. Boss, you think too highly of me. That was a trap set by a great saint of the ancient human race. How could I, old Hei, break it? I still need you to do it. Hei Tian said with some embarrassment. Gu Fei glanced at Hei Tian, and then said with a faint smile, I can do it, but I want 70% of the things inside. How about it? What, 70%? Boss, you are robbing me. When Hei Tian heard this, he immediately jumped up. He had exhausted himself to weaken the power of the trap to the lowest level, and he could only get 30% of the things inside? What, you don't want to? Gu Fei said unhurriedly. He was not in a hurry. He even had 3 divine weapons of the Great Path. The divine treasures of a great saint of the ancient human race could not be compared to a divine weapon of the Great Path. Boss, why are you even more black-hearted than me? He Tian said with a bitter face. He had spent countless efforts and did not hesitate to consume his vitality, but in the end, he could only get 30% of the things in this divine treasure. It really made him want to vomit blood. If you can't, then forget it. You also know that if I use the divine weapon of the Great Path, my vitality will be greatly damaged. Gu Fei said. He was about to cut the Tao. In fact, he really did not want to consume his vitality at this time. There was only one way to break through the trap set by a great saint of the ancient human race, and that was to use the divine weapon of the Great Path. Only the divine weapon of the Great Path could suppress the power of a great saint of the ancient human race. At this time, how could he ask He Tian to leave just like that? That was absolutely impossible. Boss, if you take 70% and I take 30%, it's really too much. How about 60% and 40%? You take 60% and I take 40%. He Tian said. Even if it was 60% and 40%, it was like cutting his flesh. 60% and 40% it is. The immortal divine medicine belongs to me. Gu Fei very reluctantly agreed to He Tian's request. He Tian was dumbfounded. He was completely dumbfounded. The most precious thing in the entire divine treasure of the ancient great saint was the immortal divine medicine. The rest of the things added up could not compare to the immortal divine medicine. Boss, you are too greedy. You already have the immortal divine medicine, and you still want this blue sky divine grass? He Tian looked up and down at Gu Fei and said, Boss, you are too greedy. You already have the immortal ancestral dragon medicine, and you still want this blue sky divine grass? He Tian said, looking Gu Fei up and down. If you can't, then forget it. I'm going to find a place to go into seclusion and break through to the Tao-severing realm. With that, Gu Fei pretended to leave, as if he was not joking. Wait. After a brief internal struggle, Erebus made what could be said to be the most painful decision of his life. It was a decision that he regretted for over 1,000 years. Not a year, not 100 years, but 1,000 years. Boss, I'll do as you say. 60% it is. The immortal divine medicine belongs to you. He Tian knew that he would not be able to break out of this trap on his own. Haha. Wouldn't it have been better if you had done this earlier? Then I'll reluctantly make a move. Gu Fei was very happy. It was rare to see a guy like He Tian being humiliated. Gu Fei flew towards the 9 spiritual mountains in high spirits. Behind him, a dejected He Tian followed. Chapter 1283. The superformation that He Tian had set up was still in operation. The peerless divine formation drew upon the earth qi and changed the general trend of the world, constantly devouring the spiritual qi of the 9 spiritual mountains. However, at this time, even if more than a dozen of the extreme path remnant formations were activated, it would be difficult to shake the 9 spiritual mountains. This was because on the 9 spiritual mountains, divine runes of the great Tao appeared. These divine runes were set up by the ancient great saints of the human race. They sealed the 9 spiritual mountains and attracted the power of the great Tao, preventing the spiritual qi of the 9 spiritual mountains from leaking. The great saints of the human race were second only to the supreme saints of the human race. Even a saint would not dare to break into a trap set up by a great saint of the human race. A great saint was much stronger than an ordinary saint. Such an existence was only one step away from comprehending the complete great Tao of the heavens and earth and reaching the end of the Tao. Boss, it's all up to you now. When He Tian and Gu Fei arrived in front of the 9 spiritual mountains, He Tian retreated. He did not remove the superformation. On the contrary, He Tian wanted to use the superformation to seal the surroundings, making it difficult for the 9 spiritual mountains to gather spiritual qi. Gu Fei did not act immediately. He carefully looked at the 9 spiritual mountains in front of him and saw that there were Tao runes appearing on each of the spiritual mountains. The ancient Tao runes had Tao rhymes circulating around them, sealing each spiritual mountain and preventing the spiritual qi contained in the spiritual mountains from leaking. The means of an ancient great saint is indeed heaven-defying. Gu Fei could see that the 9 spiritual mountains were too terrifying. They were branded with the Tao runes of a great saint. If He Tian had not used the power of the super formation to weaken the spiritual chi of the 9 spiritual mountains, this trap would have been even more terrifying. Anyone who entered this killing trap would die. Unless an Supreme Saint came, no one would be able to directly enter this killing trap. The great Tao rose from the 9 spiritual mountains. This was the vast Tao power of an ancient great saint of the human race. Seeing this, Gu Fei frowned. This was the aura of a sage, vast and boundless. If it weren't for the sage weapon in his body that could counteract this aura, he definitely wouldn't be able to stand in front of the 9 spiritual mountains. He Tian had the extreme Tao remnant formation, which could also resist this extremely powerful aura. This kind of aura was enough to make a severing Tao almighty cultivator submit. Just as Gu Fei was about to take out the mountain and river cauldron, he suddenly saw a figure appear on top of the 9 spiritual mountains, which gave him a great shock. The owner of this place didn't leave? Thinking up to here, Gu Fei couldn't help but shiver. One had to know that this was a world created by the ancient alchemy saint. Aside from the owner of this place, who else could walk out of the 9 spiritual mountains? That is, when He Tian saw that person, he seemed to have thought of something as his expression turned extremely ugly. He then activated the power of the formation and turned into a beam of divine light that shot towards the figure on the spiritual peak. Bam! With a dull thud, the figure on the spiritual peak was knocked away by the divine light emitted by He Tian and fell into the 9 spiritual mountains. Following this, a series of roars could be heard coming from the spiritual peaks. Very soon, figures walked out from the 9 spiritual mountains. Seeing this, Gu Fei and He Tian were both terrified. There was no sign of life or aura. After the figures walked out, they stood on top of the 9 spiritual mountains. A total of 18 figures appeared in front of Gu Fei and He Tian. On top of each spiritual mountain stood 2 cultivators who seemed to have been controlled. The cultivators that gathered on top of the 9 spiritual mountains were dressed in ancient clothes, as if they were people from the ancient times. But why were they here? Could it be that the item is in the 9 spiritual mountains? He Tian suddenly thought of something and his face was filled with astonishment. These ancient cultivators had fallen for countless years, but their flesh was not damaged. It seemed like someone had done something to them. Whoosh! At that instant, Gu Fei pointed his finger forward. A golden glow was fired from the tip of his finger, penetrating the rift and heading toward the figure on top of the spiritual mountain. Boss, be careful. It's a medicinal man. He Tian transmitted his voice to warn Qin Nan. He seemed to have figured out the identity of the 18 ancient cultivators. Medicinal man? What's that? Gu Fei was startled hearing this, but his finger did not slow down. It continued to penetrate the figure on top of the spiritual mountain. Puff! Gu Fei's finger energy actually pierced through that figure, causing a bloody mist to appear. Even Gu Fei felt that it was inconceivable for him to succeed so easily. Whoosh! The medicinal man that Gu Fei had penetrated charged down from the mountain and pounced at Gu Fei. A bloody hole was left on his chest, and it only lasted for a short period of time. The injury on the medicinal man's body was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bam! As the medicinal man pounced forward, Gu Fei immediately threw a punch at it. Without any hesitation, the medicinal man was sent flying by Gu Fei's palm force. What? Gu Fei couldn't help being shocked that the alchemy doll was able to endure his punch. It had to be known that his punch contained a huge amount of martial Tao force. Even space itself would collapse from the pressure of his punch. Boss, this is a medicinal man refined by an ancient alchemy saint. Don't let its blood touch you. He Tian reminded Qin Nan once again. He knew that a famous item from the ancient era was inside the 9 spiritual mountains. What kind of evil creature is this? At this moment, not only did the herb man that was sent flying by Gu Fei rush over, but the other herb men on the other spiritual peaks also rushed over. Swish! Gu Fei opened his martial Tao heavenly eye, and 2 resplendent purple-gold divine lights shot out from between his brows, turning into 2 purple-gold divine swords that slashed at all the herb men charging at him. Yuan's soul sword of the way. The 2 purple-gold divine swords displayed great power. Wherever they passed, 2 thin spatial cracks were left in the void. This type of supreme immortal killer method could destroy everything. It had great power. Blood spurted everywhere the divine swords passed, and a head flew into the air. One of the medicinal men charging at Gu Fei was instantly beheaded. The other medicinal man's waist was twisted by the violet gold sword light, causing him to tumble to the ground. His body was severed into two halves. The scene was incomparably horrifying. By the time Gu Fei killed the two medicinal men, the other medicinal men had already arrived. Sensing danger, Gu Fei decisively retreated. Gu Fei sensed that there was still blood flowing in the medicinal men's bodies. The scarlet blood splattered on the ground, but there didn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary. However, He Tian was very wary of these 18 medicinal men. Chapter 1284. Gu Fei used his primordial Dao sword to slay two incoming herb men. He discovered that these two herb men were no different from ordinary people, but their bodies lacked a certain vitality. These herb men had no signs of life, but they were not walking corpses. Their bodies had medicinal blood flowing. These were killing tools refined by an ancient alchemy saint. These herb men came from the ancient alchemy saint's myriad medicine cosmos cauldron. This was a cauldron refined by a human great sage. It had endless uses and could refine the most precious divine pills in the world. 16 figures rushed towards Gu Fei like lightning. A medicinal fragrance entered Gu Fei's nose, causing him to feel dizzy. He almost fell from the sky. This is... Gu Fei was shocked. This medicinal fragrance almost made him fall for it. If it was an ordinary half-step almighty, they would have been poisoned the moment they smelled this medicinal fragrance. Oh my God! When He Tian saw the dozen figures rushing over, he immediately retreated far away without any sense of loyalty. He didn't dare to approach them at all. He knew how terrifying these herb men were. These herb men could be poison men that emitted invisible poisons. Once they pounced on someone, even a sage would be in danger. However, these herb men could also be human-shaped divine medicines. The precious blood of these herb men could be comparable to a small half of an undying divine medicine. It was incomparably precious. However, He Tian didn't dare to have any ideas about these herb men. It should be known that no one knew when these herb men were poison men and when they were human-shaped divine medicines. The herb men refined by the ancient alchemy saint had the characteristics of the myriad medicine cosmos cauldron. When refining medicine, the myriad medicine cosmos cauldron could refine all the spirit medicines in the world. It could condense endless medicinal power and condense the most precious divine pills in the world. However, the myriad medicine cosmos cauldron also had another name. The myriad poison cosmos cauldron. When the ancient alchemy saint fought with others, he would take out this cauldron and use it to kill anyone. There was once a saint-level great devil that was captured by the alchemy saint into the myriad poison cosmos cauldron and refined it. The main reason why He Tian had spent so much effort to attack this trap laid down by the great sage was because of the cauldron of myriad medicines. Swoosh! At this time, Gu Fei was moving quickly in the void. He retreated into the super formation set up by He Tian, while the dozen or so medicinal men rushed into the formation and chased after Gu Fei. However, something that shocked Gu Fei happened. The two medicinal humans that he had killed with his Essence Soul Dao sword actually turned into a puff of green smoke and gathered together again. Then, two figures walked out of the green smoke. In just an instant, the two medicinal humans that were killed by Gu Fei appeared in front of Gu Fei in perfect condition, which shocked Gu Fei to the extreme. Boss, as long as the myriad medicine cosmos cauldron is still there, these medicinal humans will always exist. He Tian's voice sounded in Gu Fei's mind. What? Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. Did these medicinal humans have an indestructible body? Did they exist together with the legendary myriad medicine cosmos cauldron? Bam! Gu Fei didn't believe it and directly punched forward. The powerful fist energy caused the void to collapse, and the void in front of him turned into a piece of chaos. The three medicinal humans that rushed forward were immediately swept into the chaos and torn to pieces by the chaotic force. They were completely obliterated, leaving nothing behind. Gu Fei sent the three medicine puppets into the primal chaos. Boss, you! He Tian watched this scene from afar and couldn't help but be dumbfounded. In his eyes, these were three medicinal humans that were comparable to a small stalk of immortal divine medicine. Gu Fei didn't think too much about it. Rumble! The void trembled. The void that was pierced by Gu Fei's punch was rapidly repairing itself. Soon, the shattered void was completely restored. The three medicine golems were gone, obliterated by the shattered void. Were they really destroyed by the chaotic force? He Tian was bewildered. After all, the three medicinal humans were existences that existed together with a myriad medicine cosmos cauldron. As long as the myriad medicine cosmos cauldron wasn't destroyed, the 18 medicinal humans would never be destroyed. Even after the passage of time, they would still exist. Gu Fei retreated into the Grand Formation. The medicinal humans chased after him for 100 miles before stopping. At this time, a strange fluctuation came from the place where the void was destroyed. That's... Gu Fei looked in that direction in shock. Strands of green energy seeped out from the void and condensed into a human figure. Swish! With a flash of green light, a middle-aged cultivator wearing an ancient robe appeared in the void. This middle-aged cultivator was one of the 3 medicinal humans that were destroyed by the chaotic force. What? Gu Fei and He Tian were dumbfounded. The medicinal humans that were struck into the chaos were actually able to come out from the void. Did they really have immortal bodies? Even an ordinary expert wouldn't be able to withstand this kind of attack. The chaotic force wasn't something that just anyone could withstand. It was a power that could destroy everything. Strands of green energy continued to seep out from the void. The other 2 medicinal humans also reformed their bodies, as if they had never been destroyed. Faint Tao patterns appeared on the medicinal humans' bodies. The ancient alchemy saint seemed to have imprinted his own Tao patterns on the medicinal humans, making their bodies immortal. The Tao patterns on the medicinal humans' bodies resonated with the Tao patterns on the cauldron of myriad medicines. Unless the cauldron of myriad medicines was destroyed, even a sage wouldn't be able to destroy the 18 medicinal humans. The 18 medicinal humans soared into the sky and charged into the 9 spiritual mountains. Boss, let's do it. He Tian's eyes lit up. The appearance of the medicinal humans confirmed that the legendary cauldron of myriad medicines was in the area guarded by the 9 spiritual mountains. Without hesitation, Gu Fei took out the mountain and river cauldron and used his mysterious art to connect with the cauldron, awakening the slumbering cauldron soul inside. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron vibrated. Then, the spiritual qi in the surroundings frantically gathered towards the cauldron and entered it. The ancient cauldron quickly grew bigger. Then, a terrifying aura that could shake the heavens and earth was emitted from the ancient cauldron. Boss, this... He Tian couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. The endless spiritual qi that he had gathered using the superformation was being continuously absorbed by the mountain and river cauldron. Chapter 1285. Rumble. The mountain and river cauldron rose from the superformation. The terrifying pressure caused the whole world to tremble. The superformation had condensed an infinite amount of heaven and earth spiritual qi. At this time, the heaven and earth spiritual qi condensed by the superformation was crazily swallowed by the mountain and river cauldron. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron vibrated continuously, emitting a vibrating sound. This kind of vibrating sound was like a heavenly sound, causing Gu Fei and He Tian's mind to tremble. They had an impulse to bow down to it. It was like facing the most powerful existence in the world. Gu Fei and He Tian could not maintain their composure. Rays of dragon-like spiritual light rushed out from the various formation eyes of the superformation, then fell into the mountain and river cauldron in the sky, entering the cauldron. In the void, there seemed to be dragon roars lingering. Above the mountain and river cauldron, the ancient beast's souls seemed to be awakening. The whole mountain and river cauldron emitted an even stronger aura. The whole world seemed to be crushed by the mountain and river cauldron. Around the mountain and river cauldron, there were black spatial cracks, like the most exquisite porcelain being shattered. Fortunately, this extreme Tao sacred cauldron was under the control of Gu Fei. Otherwise, Gu Fei and He Tian would not be able to stand under the mountain and river cauldron. They would have been crushed to death. The extreme Tao sacred cauldron was recovering. This level of heaven and earth spiritual qi was not enough to completely revive the extreme Tao sacred cauldron, but as long as it could display a trace of the extreme Tao sacred might, Gu Fei was confident that he could break the killing formation formed by the 9 spiritual mountains. The spiritual qi condensed by the superformation was almost all forcibly absorbed by the mountain and river cauldron. The formation patterns that He Tian had set up were constantly collapsing. In the end, other than the dozen or so extreme Tao sacred formations, the other formation patterns could not be preserved. The power of the mountain and river cauldron was too strong and tyrannical, suppressing the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Even the extreme Tao sacred formations became very unstable. The extreme Tao sacred weapon is really too abnormal. He Tian was well aware of the power of the superformation he had set up. Even a half-step saint wouldn't be able to return if he barged in. The dozen or so extreme Tao formation fragments could even kill a saint. Such a superformation was extremely fragile before a sacred weapon of the extreme way. It could not even withstand a single blow. At this time, Gu Fei was already sitting cross-legged on the ground. He had connected with the cauldron's soul and borrowed the limitless heaven-earth spiritual qi gathered by the superformation. He had actually succeeded in making the cauldron display a trace of the extreme saint might. The terrifying pressure caused the entire world created by the great sage to tremble. All living beings in the world were terrified, as though doomsday had arrived. Rumble. Like 100,000 divine mountains moving, the mountain and river cauldron slowly and heavily pressed down on the 9 spiritual mountains in front of it. Even the void was collapsing and being annihilated. A trace of the extreme saint might was unstoppable. The 9 spiritual mountains in front of it shook violently, as though they were about to collapse. Large rocks kept rolling down from the spiritual mountains. On the 9 spiritual mountains, divine patterns of the Great Path appeared. The ancient patterns intertwined on the mountain, suppressing the 9 spiritual mountains, and at the same time, resisting the impact of the mountain and river cauldron's power. He Tian looked at this scene nervously. His palms were sweaty. Success or failure depended on the attack of the mountain and river cauldron. The extreme saint might was unstoppable. Although the 9 spiritual mountains were all branded with the Tao patterns of the great sage, it was still not enough. The mountains were cracking. The ancient great sage's Tao patterns were suppressed by the mountain and river cauldron, and there were signs of being suppressed back into the body. There's hope. Seeing this, He Tian was overjoyed. The mountain and river cauldron contained the complete power of the extreme Tao, which could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was originally the nemesis of the mountains, rivers, and terrains of the world. Using the mountain and river cauldron to break the killing trap of the great sage could be said to be the right medicine. Without any suspense, the Tao patterns of the great sage that were branded on the 9 spiritual mountains were completely suppressed in the end. The spiritual mountain that was facing the mountain and river cauldron even broke into pieces. Among the rocks and soil that exploded, there were Tao patterns of the great sage dissipating. The Tao patterns of the great sage were shattered by the power of the mountain and river cauldron. The mountain and river cauldron pressed down on the 9 spiritual mountains. Under the power of the extreme Tao, the 9 spiritual mountains exploded one after another. The formation patterns that were branded on the spiritual mountains were also destroyed. The great momentum of the world that had gathered was completely suppressed. Bas. The mountain